Cause it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Cause it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Cause it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Cause it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this.
Well, hello, y'all. Hey, hello to the chat. Welcome, Gems and Jewels. Welcome to this crazy show today. Y'all know I've been on a little kick this last couple shows. I know y'all been kind of tripping about my new direction and new, awakening, but just for me, like, I don't know, something told me to focus on Black women. Just something did. Just something told me that to focus on Black women. And so my direction have been geared toward just really giving Black women information that they need to make reasonable decisions. I don't really know why I've been getting so much criticism for that. This is the only thing I can guess is that people don't want Black women to do well. That's really the only thing I could guess. I mean, because I wouldn't know. I would have no problem with Black men giving other Black men words of encouragement, telling them to look, to raise their standards and their boundaries and expectations, to look at life differently, to just, so I don't get the pushback. But, nobody will silence me. Y'all know me. Y'all know damn well that I ain't scared of nobody in these YouTube fucking streets, okay? I don't care what slander, what gossip, because men are gossip queens. Yeah. Y'all are some gossip queens. Because it ain't the women, it's the men gossiping about me behind my back. And Tawana's this and Tawana's that. I don't give a damn. Can y'all tell them? I mean, maybe y'all can tell them for me, because I don't watch the content and even go in and tell people what it is. Because like once you betray me, I cut you off. That's what I do. So I'm that kind of person where it's like, oh, I'm unsubscribing, I ain't watching, and I'm not participating, I'm not supporting. So just be clear that I am not going to be silenced. And I'm not going to stop doing what I do. Okay. And Black women, just know that I got y'all back. Okay. Because it's a lot of stats and information that come out, and it paints us in a negative light and talks about us and degrades us, humiliate us, and I think that in these spaces, a lot of times what happens is we just take in the information, and because we don't really have the data to support an argument, we may feel a different way, but because we don't want to get into it and we don't really have the data to support it, we oftentimes just accept what's said about us and we don't really challenge it. And if we do challenge it, it's like, beat down with all of these like anecdotal references and, oh well, my mama did this and I know a whole bunch of women that do that, so we kind of get discouraged. And so the reason why I have women on the panel today, and I'm really excited to introduce these ladies, and y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to their channel. Y'all can wait until y'all hear what they got to say. I already know y'all gonna love it and want to subscribe anyway, but we definitely going to hear what these ladies got to say. We're going to talk about this critically, and I feel like who better to do that than a bunch of intelligent, beautiful Black women? Like, of course, we can talk about these issues and we can really probably get really deep into what the issue is and what the perception is, right? And I'm gonna put it out here and I'm gonna say what my title is today. Do Black men hate Black women? But before we get started, let me bring my boy up. Y'all know Freezy. Freezy's on all my shows. Y'all know Freezy. Hey, Freezy. Uh-oh, you got your yellow on today. Yes, with the Jordan
I'm just trying to lighten the mood.
Okay, good. You gonna lighten the mood because listen, I got my red lipstick. I'm coming for fire today. You know what I'm saying? The red lipstick means that it's gonna be some. No, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice. I'm always nice though.
Just keep it real. That's all.
Keep it real. Thank you, Freezy. Thank you, Freezy. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to bring on the ladies from the ladies' room, and it's 4 of them. So I'm gonna bring them on. Like I'm gonna bring everybody on. Mrs. Understanding. How are you?
Hi, good evening, guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, how
Welcome
you doing?
to the show.
Thank you for having us. Oh my God, we're fans. Or I'm a fan. I won't speak for
Thank
everybody.
you, Mrs. Understanding. All right, this is my girl too, Ashley Michelle. Come on through, girl.
Hey,
Hi, Ashley. We both
hey.
want a red lipstick. Are you spitting fire today too? Or you probably gonna be nice to me, Ashley.
I'll be nice. I love a red lip.
That's why I have you ladies, because you probably bring some balance, right? And y'all will probably calm me down. Like if I put some dudes on here, they're gonna just rile me up and get me all going, So I'm gonna just keep it cute with the ladies. All right, Mrs. Cannon Hill, how are you?
Hey, girl.
Girl, yes.
Now, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to calm you down. I'm probably gonna,
Oh no, you're gonna round me up.
I'm probably gonna be bad influence.
Yeah,
so let's just see how this works out.
You probably just gonna be like, yeah, you right, and
Really?
this too. You're gonna add some facts.
Ready?
And last but certainly not least, Mrs. Javonda.
Hey, it's your girl, Mrs. Jovo. How y'all doing?
How usual. You know what? You know what I'm happy to? I'm happy that y'all put the misses in front of y'all name, because a lot of these men in these YouTube streets, they try to qualify women based on whether they're married or not, which I think is ridiculous. I mean, whatever the case may be, but
I guess I should do mine too then, huh?
Yeah, they they want to qualify you. So when they start talking and you say, no, actually, I got a husband. Oh, man, they shut up. Why you ain't got no man? So, but y'all ain't gonna have that. So, but later, hey everybody, I actually may allow some guests to come on later after we have the conversation, and you can present any arguments, questions. If you refute anything that we said, the purpose is really to get the ladies to kind of talk about these issues without interruption. Anna, come up, girl. I sent you the link. Come your butt up. All right. So, and then men, I will have a part 2 where, I guess I will tackle y'all's answers to some of these. I got to get mentally prepared. I felt like the women were going to be less stressful for me. And so because I've been through too much stress this week already, I said, no, not the men first. I got to do the ladies first. And so we're going to really talk about this idea of, Black men hating Black women, right? Because it's a perception out there, and it's a real perception, and it comes from a lot of different things. Yes, the melanin is popping. That is true. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, everybody in the chat, and welcome, you guys. Welcome. Please ask any questions. JB, he said he love you guys. I will let the ladies room tell you their podcast and tell you about their show and stuff later in, and you guys go follow them, go support them in these conversations, because they really do have some balanced and interesting conversations on the show. So thank you. Loverboy Linsky said, beautiful Black women on the panel. Thank you so much for that. That is great. No husband for me, but none of these bums got a word for me. That's about single or married. I love you, Jen. Oh, God, I'm the Black with Jen. She put y'all straight. Don't qualify people based on their marital status, because it's ridiculous. Oh, you know what they also do? When I say things that supports Black women, so now I'm unhappy in my life too. You know what I mean? Like, your husband, you must not be happy. Like, okay, so I can't support Black women and be happy. I guess I have to be miserable to support us. It's very interesting. It adds to the whole narrative of, really, do they hate us? Like, do they really hate, or do they really not want us supported to that degree where they will, really criticize the most like the smallest, simplest things. They will criticize that as an act of hate toward Black men. I don't understand. Um, but this question came up because I was watching a live, and this Black man in the live literally said that Black women were not designed for marriage, that we were made specifically for breeding only. And the reason why I don't say his name is because I would never give his channel any attention, and I'm not going to tell people to, because like I feel like people will go watch it and then want to see for themselves. And I'm not going to say it. Now, ladies, I will tell you guys if you all want it, but I don't even want y'all to support it. But I will tell y'all on the side if you want. But he really talked about Black women in a way that was just limited us to just kind of being breeders. And it did remind me of like slavery, like plantation mentality, right? Where men were often used as breeders. And then women, we were made to breed as young as 12 years old on slave plantations, right? So there's just been a history of Black women being abused, when we were young, or sexualized or used for sexual purposes. So before we get into that, I want to start off with this question about just, do you think, like, in your perception, and I'm gonna ask you first, Freezy, because you're the man on the panel. I'm picking on you. I'm sorry.
Let's get it.
Do you think Black men? Hey, Anna.
Hi. I feel so bad. I'm the only one with an avatar. Hello, everybody. Hi.
That's okay, honey. I know you're real, so you're fine. Yes. I want to ask Freezy, in his perception, do you think that the perception that's out there for the world, not you specifically, Freezy, because I know you don't hate Black women. Let me just say this.
I hate all y'all. I'm just playing. Go ahead.
I know you don't. I know that there's individual men who don't hate Black women. So before we get, like, I don't have a sign that says some, not all. Like, listen, I know that I'm speaking to the collective, right? And the perception that is out there. Do you think that the perception out there is that Black men hate Black women?
No, I don't think.
Tell me why. Tell me why, Freezy. Why don't you think that perception is out there?
I don't think Black men hate Black women. It's such a strong word, I do think that an element of dislike has surfaced. Yeah, I would say that. On not disliking Black women as a whole or in general, but certain qualities that's often brought up in these spaces. Yeah, I think Black men express themselves.
I want the ladies to answer that from your perception and what you hear men say about Black women in these spaces. And you can also explain why you have that perception. And we can start with you, Mrs. Understanding. In your perception, like, what do you think about this idea that Black men hate Black women? Is that a perception?
I think I could be coming from a different perspective than others, maybe not. But as a bigger woman, you run into like the fetish versus like the other side. Like, you run into the men that like, oh yeah, I just want to be in your skin. But then you run into the other side of men who fat Black women are a danger to the society. Lizzo this, Lizzo that. And then, I say quite often when I'm in the gym, I never hear Black men in the gym say these things to my face. But if you know me from a specific group, they will just pop off with some outlandish stuff. Your husband is a simp. He can't possibly love you because you fat. And I'm just like, where is all this coming from when over 60% of Black men in general are out of shape? So it's always strange to me. But I think just being at that intersection of where, either they want to drink your bath water, or they want to put you on the Lizzo plan and you the worst Black woman ever. So it's different, I think, in my little specter or sphere rather.
So yes or no? What do you think? I can't. I'm not gonna let you state that. Like, do you think that Black men hate Black women? Do you think,
on the grand scheme of things, once we take in like rap music and all the other femicide and everything else, I'm going to go with the majority. Yes.
Okay. There we go.
All right. So, Mrs. Javon, I'm gonna let you go. Do you think the perception out there is that Black men hate Black women?
I think there is a perception that Black men hate Black women. I think it's a matter of divide and conquer. We've seen this in our community before. Okay. That's one to answer that question. Do I think Black men hate Black women? No. I think Black men hate what they've been through. And a lot of times when you've had certain personal experiences, you're going to exercise certain defense mechanisms. So I think it's more so sublimination. It might even be a little bit of displacement and projection. Because if I'm not ready to work on me and I'm not ready to heal from things that have happened to me, either if they were done to me intentionally or if I did this to myself, if I'm not ready to do that, then I got to find somebody to blame. Mm-hmm. So who to blame than the person right next to me?
The easiest target, no.
Exactly.
Because actually they could blame the white man, or they can blame some other people and not blame us.
They haven't gotten the results. Yeah, they could blame a whole lot of more people. They just haven't gotten the results that they wanted from that. So who's the easiest person to try to manipulate, to try to blame? It's my sister. And so then I fall into the trap. Those are my thoughts.
So you personally don't think that, you don't see that in your real life as far as like Black men hating Black women, but as far as the perception that's out there, you do think that perception is out there. You can see that that's a real perception.
I don't see it, but I think the perception is definitely out there. Oh, let me just say this. I don't see it. I see it, but I don't buy into it. Let me just say that.
You don't
see it, but I don't buy it.
They haven't like brainwashed you to think that. Yeah, you saying.
Exactly. It's easy to try to turn somebody against something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Burner account said, Freezy, 6 chicks. Good luck, homie. I said, Freezy,
I got this burner account.
I told him, I warned him though, like, hey, this is what it's gonna be. Freezy's good though. Freezy got this. Mrs. Cannon. So tell me what you think.
I'm gonna have to go with absolutely. I think at this point it was not necessarily something that I considered as accurate. I mean, just a little bit about me. I don't know if anybody's ever taken Strength Finders, but one of my biggest ones is context. So I'm always looking at history and trying to put pieces together to figure out how things got to where they are. And it wasn't until recently when I've gotten into these spaces that I thoroughly understand how deeply and efficiently white supremacy has been in indoctrinating and just basically co-opting our image of ourselves and each other and how we view each other. And I think that it's very effective because a lot of these things that we're hearing out of these spaces sound like Stormfront. And so it's just like, oh, okay, yeah. But I think that it does come from a place of self-hatred though. So, I mean, when you don't like yourself, then of course you're not going to like what's reflected back to you or things that you see as an extension of you. So I think that that's what's happening. And it's unfortunate that feeling isn't being challenged more or being kind of more in-depthly engaged with, that it's all just very surface level out of this feeling that's all the way up here without looking at some of the history of where it comes from. Like, I like how you said earlier that that sounds like slavery. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is deeply rooted in stuff that came from slavery. I could just take it right from there and put it right here and it fits perfectly. And it's like we're now doing their work, because if you think about it, in polite spaces, it's no longer socially acceptable for white people to say the things that the Black men are now out here saying. It's not socially acceptable. They'll lose their jobs, all types of things. So they don't have to do it anymore. They got their mouthpieces out there, doing the Lord's work, getting their welfare queens tropes out and all the other stuff that they've disseminated over the years. And now they're doing the dirty work for them. And it's just, it's unfortunate and disheartening, but it's definitely obviously happening.
And I love that you brought this point up. I know you didn't say this, so I'm not paraphrasing, but what I'm saying is that Black men have adopted white supremacy mentality. And then not only did they adopt it, but they're deciding to use those same talking points and rhetoric to humiliate, define, degrade us in current times. Like, it's literally the same. It's the same rhetoric in conversation. If you read white supremacy, like if you read some of their talking points and some of the way that they try to, like even scientifically, how they try to like talk about Black women and some of our like attributes and some of our characteristics, and they, call us overweight and things like that. Some of those things come directly from like racist white men. So that Black men are not the creators of this. I think they believe that. They like, oh no, this is just how we feel. Like they don't really understand how like European beauty standards are part of their mentality. And I think that also bothers me about some of the rhetoric. But Ashley, Michelle, what do you think?
Well, I wouldn't say that Black men hate Black women. I think there are a segment of Black men that do, whether they say it or not. But I wouldn't say that represents the masses. I do think, like Freezy was saying, was that there is a disdain for Black women. I think that Black men, because of whatever their experiences have been growing up, in their neighborhoods, in their families, with their own mothers, with women that they've dated, with their wives, that they have a certain perception of Black women. I think that what we see on social media perpetuates those thinkings or ways of thinking about Black women. And then, sometimes we ourselves, by the way some of us portray ourselves, kind of feed into these perceptions that they already have about us. And I think that's amounted to a great disdain for Black women. I find that they hold on to a lot of the negative experiences and let those experiences shape how they see Black women. It seems like a lot of them, I mean, you would, at least I have wondered, like, do y'all know any good Black women? Like, because everything that you hear from them concerning us is negative, and so I think that amounts to a disdain for us. And I don't think they value us very much. I think that they have chosen to focus on the negatives of us, and we kind of are grouped all the same. And so we get a lot of hateful speech and a lot of negativity from them. So it might seem like they hate us, but I think that there's just a lot of things at play, a lot of healing that needs to happen, a lot of correction that needs to take place. And I think, like Cannon was talking about, there's a little bit of them also buying into what white America has told the world about who we are. I think some of that comes into play as well. And it has amounted to them, having a great disdain for us. Yeah.
That's a great point. What I did hear from you, Ashley, was that you hear a lot of hate about Black women. But what's interesting is that we still believe that they love us. Even though, like, it's interesting to me, right? When I hear us, because people have accused us of being like Black male worshipers, right? To the point where we will support them even when we see that there's clear hatred toward us.
But we do that.
You
We
do that.
do.
Also, I'm not saying that you're doing that, Ashley. No, I think you may really truly believe that.
get
What
it,
I'm
but-
saying is that it's interesting that I hear some points and I'm like, I'm thinking about it like, do we participate in
We
this?
do.
Like, is
It's
this a culture?
conditioning.
It's
It's all
conditioning.
conditioning. Yes.
Well, let me go ahead, and Alicia, how do you feel about that question? What do you think about Black men? Do they hate us?
Yeah, Freezy would laugh. I think it's safe for people to
I'm laughing
assume
with you, Annalise.
the joke's on you though, but I think it's safe for people to assume that I'm not going to shock anybody here, and I think that it might be better served to reframe the question and ask what demonstrations of love do we get and see from Black men, and I would submit nothing. I would submit nothing at the collective level. I would say as a community and as a people, I would say nothing. But even just objectively to answer the question, because I do agree with Miss Cannon. Black men now in 2022 are the biggest purveyors of white supremacy. Like even white supremacists are looking at them like, wow, we don't even have to do anything anymore. Like this is unbelievable. Like you couldn't ask for a better pathology. Truly, if you want to subjugate and break a group of people, I see more resilience in women than I do with men, and there are studies that do support women psychologically being more resilient, emotionally being more resilient. So there's probably something to be said about that. But at the collective level, I do think that Black men hate Black women, and we can play with semantics because I know Freezy said dislike. If you look at the definition of hate, it's an immense dislike. So I'm not going to play games with the English language. They may immensely dislike us. They hate us. Whatever. I think that their actions, the lack of initiative and accountability, I think all of these things point to the fact that they don't care. And to me, if someone doesn't see value in their community, their people, their women, their children, to me, that's hate. That to me, that you're not with me, you're against me. That's how I look at it. And the community, Black men only prove me right every single time they come on the panel and call please and cry and deny and lie. So, and it's gonna happen. Just wait for it, like clockwork. It happens every time. But yes, the answer is yes.
And Loverboy Linsky, I saw your question. I did note your question because I'm gonna ask it later. Because right now I want to get to these talking points. But I did see your question, Loverboy Linsky, and I will ask that because some derivative of Anna's question I was going to ask as far as just like what demonstrations of love have you seen on a collective level for those of us who believe that they have. Part of the reason why I asked that question.
I want to correct something that Annalisa said.
Okay, you mean you want to push back or you want to respond?
I want to correct something she said.
Okay, go ahead.
Something. Go ahead. I never said Black men dislike Black women. I never said that. I said hate is a strong word, and I said that Black men dislike. I don't think black men even dislike Black women. I think that they dislike some qualities that has been talked about in these spaces about Black women. That's what I said. I never said black men hate Black women in general or dislike Black women in general. Okay, I never said that. I just wanted to correct that. That's all.
Okay. You did just say that they dislike us. You don't think they hate us. You said they dislike us.
Qualities. I said qualities. We're gonna rewind.
Now you said qualities, but
yeah.
Did anybody hear me say that?
Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm just telling you that.
No, we're not
Ashley,
playing that
speak
game.
up, Ashley. Oh, Ashley,
we're not playing that game, Freezy. You got to be very careful with your words. We're not
I
going
know
to
exactly what I said. I said,
it's too late.
Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead, Annalise.
No, I'm just saying we're not gonna. There's no backpedaling will be allowed. No one can cop any pleas. You don't have any defense attorneys up here to help you. If you say it, that's it. It's out there.
When the show is over with, just rewind, and cash out me about $10. Okay?
That will not
we missed the
happen.
quality. We missed the quality word. Is that what you're saying? We
You
missed that.
missed the quality word. That's what
Okay.
I'm trying to tell you.
So here's the thing. I watched the video, and this man, he was asked, "Why do black men hate black women?" Right? And instead of refuting it, he begins to answer the question. Like he begins to list a number of reasons, and I took note of these reasons because I thought this was interesting, and I would love y'all opinion. He says they took advantage of the government assistance and kicked us out of the home. We joined the feminist train and demonized our own men. We use our money on fake hair and aesthetics. We spend millions of dollars. He says we support homosexuality while demonizing heterosexual men. We use sex in our relationships to get what we want. We partner with white men to disenfranchise them. We tell the world that we don't need a man. Tell people that black women are the spine of the black community, therefore emasculating black men. We allow our weight to slip, so now we are no longer sexually attractive. We engage in sex work and are the stars of OnlyFans heavily, and we demand our men to protect us. This is their talking points. Do y'all hear me? And then on the same breath, will say, "No, we love black women."
Like they just get right off the short yellow bus and they get right on YouTube and they just start talking.
Right.
They just tell on themselves and their remedial pathology. It's sad. It's sad.
Like it really is. So
I think that there's.
Go ahead, Ashley. Before I talk about the next point, go ahead.
Well, for each of those points, I think you could dedicate a whole show to address those. To each of them, you could. I would say that there's nothing wrong with black men voicing their concerns or their dislikes with black women. I think black men should be able to do that, and black women should be receptive to it. Black men have done this for many, many years, okay? They like to pretend like these spaces are new. They're new in the sense that they are new, like it's just in a new form. It's on social media now, but in magazines, on talk shows, in rap songs and interviews, like in so many different ways, black men have been complaining about black women. And I think that they have some valid concerns. They have some valid complaints. I think the problem comes in when they bring in their own toxic ways of thinking, when they don't take accountability for the women that they have dated and had relations with, and in some cases even married. I think that the problem comes in when they're just flat out disrespectful. I mean, I learned this when I was a kid, like you can say almost anything you want to say to somebody. And I know black men don't want, they're all like, well, we're just men and this is how we talk. But you can be blunt and you can be honest and you can be respectful, and I think that's where they lose a lot of us, because they're not respectful. And it's hard for me to listen to somebody and care about what they're saying and under the guise of caring about black women when they don't have a basic respect. Like we've all been in spaces, I won't say what that space was, but we've all been in spaces where we were utterly disrespected, where we couldn't even finish a statement, so it's like, it's when you come with a lot of untruths, a lot of false narratives, a lot of lies, a lot of rudeness, a lot of disrespect, then these complaints are not going to be heard. They're just not. And black women are not going to be receptive to it. I think that black women should listen to the complaints of black men and correct what needs to be changed, right? In them, of themselves. I think the problem is that a lot of us are sick of being put in a box, and like, I shouldn't have to answer for the girl down the street who has sex with 5 different people and got 3 kids by 3 different men. Like I don't have to answer for all these types of women that you've come into contact with. And I think that's just a big problem with a lot of these spaces. They're toxic, they're very disrespectful to Black women. They're not sincere. A lot of things, like even with the whole welfare, that's Black. We can talk about that later. I know you're going to.
I'm going to ask that question next.
So many half truths or just flat out lies that they are spreading in these podcasts, and Black men are.
Let me address this Derek Mason person. Let me address him. So he says, "Man, how is there going to be a real discussion with a brother on the panel?" So maybe you're late, okay? But let me explain this to you. I said the men will speak next week. I can't tolerate you all this week. I am done. Okay, I am done with men this week. So I didn't want nobody but Freezy. I didn't invite nobody else. So I didn't come. I didn't send for you. So don't come for me.
Protect your peace.
That's what I did. I gotta be mentally prepared for what y'all gonna say. Okay, and I will invite you when I invite you. However,
just look from the stands this week, bro.
Women, we have a perspective and we have a position, and we are qualified to talk about our perception of Black men and how they feel about Black women. So please, all right. And listen, Jermaine Ricketts. Oh, he agrees with all those talking points. I know. A lot of you guys agree. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being honest. He agrees that we are using our money on fake hair and aesthetics, and that we are glorifying homosexuality over heterosexual, that we use sex to get what we want, to get what we want from men who can't provide. But I'm sorry. But anyway, partners with white men to disenfranchise them, as if we are not ourselves in a racist, like we don't have problems with racism. I don't understand these. Like that's what I'm saying. He agrees with this. Thank you, Jermaine, for proving my point that you agree with that. And then Chris, you said 50-50. Okay. I agree. Okay. I will go there.
So I just wanted to add to what Ashley said.
Yes, please go ahead.
Like,
let me read Hanifah's comment. For the women that think Black men actually hate Black women, can they share why you think that? I think Alicia started to, and I would love to hear why they think that. Me too. I think they did, Hanifa, but I will allow them to expand. Go ahead, Miss Cannon. Go ahead.
I was gonna piggyback off what Ashley was saying, but I think that the biggest thing, I'm just gonna go ahead and level set, because I feel like in these spaces a lot of times we get a lot of pushback. And we actually had our whole platform question the other day, like, what are you here to do? I thought you were here to be different, blah, 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 right? I just want to explain once and for all, kind of as I have an opportunity, what my whole position is and why I come from the space that I come from. Because at the end of the day, these men claim to be birthright leaders, right? I know what a leader is. I am a leader in many situations, right? I know what it takes. I know what it entails. So I get personally offended when I have a group of people that continue to blame everyone else and not look in the mirror first, and not first take self-accountability. That's true mercy. You have to do that first. Like, that is a requirement to be respected as a leader. People have to see you being accountable. People have to see you setting the example if you call yourself a leader. So that's why I go how I go. And that's why I respond to the things that I respond to, because you cannot claim on one end, the whole environment is bipolar, right? It's too many opposing things that are happening. You cannot report on one end to be the leader and you're in charge and nobody lets you lead, which sounds crazy anyway, to say you need to be led. But you can't say that and then try to make us equal responsibility of anything. That it does not, we're stuck. We're stuck at the place where I'm waiting for you to take accountability first. And the places that I'm waiting for you to take accountability, kind of to what Ashley was saying, is let's not even talk about, oh, well, don't compare me to the woman up the street who had all the sex. No, we can't even talk about that until we start talking about these environments that get promoted, right? These environments that you're causing on your own when you're saying out your mouth, oh, I want to sleep with this person, that, I'm a man. It's what men do. Da-da-da. Like you want to sleep with women, all the women you could sleep with, then turn around and shame those same women for sleeping with you. But then you want a woman that hasn't slept with nobody after you done slept with everybody else's potential women. And it's not making any sense. So at some point, you're going to have to come out with something as a group that makes sense, that could be followed, that could be respected. And then we can start having some of these conversations. But until then, no, I'm going to continue to call out the nonsense that you're saying in the meantime, because all you're doing is just doing a lot of this and making excuses and not really doing anything of any value while claiming to be leaders. And that is my biggest problem. Like you can't sit here and be like, oh, it's both sides. It's all the same. And you just claim to be the leader. Nuh-uh. Buck stops there.
Yeah.
What's going on over here? What are you responsible for? Let's talk about that first. Then we can get to all the other stuff. We ain't talking about hair weaves and makeup. So we ain't talking about none of that stupid stuff until we talk about what you're responsible for as the leaders in the community.
Anna, can you speak to Hanifa's question? And do you have reasons why you believe Black men they hate us or they hate Black women?
So for me, everyone knows I tend to look at things from the macro level. I feel it's sometimes, depending on the context, it's sometimes more productive. If we're having a community-based, community-informed discussion, we should probably look at what the collective is doing as a whole. So based on what the collective is doing, the first thing that we can obviously take note is that Black men innately, chronically lack accountability, right? This is something that we can see. This is something that we've seen from the time that they stepped off the plantation. I would say even before that, because the transatlantic slave trade, even the way that came about, even Black men don't want to say, oh, it was actually Black men that made that transaction. So the accountability has really, they've never taken accountability. And to me, accountability and leadership are synonymous. So when I look at them at the collective level, I see them as very weak males who refuse to take accountability, who are engaging in degenerate behavior, who are inflicting harm and violence on the women in their community and the children in their community, who are, we can make the argument that maybe they just hate themselves. They hate themselves. But women are an extension of them. So maybe we're kind of collateral damage. But I just think that their attitudes towards the Black community, their lack of leadership and accountability, their lack of initiative to foster, wholesome ideologies, a better culture, all of those things to me are indicative of disdain. And if we're hate to me, I think when Black men are dating out at the highest clip, to me, that is the biggest form of self-hate. It's like, tell me you want to replicate whiteness without telling me you want to replicate. Like, just tell me that you want to contribute to white supremacy without telling me you want to contribute to white supremacy. Because what do we know about biracial children? What we know is that they are, I think it's like 72% more likely to marry white. So in 2 or 3 generations, you effectively have a white community. So to me, tell me you hate yourself without telling me you hate yourself. And if Black men hate themselves, let's say that these are broken bucks, these are broken men as a result of slavery and subjugation that they just did not fight, then we can say that by default, they're going to hate women and children. But that's why, that's some of the reason. There's more, but I don't want to talk all night.
Yeah, I will have to agree with the sentiment that I believe that there is a perception that Black men hate Black women. And I will say that I do think that perception is out there more so than the men who do love us and who do support us, right? And there's many reasons, right? To me, so like a lot of people, like, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but I do have like training, and I dealt with domestic violence for a number of years, almost 10, right? And so for me, you know, just knowing in DV cases that we're killed 8 times higher than any other race of women. We are often raped and molested before the age of 18 by Black men for the most part. You know, if you do see teenage mothers and the Black communities, they tend to have adult men who are the fathers of those children. Just the statistics represent that. There is just like multiple examples of like Annalicia said, just interracial dating and just, you know, making it known that their preference, like for me, okay, as a Black woman, right? When you hear a successful Black man, do you think, I wonder if his wife's Black, if he's married? Do you think that? We think that for a reason, because we know in our community quite often men who are of a certain caliber or wealth, they typically marry outside of our race. We know that. We know that they don't prefer us in certain instances. So there's so many instances of me feeling like there's larger examples of them not choosing us or liking us or hating us than there are of I can't name. And help me out in the chat if y'all have something that shows me the opposite. I'm willing to be open to hearing that. I just have too many other examples of opposite. Go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. You know, and I think that a lot of times Black men, and I'm not against interracial dating. Like I personally, I'm not. I just don't respect people who decide not to date their race or date outside of their race exclusively and credit a whole race of people for why they do that. I think that shows a lack of accountability and self-reflection. I think that a lot of Black men do that. And I know I've heard Black men say, oh no, we prefer Black women. We prefer y'all. But we can't help but to wonder if you really do, because as soon as, you get a few more zeros, then the people in your arm starts to look different. And so I think that, a lot of Black men don't necessarily want to verbalize this, but I do think that some of them just don't find us as valuable. And I think that until we start addressing the whys, like each of those bullet points, like why do you think this about us? Why do you think that about us? And it's just not going to change. Like, to me, that just as soon as you, like Kanye says, as soon as he what's the famous quote he says, when he gets rich, he'll leave you for a white girl or something like that.
And when he get on, he'll leave you for a white girl. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we see that a lot because I think they equate success with non-Blackness.
Well,
my father, he used to date all types of women. Okay, like back in his heyday, like he was with all types of women. One day I'm going to have him on our show so he can talk to us about this. But now he hates it because he feels like my brothers kind of picked that up, and he's like, I prefer to be, he would prefer a Black woman, and he has his reasons for that. But he told me, he said, to a Black man, a non-Black woman is success. I think about Kevin Samuels on one of his shows. He talked about how, and I heard some of the people who follow him mimicking the same commentary, where they were saying how certain body structures and, your facial features, they speak they speak a different level. Like, they want to walk into the business meeting or the banquet, or what do you call it, like a business social or something, with a woman that doesn't look Black. Like, the more non-Black she looks, the more successful he looks. So I think that there's a component of that. I think that some Black men, like I said, they have some valid concerns. There are women out here who are not submissive. There are women who cheat. There are Black women who lie, Black women who do all these horrible things that they talk about. What I don't understand is how you completely ignore the ones who are not that way. You know, like there are women out here.
Can I say a few things though? Because cultural conditioning, a lot of people are not even aware of it. European beauty standards and how that affects us on a day-to-day basis. Like, of course, we're taught that Black features are not beautiful. It's part of like it's part of society. And so for us not to even acknowledge that that's even a thing that happens, that we're taught that universal beauty standards have a symmetry in your facial structure. It's European beauty standards. It is Eurocentric. And so most times,
and they say
Black
it's
men
scientific.
won't acknowledge that. They won't even acknowledge
a lot of men
they have that association.
Yeah, a lot of men are now trying to say, well, that's scientific, you know, but what they're not telling you is that the people who conducted these science experiments and these anecdotal surveys are white people. They're white people.
With an illiteracy rate of average of a fourth grade education. It's not you creating these studies. Come on. Like, think about it. That it just makes no sense that they wouldn't even connect the two.
And when you go to other parts,
can I address that? I want to address Kim though. She says, although men are dating out, I'm assuming some are contributing to the erasure of Blackness, both men and women. Yes, I agree that both men and women are contributing to it, but it's clear in the stats that men are contributing to it at a higher rate, almost 3 times higher than any other race of men. They are more likely to date outside of their race than Black women. Black women are race loyal. Like, it's just the truth. We're race loyal. We don't date outside of our race. In fact, there's studies that show that even when Black women are like approached by men of other races, that they don't respond, that they're unresponsive, and that Black women are uninterested in men outside of their culture and race. It is what it is.
Right.
That happens. Go ahead, Annalicia.
So sorry, because Barna, what I want to say to that, and what I want to say to Kim with respect to that is, while I understand on both sides it may be detrimental, maybe there are implications, I think we also have to explore the cause and effect relationship between the choices that are being made, right? Black women are not dating out because they're like, there's this, and there are studies, right? There's a sense of self-hatred, or they're doing it out of necessity. Professionals, sociologists, they have been basically telling Black women, if you want to create upward mobility for your children, you should look outside of your dating pool, out of your community. You should date other groups of men. It's Black women that have been holding themselves back, whereas with Black men, it's white men that have been holding them back. But then they fought for that access. They fought for the ability to marry white women. So I think the reasons as to why people are dating out matter, because the outcome of the children and their pathology, their mentality, and the way that they're going to operate in the world is going to be vastly different. If you come from a union of one self-hating man and inherently racist or oppressive woman, your child is finished. Psychologically, she's finished. We know this to be true because it's you have an overwhelmingly high number of biracial children in the foster care system. I'm seeing it more and more now, where in the places that I work, where I'm seeing more biracial people, whether it be adolescents, like older adults, children. I would say adolescents, just before they age out of the system. It's a problem, and you don't see this problem. You don't see the same negative outcomes, health outcomes, with biracial children from a Black woman and a white man. Because the attitudes around a white man dating out are different from the attitudes around a white woman dating out. That's just the reality. White men have the power. White women are connected to the power, right? It's different. White women are in proximity to power, whereas white men have the power. So people can't really have that attitude about white men dating out, whereas white women, they'll get the smoke from their community. They will be ostracized. There are implications, and it will affect their children. That's psychologically, it will.
So let's, because I want to open up the panel for the men later too, Freezy. And I want us to get to, but go ahead, Freezy. You want to respond to that? Because I want to get to the next question because I want us to answer the question. But I also want to, because I know there's a lot of people hitting me up and want to come on. They have some things to say to us. And they agree with some of the talking points. Go ahead.
So, you know, we often talk about interracial dating, and me and Annalicia had a brief discussion about Loving versus Virginia last week. But as far as like going back to my point earlier, I want to strongly push back against this notion that Black men hate Black women. To be honest with you, I think that's extremely factitious, and I do think Black men.
Wait, you said factitious? Wait, you said fictitious.
Factitious.
Okay. I was just trying to make sure. Okay, go ahead.
Factitious, but yeah. So I want to say what I was trying to get to was that I do feel like Black men, like I said earlier, have a dislike for certain qualities that are pinned to Black women. There's this stigma that the Black woman is this strong Black woman. So basically, Black men don't dislike Black women. They hate the notion of this created notion of the strong Black woman.
Where do you think that notion came from, Freezy? Where do you think that notion came from? Who do you?
Well, you know,
who do you think called us? Because it's going to kind of go
the perception of the perception. Well, because I want to tie this in with interracial dating and all that, right? The perception of the strong Black woman, and I'm not saying I know you guys aren't going to agree with this, but the characteristics of the strong Black woman are usually tied to very boisterous, loud, you can't control me, you can't tell me what to do, I'm strong-minded.
God, Freezy.
Yeah, this is
Well, let me
wait, I'm not done.
Let me get y'all because I know y'all about to go. I want to introduce.
Let me finish my point.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point because I want to introduce our guest and then go to the next question.
Okay. So we're talking about interracial dating, right? Black men, yeah, you know, we see a couple of Black men date white women, we go all up in arms and stuff, right? All successful Black men don't date white women. But I will say this, and I've heard this from my circles because I have a diversified circle, that there's this fear of other races, other colors dating Black women because of their professionalism, and they feel like they don't want to deal with that stigmatism of that's pinned to Black women, the quote unquote strong Black women, the uncontrollable Black woman, the uncooperative Black woman. They don't want to deal with that. It's not. I strongly feel like it's not that Black women are race loyal. It's just that, you know, a lot of races don't want to deal with that.
So you're saying that they're not attracted to us?
No.
They attract. Listen, they are attracted
that Black
to
men, that white men or other races of men are not attracted.
Other races of men are attracted to you. Let me
but
tell
we
you
don't have the option, is what you're saying. We have no choice.
Listen, when they go out to these escort services and everything, a lot of times they want a Black woman. They want to screw a Black woman. They just don't want a Black woman in there.
You agree with the initial Black man who we are saying clearly hates Black women. You're agreeing with him when you say that Black women are not seen as wives; they're seen as wounds. And
hold on, wait, say it again.
No, hold on, Freezy, because here's the problem that I have.
I was saying because you said I agree with something that I didn't. I want you to repeat yourself.
No, I retract that. But what you are saying, you know, people who are saying, you know what, other groups of women are more agreeable, are more submissive, are more cooperative, but the studies and the statistics don't bear that out, because if white women were so submissive, they wouldn't be divorcing you more than Black women are divorcing you. Do you understand? It's incongruent with the argument being made. You can't be having a great relationship with someone because they're submissive and cooperative and then be divorced by them. It's incongruent. It doesn't make sense.
They have the highest divorce rate out of any other group.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, hold on. White women, Asian women, and Hispanic women, all of them are divorcing you. They don't want you.
All of them.
Black men are getting divorced at the highest rate out of any other group.
So
I
Wait,
think
wait,
what's
wait.
happening is
No
This
matter
that
who they're married
there's a
to.
lot of
here's the
misinformation
thing,
going
though.
around in the
You go
panel.
outside of your communities because it's a preference, but then the same behavior is happening where the black women, the white women are divorcing you. You're leaving them as single mothers, and you're creating single motherhood in their communities. It's happening in all the communities: Hispanic, Asian. They're single mothers. So what I'm saying is, how is that in a real issue?
Well, Tawana, it's kind of like, remember when the overall white society had the whole Rosie Riveter thing where they needed women to come out and take over all the stuff that the men couldn't do because they were off at war, and they needed them to do this stuff, and they were strong and they could do it. Then they came back and they was like, oh, hell no, you took all our job. Get back, go do this other
back
thing.
in the house.
It's kind of like the same thing. But what I found really interesting is that black women have always been treated just like black men have been treated. Black women have never had the luxury of femininity or white femininity. Let me put it that way, because that's the only femininity we know about, is this white idea of femininity where they're sitting back, dainty, quiet, meek, and all those are very white woman things that have never been afforded to black women.
It's not a white woman thing. But
No, it absolutely is. This is why history is so important to understand.
You don't know Nigerians.
Black have always been black women. See, and you're shaking your head, and this is what I find really interesting, that they don't even understand history, right? Because I saw it as soon as I hopped in the group and I saw these women masculine, I was like, because it comes all the way back, like you say, from the idea black women have always been considered masculine. They have never had access to femininity. They have always been seen as unrapeable, hypersexual, loud, aggressive. All of these things have dated back to slavery. These are not new ideas that are being put on black women. Also, when it suits them, these black men who are like, we don't like because these women loud and aggressive, What I find hilarious is that when it suits them, when black women are the ones standing in front of them on the front lines of protests so that the police will hit them with the freaking bombs first, and police will hit them with the batons first and all of that stuff first because they're being protected in the back, they don't have a problem with that. They don't have a problem with that. When they need it while the woman holding it down because they are getting incarcerated at much higher rates than any other group, and we have to sit there and fill in those gaps in their absence and all these other things, it's all cool then. It's all cool then. It's all good then. But then, like I say, to turn around and adopt this white idea of what femininity is and then be like, because our women is all of these crazy things. When their group of women are the only group of women in this country that have to uniquely deal with the stuff that they're dealing with and bear the brunt of it, and all of it falls on us. But we're supposed to be some dainty, feminine, wilting flowers sitting in the sun with this
and if I can add, Mr. Breezy, I had the pleasure of knowing all of my great grandmothers, the oldest one to live to be 106. This black woman, this stereotype of the woman who didn't have to go do this hard work, who stayed home, fixed your plate first, your needs came before the children's needs came, all these different things. My great grandmother worked as a housewife, a domestic worker for a white family. She picked cotton and she did other manual labor. So, and a lot of black women in the South in the early 1900s and after slavery was abolished, this is what they did. So I think a lot of this goes back to what some of the other women on the panel have been saying.
Loud and stuff in slavery.
Well, I mean, it's not about loud and aggression. It's just that I never experienced in my family, nor the other black families around me in the South, where men were like, oh, well, you don't have to work. You stay home. I'm going to go out and work. We couldn't afford to do that. It's so many things that black women were not afforded to do. These ideas, these attitudes and beliefs, they were taught. I tell my clients in therapy all the time, your baggage collection, your baggage of stuff, it began at birth. It began with the stuff that you were taught by your parents, the stuff that you were taught by life experience, the attitudes and beliefs about black women, white women, other ethnicities, other religions, all these things were taught. So then I'm taught all these things, and then I'm not taught a level of accountability that I need to be taught. So then, just like I said earlier in my opening statement, if I'm not ready to really tackle my stuff, then I'm gonna go back into my baggage that's been collected, and I'm gonna bring out all these different things in terms of as the reason why, quite frankly, I can't get my stuff together. I can't get my stuff together because I didn't have a quote unquote nurturing mom. Okay, well, 9 times out of 10, if she was a Black woman and she had to work, whether your father was in the home or not, then white society says, well, because your mom worked, or all these different attitudes and beliefs you were taught, she wasn't feminine enough and she wasn't nurturing enough. We can't win for losing with you all sometimes. I'm waiting for the part where it's going to be like, okay, do Black men hate women? Do women hate men? Whatever. Okay, then what we going to do about it? Because to me, it's a matter of divide and conquer. Until we understand that a lot of these things were learned, and all of us walking around with this different baggage, okay, especially with the men, because this, for me, it's much so like it's very dangerous for men to be able to have these talking points, and then like all of a sudden they act like, okay, look at domestic violence increasing between the start of the pandemic and now. Look at the violence that's increasing in our communities. Okay, look at the fact that, just like the other lady said, Miss is it Anna? I'm sorry, I'm bad with names. Annalicia. Think about what she said about the divorce rate. But then look at all those talking points, and then think about what the manosphere and some of these other guys are saying, and these red pill, whatever you want to call them. Okay, domestic violence is going up. Well, she should learn how to talk to a man in a certain way. Well, okay, what other point did I talk about? Okay, then you go into the whole we're not feminine enough and we're not nurturing. But then on the flip side of it is I don't see men in these groups saying, oh, well, I can afford for my wife to stay home or whatever. Nobody's volunteering none of that. It's just like you want us to be a certain way, but then you want us to be the way that basically society has.
They called Michelle Obama a man for 8 years.
Tawana, can you put the names up? Can you put everybody's name up?
Hold on 1 minute.
Put everybody's name up so I can address everybody correctly.
Okay, hold on 1 minute, Freezy, because I want to also say something. Don't come on my channel talking about Tawana, why you ain't talking about no solutions. Do y'all go challenge those men and tell them to talk about solutions? Don't come here and try to determine or dictate what the hell I talk about on my show. See, now y'all about to make me go crazy, because see, I'm now you come on my show and you like to put women in a place, don't you? You got the wrong damn woman, because I don't listen to nobody but my own man. Period. So don't come here telling me, and I don't give a damn how masculine you think I am, because you are a joke. Ain't no man in my life ever called me masculine, ever, baby. Ever. Ever. Y'all are weak. That's what you are. So here's the thing, because I'm all in my feminine energy, letting you know that I don't need no man to come on my channel and tell me about what I need to be talking about. Open up your own damn channel and talk about solutions, because I don't hear y'all challenging those men over there when they sitting on the channel gossiping, humiliating Black women and talking crazy about us. I ain't heard not one of you stand up and say, let's talk about solutions. Stop talking about Wanna Chica. Do y'all say that? Because I seen 3-hour lives where they dogged me, and I ain't hear not one Black man go on there and say, maybe you shouldn't do that. No. So don't come up over here telling me that I need to talk about solutions. First of all, y'all need to hear what y'all doing wrong, because y'all don't believe it. See, y'all done made me.
Nobody promised to calm you down. Nobody said we
come in here talking crazy. Now I agree with you. Let me introduce Haran, because I love him and I wanted to invite Haran on the show. And Haran, you done came when I'm acting. You see, they had already done got me acting crazy. It ain't even been an hour.
Can you put everybody's name up so I can
I want
address
to say
everybody
something,
correctly?
Freezy. I want to say something to you really quickly, because it seems like you're receptive.
Can you guys take over for just a little, because I need to step away for a minute, but I do want y'all to get to did welfare take Black men out of the home?
I got that.
I want to answer that one. Good Lord.
I'll let you guys.
Go ahead,
I want to say something to Freezy. I'll let you guys say,
Hannah.
because Freezy, it seems like you're receptive.
put everybody's
the
name up.
information.
Oh, okay. I will when I come back. Okay.
All right.
It seems like you're open to the information and you're receptive to the information. So what I want to say to you is I think that I would like for you to try to appreciate the relationship between cause and effect, right? So even if there was a caricature of Black women that they're extroverted or loud or strong, or really I wouldn't say masculine, but in a patriarchy, when other groups of men see women doing the brunt of the work, which is how it's been, yeah, they're going to attribute that characteristic or that adjective to Black women. I understand it, but I need you to appreciate the relationship and the connection between cause and effect. Because Black men were not contributing as much as they should have been, Black women had to pick up their slack, right? Because Black men are not making as much money as they need to make, Black women have to go out and they have to work in the job force, the labor force, right? Because Black women are not being protected in the community, because they're vulnerable, they don't have any insulation, any protection. They have to protect themselves. So that means as an effect, they will be superimposed into positions of strength and power. Because if a man is not going to step up and defend a woman, she's going to do it herself. It's self-preservation. That's what we're going to do every single time. So I need you to appreciate that relationship. And I need you to also understand that when you're complaining about masculine women, you're complaining about yourselves. When you're complaining about the attitude that Black women have, about them being loud, and this is not to take accountability away, but I just need, psychologically, you have to understand when a group of women have been historically unsafe, unprotected, disenfranchised, marginalized, this is what's going to happen. We are going to get in a position where we, by default, the baseline is going to be protect the self at all costs. Even if that means you get loud, even if that means you're fighting grown men and you know you should not be. But if Black women don't have a community that fosters protection of Black women, you can't then get angry at their response. It's cause and effect. Every action or lack thereof has a reaction. And I noticed you very nonchalantly, and I like that about you. You nonchalantly brought up Loving versus Virginia. I want you to do some research, and I'll give you the names, but do some research, because before that, you had several cases of Black men who petitioned the Supreme Court for access to white women, to marry white women. Pace versus Pace versus Alabama. This is 16 years after the emancipation of slavery. Only 16 years after the emancipation, you guys were knocking on the Supreme Court door like this. Can we marry Becky now? You also have Perez B. Davis, I believe, 1948 versus the Supreme Court. You have McLaughlin versus the Florida Supreme Court in 1964. All of these, Freezy, I want you to understand, predate Loving versus Virginia. All of these, I want you to understand, are the reasons that Loving versus Virginia could ever happen. Because those precedents were already set legally. So that's how the law works. When you petition the Supreme Court, that is how it works. So these things happened before Loving in Virginia. I want you to go ahead in the search engine and Google it, and you can tell me if you can find an instance of Black women doing the same thing. But I just gave you I gave you years, I gave you names. Do some research. Don't come up here and say Loving versus Virginia. You don't have all the facts. I'm telling you that Black men have been doing it first. They've been doing it for longer, and only 16 years after the emancipation of slavery. That is a problem.
Freezy, 1 minute. Eso, I do want you. Can you look me up on IG and send me a message, and I will send you the link, because this is a closed panel and I don't want to invite too many people onto the panel. I want all the ladies to be able to shine a night and have their time to talk. But so Eso, I do want you to come up though. So if you can find me on IG, I'm Juana Chica, and I'll send you the link. Haran.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Hello, ladies. What's going on, Freezy?
Yes, and to Anna's point, that's a very public way to show how much you like white women, right? To file, to petition, to like have access to white, like that's a very public thing to do.
Well, I got to respond to what she
that
said.
also shows, hey, like, okay, Freezy, I'll let you respond, but let me let Haran, because he's been waiting for a little bit, and I want to get your take, Haran, so far on what's the conversation that's been had. What you got to add, Haran?
I think it's a much layered conversation when we're asking if black men hate black women. Personally, I think no. I will say that it's very much so misguided anger, which showcasing basically an inability to process said anger effectively and efficiently. And the anger is really due to circumstance. And sadly, due to that state, they take out their emotions. We tend to take out our emotions and our feelings out on the closest thing within our proximity, which is unfair and is unhealthy. Now, there are other elements that need to also be addressed that I've witnessed myself. Um, there are times when I've had misguided anger, but I've also witnessed emotional dependency and also very unrealistic expectations. And when you enter into a situation with someone, whether it be a marriage, a courting, whatever it is, you have to really ask yourself before you even go down that road. Are you looking for a partner or are you looking for an enabler? It goes for men and women. Do you really want a partner, someone who is going to be with you, objective about the road you go down, who will who will be in some sense your counsel in terms of your leadership, so on and so forth? Will you trust that counsel? Because that counsel that you have, the woman that you choose, is a direct reflection of your ability to lead. Because if you chose the wrong woman, then you really aren't really ready to be a leader.
So you think that black men do love black women, but it's also kind of our choice to choose the right partner, so that your perception of that is different, I guess.
Well,
I'm trying to get you. I
essentially,
want to get your point, because I'm gonna give you one more minute, because I really want to get to the next question.
all
But
right, not a problem at all. Not a
yeah,
problem at all. Let me
tell
let me
me what
just
you.
wrap it up.
Yeah.
Let me just wrap it up real quick. Look, at the end of the day, let's just put this in a nutshell. First of all, in terms of unrealistic expectations, the woman that you get with isn't your mother, man. She's not your mom. She's not responsible for pouring love into you or whatever it is that we have these expectations in terms of the people that we get with. She's a partner. What I mean? You should come to the table with what I mean, healthy amount of of yourself as much as possible. We all have issues. We're all broken, but we all have to do the work to ensure that we get involved in a situation with as less trauma as possible. So, in short, what I mean, I know Anna likes to, what I mean, look at things from a macro level, but a lot of this can only really be fixed on the micro level. And look at it in a sense like this: if you want to change politics on a national level, a lot of that stuff has to happen locally, and the idea spreads. So yes, I can say that there are issues in the community on both ends, but the onus should be on black men to basically strengthen themselves to be stronger leaders. Because when you go to your job and you're having issues at your job, what I mean, and if your boss says, what I mean, says that, what I mean, numbers are down, what should we do? You're gonna look at this dude like he's an idiot. But what do you mean? What should I do? You're the boss. You're the CEO. You're the guy in charge. You should be telling us what we should be doing, and you should be coming to the table with a whiteboard. So that is, I mean, a nutshell. I know you have to get to other things. I'll speak on a couple other things afterwards when I get my chance.
We can't hear you, Tawana.
Sorry, I realized that after I was talking. There will be some open discussion, Haran, but I will. I want us to get to the questions because I really want to hear you guys' thoughts on it. for everyone. Try to keep it to 5 minutes. But if you can't, I understand. Like especially the ladies from the ladies' room, because I invited them. If they need to take longer, that's fine. But everyone else, like, let's just try to keep it.
Can I say one thing about the question that's up right there?
Haran. Okay, I'm gonna let you say one more thing. Go ahead.
And just one more thing. Personally speaking, ain't nobody taking me out of my own home. That's just it.
Thank you.
Ain't nobody throwing me out of my house.
Thank you.
Nobody.
Let's talk about welfare, because this
that sounds good, Haran.
This is the craziest argument.
I mean, it is. I mean, you also have the choice, brother.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
If you also have the choice.
Here's the thing, Haran. A lot of men think the welfare took them out the home, and so because this is one of the talking points of the men who said, yeah, he agrees, we do hate Black women, and this is why. This was a talking point. One of the first is that government assistance took them out the home, kicked them out the homes. So what say y'all to that comments? And I let me start with the lady. Let me start with Ashley. Go ahead, Ashley.
So people do not have a very good understanding about the history of welfare. Black men have bought into the stereotypes that white people have circulated about Black women and welfare. Okay, so take a moment, erase Shaniqua down the street who keep popping out babies, who got designer purses, and you think she using her welfare check to get it. Cross her out your mind for a minute. Let's talk about the big picture and let's talk about the history. First off, if you're talking about our history of welfare, a lot of women who received welfare was intended for single women. Okay, so the men were not even in the homes to begin with. It was specifically created for single mothers. Freezy, this is fact. Okay, you got to get off Kevin Samuel's show and all these other YouTube channels and just go read, because welfare was created for single mothers. Okay, they already weren't the men. A lot of them already were not in the home for one reason or the other. Now, if you listen to a lot of our elders, they will tell you stories about how there were married women who used welfare, and the men knew, when the government was about to come, they had to go to a neighbor's house. I know all of us know somebody who could share a story like this, right? The men knew the deal. They had to go down the street to the neighbor's house. They had to clean up the house, try to make it appear as though a man wasn't in the house, right? But welfare itself was intended for single mothers, okay? Women who didn't have a husband in the home to begin with, okay?
Ronald Reagan first was originated for white people. Let's put that out there.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Mostly white. The biggest recipients of white people, of welfare are white people. But Black women, and I'm talking about in our community, right? It was intended for people who needed it, and usually single mothers would receive the benefits, right? So a lot of the narrative, Ronald Reagan put out a story all in support of his campaign for presidency about the welfare queen, all right? And it was all based on a woman named Linda Taylor, okay? She was actually misusing and abusing the welfare system. And he built a whole story, all these, these tropes about women, specifically Black women, as being a welfare queen. That's where that term came from. It didn't come from Black men. Black men use it, right? But it came from Ronald Reagan, right?
It was a dog whistle.
Right. And so if you think about it, welfare was not enough for people to survive. You could have multiple kids, and I think you would get around $350 a month. That was for your rent, for your gas, everything. And then, of course, some people they created SNAP for food and all of that. But welfare provided very little for people. Okay. And there was a time in our community where there was a stigma around people who had welfare, so women weren't happy to be on welfare. They weren't like, ooh, let me go get this check from the government. They
but can you also,
lives.
But Ashley, can you also, because I see in the chat, can you also please specify the amount of time that man in the house rule was in play? Just for the
okay, so
like a year.
Accepted welfare. The men can't be in the house. First off, the men were not in the house. You all keep saying that they already were not in the house. These women were not divorcing their husbands for welfare.
But that rule was only on the books for like 2 years, though, like 1962 to 1964, and then they outlawed it. So.
So first of all, the requirements for welfare is income eligibility. Okay, so anyone, a couple, a married couple, whomever can apply for benefits. But if your husband or wife, if the income exceeds the income limit, you will not be approved. And so, because of congressional notes, there are historical facts and I guess documents that show Black women were being taken to court for fraud because they were hiding their men in the home, and the men were not reporting income so that the woman could get benefits. There is like historical, there's documentation of this. So the men were hiding.
Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere.
The women were not leaving their husbands for a $350 check, and then they always say, oh, they would get more. No, this is important because Black men continue to lie. You all do not tell the truth and you don't want to hear it. But Black women were not kicking Black men out of their homes.
No.
Like if you had a husband, it didn't even make sense. You have to be a complete imbecile to leave your husband to make a $350 check. And then for every additional child, you will only get about $25. It doesn't even make sense. And where can you verify that women were divorcing their husbands to keep welfare? Like you can't verify that at all. Like there's
can I add something to
that?
Can I let Raven go? But Freezy and Alicia, I know you all have some speaking points, but let me let Raven go because she did ask, and I'll let you guys go next.
It's just strange for me because like Black men fought for integration, and this is literally a part of integration. Welfare, food stamps, all of that was literally what Martin Luther King, everybody, we need to survive over. That's what y'all wanted, right? That's what y'all wanted. So what you mad about? So
just like throw Rosa Parks all the way in the trash. Just throw it in the trash.
Freezy, man, we fall with the leaders, right?
Let's talk about Rosa Parks.
Oh no, hold on. I just want to say one more thing about the welfare. Just one last thing, because if men were so disgruntled and concerned with being pushed out of their homes as a result of their women receiving public assistance, I just want to question. This is a question to the panel. Does anyone know who petitioned and lobbied to have that rule overturned? Was it a Black man or a Black woman?
I don't know. That's a good question.
It was a Black woman. So to me, again, the behavior is not indicative with what you're saying. It was a Black woman that had it overturned. It wasn't Black men who got together and said, we want to be in our children's homes and lives. We want to provide. No, they were helping skimming off of the checks. They were happy doing that. Best believe. There's no evidence that Black men advocated on behalf of their families. At that time, it was a Black woman who had it overturned. Enough, Freezy. Stop copying, please. It's enough with you.
You guys are just
the thing for me is not only just that.
Hold on, let Raven finish. Go ahead, Raven.
It's not just the fact that this is the system that Black men told us that we had to join and they wanted to fight and we were behind them fighting into. Like she said, they got into the system, didn't rally to make any laws change. They just integrated, and that was really how they satisfied all that with the angry Black men. But it's strange to me because this whole welfare out the home thing just completely negates the entire crack, heroin, pimp epidemic where Black men were literally still using the same tax dollars in prison. You think that you were paying for your own hot in a cot? You were not. It was tax dollars. So if we're going to say that Black women were welfare queens, well, the taxpayers paying for you to sit up in jail too. And come on now, the incarceration rate was through
we
the
all
roof.
using public assistance.
Thank you. So
Well,
we're just gonna say,
welfare
well,
really,
you shouldn't
really
exist because
misunderstanding.
of
Really,
whatever.
really.
That was a great
Let's
point because that
understand,
is
if
public
welfare
assistance.
is the problem, if welfare and public assistance is the problem, that's the only problem, then every time y'all go to jail and we send y'all money, we got to pay taxes on that. That's the problem as well. Commissary is a problem. All that is a problem. But you can't pick and choose and say, oh, it's only a problem because those poor Black women had to take care of the kids that the Black men went to jail and left. It's historical evidence of a crack epidemic. Dolomite wasn't created by a bunch of white men. It was Black men who wanted to put out a pimp and rape. Terrible culture. Nobody was behind them poking them with a gun and say, go out there and make pimping cool. That's what y'all wanted to do, regardless if you had 2-parent households or not. So, I mean, make it make sense. If welfare is the problem and public assistance is the problem, let that be the problem. But don't all of a sudden act like Black men shouldn't have to be accountable for all the taxpayer dollars they use to house y'all. It's not okay.
Let me let Freezy get in there because I know Freezy, he trying to get in there. Okay, go ahead, Freezy. Respond.
Man, shout out to I think his name is in chat. Kelvin Cook. You put the comment up earlier.
Yes, Kevin Cook had a good point.
Listen, shout out to Kevin Cook.
And Kendall did too. I wanted to shout out Kendall, but I can't find your point, Kendall. But Kelvin, his name is Kelvin Cook. He had a good point.
Cook. Yeah. Listen. Shout out to Kevin Cook, another Black man who don't spend all his time listening to Kevin Samuels, Ashley, okay? The man brought out some facts. In 1935 was when welfare was created.
For white people.
Listen, 1935 it was created.
And Black people were out in 1964.
It was created for white women.
Just let me finish.
It was 1935. It was for white. It was white. It was for poor white people.
I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there.
Come on and get there. You come on now. No,
I'm trying. It was created. It was created for white women because their husbands was off to war, and it was aid. Listen, it was aid for white women because their husbands was out to war in 1935. Now you can fact check me if you want, because I read quite the contrary. Okay, and then it progressed. As progression came in 1960s, roughly 1970s, after the Vietnam War, Black women understood they can start taking advantage of these same benefits.
That's true.
This is true.
That is true.
This is true. So you got hold on, listen. You got a Black man. You got a Black man on this panel who knows his history. You just can't spew out just BS. I know my history, okay? And so I want to pose a question. I want to pose a question to what's his name? He got the circle on Herman DeMarco. That's his name.
Are you talking about Haran?
Haran DeMarco. He said nothing would make him leave his family, right? That's very noble of you, Haran. That's very noble, and it sounds good.
Or my husband. Nothing will make.
Okay,
welfare ain't gonna kick him out of his.
Okay,
home.
let me ask him a question.
Government cheese and a $300.
Listen,
right.
If you were in a lot of Black men's situation under welfare in these welfare situations, let me tell you something. You're either going to leave by choice or by force. By choice or by force. Trust me.
That's
Listen.
what is the leader.
Wait.
Hold on, let me finish. Because I want to pose a question to you.
Wait 1 second.
No, hold on, bro. Bro, let me pose a question to you, bro, so you can see where I'm coming from. Okay. Because you haven't been in a lot of these Black men situations. You just speaking hypothetically. You speaking hypothetically, bro. Let me tell you something. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Let Haran respond.
First of all, the court. We all know that the courts are more friendly to the Black woman than it is the Black man. So if you know
that's
this,
a lie.
That's not a lie.
No,
so if you know this, statistically, it's not a lie. It's not a lie. So listen,
statistically, that's a lie.
I'm trying to ask Haran a question. I'm talking to another Black man on this panel. I'm asking you a question. If you, let's just say you serve time in prison. You're in prison reform. You got out. You're trying to get on your feet with your baby's mom. She let you stay there. Now she has the power because it's her
Not
house.
your wife. Not your wife. Your baby's
Bingo.
mom.
I didn't say what. Listen, I didn't see you trying to stereotype. I didn't say whether that was his wife or not.
Stereotyped
Yes,
it.
baby
It's
mom.
your scenario. You're the baby
Mom.
mother.
Listen,
It's your
newsflash: men in
scenario.
prison do have wives too.
But
should
you
have
said
that
baby
then.
mom. You didn't say your wife. You said your baby
Okay,
mom. That's
your
what
wife,
you said.
your wife, your
What
wife,
does
your
this have
wife.
to do with
Listen, I'm
welfare?
asking Haran a question. Let me ask you a question, Haran.
Go ahead.
If you're in prison reform, right, and you're out of prison, and you moved in with your wife, you moved back in with your wife. She's adopted welfare. She has the power of the house. She has control. Right now, if you get into it with your wife, and you guys can't see eye to eye, and she calls the authorities. Let me ask you a question. You on probation? Let me ask you a question. Are you gonna stay there like a fool, or are you gonna leave like a man with sense?
Why is the wife calling the authorities on you?
I'm asking him a
Can I answer
question.
this question?
Okay,
I'm going
I
to do
think
two
that's
things.
You're acting like this doesn't happen.
If y'all
Does
don't
it have
keep,
something to do with these domestic violence?
Oh my God!
Listen.
So
Hold
he's
on.
beating on her.
Hold on,
Now he's beating on
everybody.
her.
Because
No, answer the question, Haran.
Hold on, Freezy. Because Talking Head is in this comment section talking crazy. If y'all don't get him out of my comment section, don't come over here talking crazy. Okay? Please don't get me to drill on your little stupid. Your name is Talking Head because you probably suck. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't come in my comment section. You boy, listen. I'm trying to keep my image clean, but do not.
You're trying to be a rapper now. You talking about you coming up with the puns.
Where are
and
the black
everything,
men
woman.
protecting
for
Wanda
real?
in the chat?
Y'all need to
Where
block
are the black
him,
men protecting
right
Wanda
now.
in the chat? Why aren't they? Why
Like
aren't
he
they
didn't lost
protecting
his
Wanda
dang on mind coming up in my
in
chat.
the chat?
Yeah,
That's right.
like you want to talk stuff behind the avatar. Don't do that.
Answer my question, Haran.
This is a
All right, go
multi-layered
ahead,
question. It's a multi-layered question. I'm going to also.
No, it's not multi-layered. I posed the situation. I want you to answer it.
Sir, Freezy, I'll let you speak. Okay. Now, please
Yes,
sit
sir.
back and
Yes,
give
sir.
me a second. Thank you. Now, number one, let's just call it what it is. If you got to leave, you put yourself in the situation because you came out of jail. Why did you
Oh
go
my
to jail?
fucking. Okay, go ahead.
Why did you go to jail? By going to jail, you're basically putting yourself in a vulnerable situation. Period.
Bro.
Can you answer that? Is that
Bro,
a yes
I
or no
just
question?
said this man got
Is
out of
that a
prison
yes
under
or no?
prison reform.
Is
Do you know
that
what prison reform
Is
is?
that a
No
yes?
Do
Is that
you
a
know
yes
what
or no
prison
question?
reform is, bro?
No accountability, Freezy.
Listen.
Do you know what prison reform is, bro?
You're
Obviously,
getting
you didn't hear my
emotional.
question.
Prison
You're getting
reform means he went to
emotional.
prison.
Listen
No,
to
it does not.
logic right
So
now.
he went.
Listen to logic. You're getting emotional.
Right.
You are vulnerable because you went to jail. Okay? When you go to jail, you are vulnerable. That is period, point blank. That goes for then, now, and in the future. Why you went to jail, I have no clue. That's on you. Now, if I didn't go to jail, I am in the position to say I'm not leaving the home because I'm not vulnerable. That's number one. Now, number two, I'll talk about my own life right now. So we could put it all on the table so nobody thinks that I'm being self-righteous right now. First of all, my child's mother and I, we are not together. We made that decision after 5 years that it was best that we both go our separate ways. Now, my child's mother and I, do I pay child support? Yes, I do, but not through the courts because we didn't have to do that. We made a solid decision on how much, I would be spending per month. And I'm not going to sit here and get into the numbers, but let's just say my child's in private school and she's in a big ass house. So I put myself in a position to ensure that even though I'm not in the home, my child will number one still know who her father is. You know what I mean? I will still be
Wait, so you're not
around.
in the home?
And she what? Can you slow
Oh
down
my
for a
God,
second?
man.
Can you? First of all, sir, I was in the home for 5 years. Did you hear that part? We
So
both
why
made
aren't
a
you in the
conscious
home?
decision. We both made a conscious decision that it was not. It was in both of our
Bro,
best interests.
you
On.
contradicting
No,
yourself, bro.
Are you slow? Are you a slow person? Are you a slow
Bruh,
person? What is your IQ level?
bro,
Can
you
you rattle your
contradicting yourself, bro.
skull and your marbles shake back and
You
forth?
got a baby mama, bro. Just call it what it is, bro. You got a baby mama, bro.
No,
All
I
these
have
women,
a
all of
child's
these women
mother.
on the
I have
panel,
a
they're
child's
talking
mother,
about
sir.
you.
You got a baby mama.
I ain't got no kids, bro.
Nigga.
I don't have no
You
kids,
ain't
bro.
got
And I just got married. I just got married a couple
You
days
ain't got
ago,
no
bro.
kids. You ain't
These
got no
women, these
kids, and
women
you
are
got the
talking about
nerve
you while you're
to
trying
sit
to
here.
pander on
Look
this
at
panel.
you. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Why? Because I ain't like your boys kinging them.
Bro, don't, bro. I'm freezy.
All over
I'm
somebody.
freezy, bro.
I ain't jumping all
Are
over
y'all
the
like
women.
gonna talk
I
about
ain't
the
jumping
question, or we gonna move
This
on?
man
No,
ain't making
but
no damn
freezy will
sense.
not be
behaving like
This
a
man,
woman.
he ain't even in his
Why are
home,
you?
and
Why are
he
you
just
feminine?
said
Why are
earlier
you
there would be
feminine?
nothing stopping
You
him
got a
from
whole
leaving
lot
his
of
home.
feminine
He ain't
energy
even
right
in
now,
his
Freezy.
home, and he got a damn
Freezy.
baby mama. So you
Freezy.
know, I know
Freezy.
goddamn well he would
Crackers,
leave if his
Wales,
baby mama was
sauces.
on
Look at this dude.
welfare.
He's melting down.
Man,
He's
Man,
bro,
melting
you ain't
down.
making no
All
damn
right,
Look
so
at
sense.
we
you.
can't
May
at this
I
point.
interject?
Yeah,
May,
we can't hear neither one of
yeah,
y'all. So
neither
let
one
me
of
let
y'all
Miss
are
Look
Javonda.
at you.
Let me
may
let
I
Miss
interject?
Javonda
Saucy
talk. Go
You
nigga.
ain't
ahead.
making no
May
damn
I
Look at
sense,
you,
interject?
man.
saucy nigga.
Go
May,
ahead, Miss
You
may,
Javonda.
saucy.
gentlemen, may I interject, please?
Please go ahead, Miss Javonda.
Thank you.
Please, be the voice of reason right now, man.
Um,
Okay.
Man, you got a baby mama, man.
Okay,
And you got
may I interject?
okay, y'all.
I'm just going to
Let's take
remind
a
you
break.
guys.
Go ahead.
I just for those of y'all on the panel who don't know, I'm a therapist by trade. So a lot of what I'm going to say is going to go back to attitudes, beliefs, learned behavior. Your thinking controls your behavior every day of the week. So when certain thoughts and certain beliefs are taught to a person, then and attitudes, then you're going to behave in a certain way. So let me just say that as a sidebar. What I was going to say, and I'm sorry that I interrupted you, Mr. Freezy, but what I was going to say was in 1935, welfare was not originally created for Black people. It was not originally created for the white woman. Welfare was created due to the Great Depression for those dependents that needed the assistance. They first targeted the elderly, and let's just be honest, it was the white elderly, okay, that were suffering through the Great Depression, okay? Fortunate enough to have a great grandmother who lived through the Great Depression. She told me all about it, and there was little to no government support given to Black people at that time. Black people did what they had to do all the time. They got stuff done. So let me just say this. That's my first point about welfare. The second point I want to make is I like what the gentleman said about no one can forcefully make him leave his home. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when you talk about the 60s and you talk about the Vietnam War, a lot of Black women became single mothers because of, men getting deployed to the war. But then let's talk about the after effects of the Vietnam War. Let's talk about the heroin trade. Let's talk about a lot of Black men choosing to use and sell heroin in their own communities, okay? One of my philosophies that I really work with clients on when they're trying to make a behavior change is that the first step is understanding that your behavior is a choice. No one forcefully makes you do anything. You develop some thoughts and attitudes and beliefs about something, and they either do one or two things. They're either going to deter you from making certain decisions, or they're going to promote you to make certain decisions. There was a promotion for Black people to get involved with drugs for a reason, okay? There was a promotion for that, all right? So this whole theory that Black women adopted and we embraced welfare, I don't know any of my family members that were Black women back then that ended up raising their kids by themselves. I have yet to hear one say she wanted the welfare and that she wanted you to leave the home. No one can make you do anything. That behavior is a choice. Okay. So certain circumstances happen and you either deal or you don't deal. And I think a lot of this that we're discussing tonight is why, if men want to see accountability, why not just be the change that you want to see? Why not start with yourself first versus, okay, sisters, this is what y'all did wrong, and then kind of just brush past what you did. Okay. So we can't talk about welfare without talking about some of these things. Okay. Nobody can push you out of the home. I do not believe that. I don't think, I
Listen,
think circumstances. I think
I'm sorry for
circumstances
raising my
happen.
voice earlier.
I think
I'm
circumstances
sorry.
happen.
No
I'm
problem.
sorry
No
for raising my
problem,
voice
Freezy.
earlier.
Let Javonda finish her point though.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
don't
I'm
have to
sorry. Go ahead.
apologize. You don't have to apologize. Well, I guess maybe to Haran because
I ain't got to
y'all was the
apologize to
ones
him. He's
fighting.
he's
You
a
know,
damn hypocrite. The man a hypocrite.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not a hypocrite.
Freezy, how you
I'm not a
gonna
hypocrite.
apologize
so
and
Explain that.
then call the man a hypocrite in the same? So
He was
let's just
apologizing
so
for
we
joking.
I mean, in order
let's
for us
let
to get to,
Javonda let's let Javonda finish her point,
I,
and then we can talk from there.
another thing they taught us to do is to not hear each other when if the circumstances do not match up with what I've been through. That's another thing that was taught to us. So I think it's important that we hear each other's circumstances out. But it's funny how these circumstances are so different, but the information that has been taught to us, that self-hate that Kenan talked about, it's just getting taught the same, and so many of us have adapted it, it's really disturbing. So we got to dismantle that, and I think the way we do that is that we have to, consider the benefits of hearing each other out.
Yeah.
I think for any Black man to suggest that welfare is a tool that Black women use to push a man out of the home, again, I'm gonna end it with this. Growing up in the Southern Black family I grew up in, had a woman in my family that lived through the early 1900s, the 20s, the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. She died in 2006. I have never heard her or heard any of the women in my family say, "Oh, well, I'm glad he's gone and now I can get this check." I worked for the Department of Family and Children Services a little time in my career, and I can tell you welfare is not even enough in most cases to pay maybe two, bills, or to even make a mortgage payment or to make rent right now. Okay. I think that we fought for the right to get government aid, and it is what it is, but to suggest that Black women adopted that to destroy the Black man, that's an extreme, and that's a statement that is used to again take out the part of self-accountability for men. And that's
Can
what I'm
I add one more little piece to the end of that too?
Yes, absolutely.
Well said, too.
Just one more little piece.
Go ahead,
I just need everybody to understand. This is why you have to understand history. You have to become media literate. You have to understand the messages that are being promoted to you. And you all have to understand that welfare did not become Black. The face of welfare did not become Black until it became a tool to use politically to make it unpopular, to try to dismantle it. Because they know, again, that Black women are the least protected, the least respected, seen as the worst of the worst, getting something that don't belong to them, that they don't deserve, because they all of these things. So they make them the face of it, and then you can dismantle it. You can get rid of it. Even though they are not the biggest users of it, they're made the face of it. And all the negative stereotypes that go along with it, there's a reason for that. So it's important to us that we not sitting up there latching on to it in 2022, talking about welfare kick the Black man out the home. It's stupid.
Can I add one thing? One small thing.
Go ahead, Annalise.
I also have to say, Freezy, if Black men are really running around saying that welfare, which essentially enabled women and children and families to just teeter and float at the level of poverty, you're rendering, I need you to understand, you're rendering yourself ineffective. If you couldn't do that, if you were not there to the extent that you could not even keep them at the poverty level, and the government had to step in, you're rendering yourself ineffective as men, ineffective as fathers, and ineffective as husbands. That's an L. Take your L and go home. Don't run around with this white supremacist talking point. It makes Black men look weak.
Listen, I agree with you. Listen, and Alicia, I agree with you. Just let me tell you something. I'm not this Black dude on panels just because it comes out of your mouth. I'm just gonna automatically disagree with you. No, I do agree with you. Okay, but I gotta give a little pushback. Okay, when the police can make you leave your home. They can make, first of all, it wasn't the Black man. In some incidences, somebody put in the in the chat, deadbeat dads were walking out on their family. This is true.
Well, let me read what Kendall said. He said, yeah, but it was a lot of white. He wanted to make sure he highlighted.
Oh, okay, white. No, let's stick on.
Hold on, but let me just say this to Kendall. Yeah, and if that was the norm in their communities, then we can call them absentee fathers.
That's true, but we're not dealing with white guys right now.
They are marrying their women. Okay, they are not abandoning their women. Their rates are higher, much higher than ours. So please, why don't y'all copy? Why did y'all copy the small minority of them that are deadbeat dads? Why can't you copy the men that are marrying their wives and doing the great things? Why can't we? If you want to emulate white culture, why don't you take the good parts? Instead, y'all hone in on the bad.
The degeneracy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, they some deadbeat dads. So guess what? We gonna be some deadbeat dads. So, like, what is that to even mention?
And Freezy, don't talk about police. Freezy, don't talk about police. Okay. Statistically, do you know who underreports crime at the highest rate?
Black women.
Black women who underreport every time. And we know black men don't ever pick up the phone.
They love Pookie and Ray Ray.
Never.
They love Pookie and Ray Ray.
Police. This is a misnomer. It's a misrepresentation. It's not true. Listen, Black women are getting their ass beat. Black women they're not relying on the police to their own detriment. I disagree with it.
And Alicia,
I advocate on behalf of call the damn police if he breathes on you the wrong way. Don't trust them with your life.
But you're speaking to my point. That's what I was agreeing with. I agree with you. Black men should be held accountable, right? And Ashley said something earlier in the panel. First of all, I want to say this and to want to know. I made it my business as a black man that can be credible and sit up here on these panels and back up what I say. I don't just pander to women because I'm on a panel with a bunch of black women. No, I actually care and I actually want results. Okay, I purposely didn't have any kids. I purposely was very careful about who I was going to marry.
Oh, and then you're married. And then you got married.
Men cannot have kids if they don't want them.
I did that. I did. Listen to what I'm saying.
A woman needs to choose better and close her legs.
Listen.
So
hold
amazed.
on. Wait. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, because I don't want what I'm saying to get misconstrued.
I'm gonna let you go next because you've been waiting patiently. And
okay,
I want him to be able to give his points as well, Issa.
Okay, I'm gonna make this quick.
But you know what? You better be good, Issa, because I know you. You know you ready to.
No, that's my boy. Okay. That's my boy.
No, he's good.
But I'm gonna make this quick. But what I'm saying is that Pookie and Ray Ray do exist, and I agree with Tawana.
Cop out. Y'all
hold on, listen. I agree with
cop out because 30 minutes ago he wanted us to sympathize with Pookie and Ray Ray when they get out of jail.
No.
Stop scapegoating the same.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. What I'm saying is, Tawana says this all the time. Pookie and Ray Ray does not have a specific face. We try to
y'all made it up to not be accountable for the community. So y'all made up a caricature of a man that you can put everything on. Every bad behavior that we ever bring up, y'all can just dismiss it as a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Pookie and Ray Ray. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Okay, go ahead.
Because Tawana says this all the time, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Pookie and Ray Ray is the dude up the street. Pookie and Ray Ray is your homeboy. Pookie and Ray Ray, it could be. What I'm saying is, it doesn't.
I actually think it's Percy and Tyrone.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying.
Chris,
education is not.
It's no Pookie archetype.
I'm trying to make a point. I'm actually agreeing. Listen. I agree with Annalicia, and I'm agreeing with Tawana.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing.
You know what, Mr. Research TV? We don't care if you think it's combative, okay? So you can keep your comments to yourself. And if you want to come on and cam up and you wanna like show your face and say something directly to us, then do that. Other than that, shut up.
Yeah. Let me say something to Lucky's comment.
Hold on, wait. Let me finish. Okay. Pookie, I agree with you, Tawana. It's not a stereotype.
Yeah.
It's just irresponsible men. That's it. We can just chalk it up with that.
Yeah, four against one because you think that women are in competition with men. You are a loser. Women, we do not compete with men. We compete with other women. Black women show you on a daily basis that we compete with other white women. We're getting educated. In some stats, we are exceeding them in education. We're competing with them in the economic. We're actually making only 50 cents less than white women in the same roles and same position with the same education level. We're competing with white women. We know who to compete with. We don't compete with y'all. You the only dummy in the comments comparing black women to black men. We not doing that. We know who our competition is. Y'all need to learn who your damn competition is. You dummy.
Let me
I'm tired of them.
Okay.
I'm
So
sorry.
what I was saying.
No, I'm done. No. I'm about to drill him for a little bit longer because he's never came in the comments talking crazy. You being stupid.
Let it go, girl.
You're being dumb. No.
We don't have to compete with them.
We don't let trolls
He's
go.
missing it.
What? I will block you. Yeah, I do name
We don't
call.
have
Yes,
to compete with him. For some reason, he feels like we do, but he's
just
losing.
block him, Tawana. Just block him.
No, but let me say something to Lucky.
After I tell him what I feel, then I will block
Freezy
him.
wanted to finish. I want to hear what Freezy has to say because we can't even address it if we can't hear it.
So
we know
what I'm saying is I agree with Annalicia's notion and Tawana's notion about Pookie and Ray Ray. But I do want to say this. Black women should be tired of repeating this cycle. If black women having sex with these dudes, right? They're having sex with these same dudes. If I was a black woman, I would teach my daughter, listen, your father, this irresponsible man, your sperm donor, the guy that I chose to have sex with, I'm going to teach you to make better choices because I don't want you to be in the same situation that I'm in.
You think that that's not happening?
Hold on, listen what I'm saying.
No. Hold on. Pause.
Wait, let me finish, Miss Hill, and let me finish. Let me get my point out because you keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting me. Let me get my point out. Chill.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Go ahead.
What is the percentage of men you think are Pookies and Ray Rays versus which ones are acceptable ones that women should be?
Listen, the women on this panel should be able to tell me that because you guys.
No, you're the one who has the Pookie and Ray Ray thing. So I want to know how many men you think
literally brought up Pookie and Ray Ray.
Listen. What I'm saying is this.
What are you
this
saying?
is what I'm saying because I don't want to get derailed. What I'm saying is this.
I want to hear.
You should teach your daughters to get married first. What happened to that?
Teach your sons to get married first.
No, wait. Listen, what I'm saying. What I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
We teaching our kids
listen.
Teaching boys to go out of bed as
These men can't listen. Miss Hill. Newsflash, Miss Hill. Newsflash. The men aren't predominantly out here raping women. Women do not have to listen. Women do not have to listen. Women do not have to voluntarily open their legs to men until they get married.
Men don't have to have sex with the women either until they get married.
What I'm telling you is the commitment should be put on the man. The pressure should be put on
the boys to be more committed as well.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. You just glossing over what I'm saying. Tawana, this is the problem. This is the problem.
I have a question.
This is the problem.
Sorry.
This is the problem now. I just told Miss Hill. I just told Mrs. Hill. She telling me don't have sex with women until you're ready to get married. Well, I won't be able to have sex. I won't be able to listen. I won't be able to have sex with this woman until she says I can't have sex with her until we get married.
Listen, Freezy.
Go ahead, Anna.
That don't make no sense.
You cannot tell women to tell their daughters to marry a group of men who are not socialized to value marriage. You are the purveyors of marriage. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You ask for her hand. If a group of men does not value marriage, they're going to grow up and they're going to pump and dump. They're not marrying the girls that are being socialized to get married first. No, they're not getting married. Don't you understand? We have the lowest marriage rate.
Somebody said earlier they know what a good man is. Hold on, Mrs. Hill.
Hold on, let me
seriously.
Hold on, Freezy. Let
Mrs. Hill, didn't you say, Mrs. Hill, didn't you say you knew what a leader was earlier? Didn't you say you knew what okay, you said
you should be
where's my mic? I can't
marry women.
Why is this even a part of discussion? We're literally talking about crime and whatnot, and the next step became who they're sleeping with. Do y'all not think men can be gay? You think they don't like snow bunnies? Why is it? Oh, that's because they sleeping with women. You know how mentally unstable you have to be to talk about what a threat to your community is, and the first thing you say is that threat exists because them women, them men having sex. If them men were having sex, they wouldn't be a threat. That makes no sense. The threat will still exist whether they sleep with black women, black men, white men. You're gonna have to do something about it. Stop worrying
We're
about who
dealing
these
with
men are
black
smashing.
women, the black community. That's what we're
Black
talking
men
about.
sleep with black men. Black men sleep with white women.
The
Okay,
topic is do black men hate black women? That's what the topic is.
You started talking about cookies and said it had
talking
something
about
to do with
welfare,
who they
though.
sleep with.
This is
Exactly.
Freezy,
the
hold
welfare
on,
question.
Juana, let me address Lucky's comments. Can you put it back up? It's very simple.
Yeah.
Because I don't like when people.
Let me find that comment because that was important. Lucky.
No, but for me, I think it's intellectually just it's true. I think objectively it's true, but I think it's a little bit more nuanced.
Which one are you talking about? The L?
The L, exactly.
Yeah,
so
the L.
What I want people to understand is, again, cause and effect, right? Social hierarchy states that it's men, women, children, animals. So if white men are at the top, that means white women are going to be right beneath them. If black men are at the bottom, black women are going to be at the bottom. But here's what I want you to understand. A W for black men is not a W for black women, because when they truly get W's, they're marrying white women. You see, there's the dichotomy. There's the problem in the black community. A W should be a W for black men. It should be a W for black women, but it's not. So this is what we need to think about when we have these conversations. If he wins, the black community should win. But if you look at what happens when he wins, Becky wins. The white man also wins, right? Biracial children who marry white people, they also win. So let's keep it real. The numbers are not supporting the notion that an L for the no. We're going to have an L. Obviously, that's what social hierarchy states. But the W, that's the most important piece.
Yeah. So here's the thing. This is what I do here. That there needs to be kind of a reformation in our culture where we encourage marriage more, right? I feel like what we're saying is,
am I wrong for saying that?
But it's on both ends.
She's just saying that
they're unprepared
to
be husbands.
Yes, but it's got to be.
Miss Hill just said she know what a leader is.
Well,
she just said that
gotta be on both
and we're already married. So how about you talk to the unmarried men, the unmarried women, and help them out?
And that's the thing, Freezy. It's got to be based on both men understanding that, like, that hypersexual whore culture is not acceptable in the community. Like, you need to marry women, and then women also understanding the importance of marriage, because there is a lot of benefits to marriage that we don't talk about. But there is a lot of things. There's a lot of things ingrained in our culture that is against marriage. For instance, don't act like you don't know the hypersexual, sexual deviant men. And this is what, the more women you get, the more you're praying.
You don't have to have sex with them.
But that's most of y'all. It ain't. You heard my point. Pookie and Ray Ray don't exist.
We just brought out a stat.
Mr. Freezy.
We just brought out a stat 2 weeks ago.
Mr. Freezy,
we just brought out a stat 2 weeks ago that 50% of men in their 30s are childless.
Yeah, but
we just went over that.
Matter. Most of them have sex with that in their 40s.
Mr. Freezy.
Hold on.
Mr. Freezy.
That's a lie.
Mr. Freezy.
Now that's a lie. Oh, you want to be a lie?
Mr. Freezy.
Pull the stats and see this.
Go ahead, Tawana.
60% of men over 30 have children. Go to the
Exactly.
It's not hard.
Do y'all see this?
Percentage of men who are fathers. Like I have said this so many times.
That's
family
interesting.
continues to tell
Crazy.
the lie
Do you
that
see
only
this?
50% of black men have children, and that is not true.
Okay.
Nowhere.
Okay, Ashley, let me talk about this stat. The percentage of men who are fathered by age, okay?
Everybody ain't lying on black
Look
men.
at the black community, okay? Just look at us, Freezy. 62.5% of you are fathers by the age of 30, between 30 and 39. So that, therefore, and 80% are
What
fathers
year is
after
this?
the age
What
of
year is this right
This
here?
is 2020 data. I looked up current data because I wanted to make sure that this.
That's
point
what
was
I'm
clear.
saying.
So black men, 60% of you all are fathers. So if Pookie and Ray Ray exist, it's 60% of y'all. Let's stop it.
It's 22, man. Listen.
May I say this also?
I just want you to know that.
May I say this also?
Yes.
Mr. Freezy, me and my husband been married almost 8. I'm sorry, it's a habit. So me and my husband been married almost 18 years. We have a 10-year-old daughter.
Awesome.
The responsibility of quote unquote teaching girls about boys and they got these options and they don't have to sleep with this guy. It disturbs me when I hear black men telling me, the black woman, yet again, and my panel, my co-hosts will, they probably gonna smile when I say this, the 200,000 thing that black men feel like black women need to do. And I say it like that, with sarcasm, because society has pinned all these rules on what black women can or cannot do. And the one thing that I know, me in a 2-parent home, married 18 years, that I'm trying to do, then I hear you say, oh, well, women need to teach their daughters. No, I need to parent with my husband, and my husband needs to have conversations with our daughter, and I have conversations with our daughter as a 2-parent household. Okay, let me just say that first.
That's true.
The second point that I want to make is whether she marry you after you give her the ring and y'all say the I do's, or whether she just sleeps with you, that should not determine how you're going to treat that woman moving forward. Your treatment of that woman moving forward was already developed with, again, and y'all gonna get tired of me saying this, but I have to say it, the thoughts, the attitudes and beliefs that you've already been taught about women in the first place. She can be a born-again Christian, ain't never let a man touch her a day in her life, or she can be the girl who slept with 100 men. If you have certain thoughts and attitudes and beliefs about men, okay, and how you as a man is supposed to treat a woman, you're going to go through with that behavior regardless. It is not our job to counter disrespectful, counter this inappropriate, if you want to call it. We're not built to counter bad behavior in black men. We're not built for that. Okay, we humans too, and just how you guys are telling us we got to take responsibility for our sexual choices. Be the change you want to see. Again, no, I can tell you, I've known my husband for over 20-some years. I have not changed him. I may have evoked change, but I have not changed him. He made choices. Okay, and there are consequences to all our choices. So this whole narrative of, oh, you need to teach women how to pick better. And oh, we need to teach girls not to wear this and not how to say this.
Is
and not
that
how
not
to do
true?
This. I'm just telling you.
Hold on.
She's saying don't take the responsibility. Because my whole thing is, my whole thing is this. Okay, that girl that you speak of, I only been with 2 men in my life in a relationship. I married one of them. Okay,
and that's a good choice.
I followed the rules of courtship and dating. Dated some guys, courted some guys.
Wait, hold on. So you telling me that's possible?
Wait. Let me finish.
God.
Dated some guys, courted some guys.
Yeah.
They had already predetermined how they were going to treat me. Okay, that's it. I cannot control your behavior based on my sexual choices. That's just not true.
Yes, you can.
You choose how you behave. I'm not responsible for your behavior. I'm not responsible for your behavior. I'm not buying into that.
Can I address
what he's saying is you're responsible for the behavior before you. I'm sorry. Once you pick that husband or your future husband or the guy that you want to give your body to, right? No, you can't control per se their behavior. No. But you can control whether or not that is going to be your future husband.
Exactly.
And what he's saying is, if it is say your daughter, right? You have to teach her what you look for, what you made as a discernment when you knew, okay, this is something.
Because I have a man here. That's the
you
point I'm trying to make.
Exactly. But in teaching your daughter, you have to teach her, right? Because you being a woman, you would be able to know more than a man would about what other men, how
here's
they
the
acted.
thing, Issa.
Don't men know men better than women?
But can I share what my
whole point I'm trying to make?
One minute.
Okay, yeah.
1 minute, you guys. 1 minute.
That's the whole point I'm trying to make.
1 minute. 1 minute. Because here's the thing. What we're saying is men are missing from the home. So the idea of vetting men, it doesn't exist. What you're doing is instead putting the responsibility solely on women, right? When we don't, we need the balance, right? We need the men in the home. So that's not that's not the resolution. Yes, it's something that can be done in the interim while you guys are not in the home, right? Because men are not there to help vet these men that your daughters are dating and being with. But what we're saying is that ultimately that's just kind of a short term, okay, yeah, we can teach our girls to vet. Of course we can. We can teach our girls standards and expectations. We know that. But what we're saying is that being in the home as a man is better than just saying, okay, well, just make your daughter responsible for this, and the third. So
but Chica, what I'm saying goes even further than that, though, right? Yeah, like I hear what you're saying about the man being missing out the home or whatever. I'm not even saying whether the man is missing there or whatever. My point is, right, we have a culture that promotes hypersexuality to boys by any means necessary, right? Whatever you gotta tell her. If you gotta tell her you love her, if you get whatever, you tell her the moon, the star, it don't matter. Whatever kind of tactics you have to use to get it, that is your goal. However many women you can bed, that makes you a rock star. You are the man. Your whole identity as a man is tied to how many women you can bed, how successful you are with women. That's my boy. Go ahead, go do you, right? What I'm saying is that we cannot leave that culture intact and then turn around and say, oh, well, tell your girls, they just got to choose and vet. That does not work. That is what we're doing, and it makes no sense. You have to also teach a sense of sexual responsibility and responsibility in general to like family, to children, to whatever, to your boys as well. It can't just be, oh, however you can get it, go ahead and get it. No. We got to also be looking at our boys and saying, hey, who you are as a man is not tied to how many women you can have sex with. That is not what makes you a man. Taking care of your responsibilities is what makes you a man. Stop being out here thinking you need to have sex with all of these women. You don't have to do that. As a matter of fact, you have to be even more careful than girls have to be. Because guess what? Well, if you get them pregnant, they then can make the decision whether or not to carry that pregnancy to term, not you. So therefore, you have to be super careful about where you're planting your seed so that you can try to ensure that you're there for your child. We have to be telling our boys that too. What I'm saying is we can't be missing that conversation with boys, and not even just missing it, but like I said, promoting the opposite to boys.
Let me add something.
As many women as you can. Oh, you was able to do this. Yeah, that's my guy. All this other stuff. And then, like I said, turning around and then berating and blaming the women that they was successfully bedding, that we cheering them on to do.
Okay,
can I say something? You can't have it both ways. Like we have got to find.
Anna, I'm gonna let you talk.
Make it make sense.
I'm gonna let you talk, Anna, but I gotta address some of these troll comments because, like, I feel like Daryl, like true, y'all trolling for real at this point. Like, let me just say this, okay? That most of the women on this panel are married, right? They have. But we also mentioned in the beginning how that does not qualify us somehow. That's not a marker of some sort of status over women in the panel who are not married. And we made that very clear that we're not going to speak as if, oh, being married is some badge of honor, okay? So what we're talking from is a collective. We're going to talk from the collective, y'all. So we're going to speak to it as I can talk about how great my life is. I'm sure Miss Javonda can too. And Miss Hill would love to. Her and her husband actually are on the ladies' room. And you can see that they're happy. Why do we, if we say the things that are going on in our community that we clearly witness, that is real things that's happening in our community, why is that tied to who I'm married to? Why is there a indication of me not being this and that? Why? Because that's a talking point that losers use. That's what they've done. They've done that in order to discredit me You know that's happened.
Black women.
And then don't come in my comments talking about some, oh wow, well, let's talk about this. Do you challenge those men who talk negatively about women and say the same thing? I have never saw you say, you know what? Maybe such and such, you shouldn't be talking like that about women. No, you sit in that comment, you laugh, you participate, and you are part of it. So don't come in my comments expecting me to be holier than thou. I'm not holier than thou. Actually, I'm not Michelle Obama. When they go low, I go lower. Okay? When they go low, I go even lower because I got even more stats to show.
And that's exactly what's happening with the whole sexuality thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, because they be coming in here trying to get me to be higher than high, but then they don't even check those dudes that be talking crazy when they be talking crazy about every other woman. They don't even check them dudes, but they want to check me and tell me to start being positive. No, check them. When y'all start checking them, I'll take what you say. And I'll change my tone.
Here's the irony, especially with males like Daryl. This is the dustiest male you're going to come across in your entire life. When I say dust, and like, you haven't cleaned your house in a decade. That's the kind of dust that accumulates. The human being that is Daryl. He is a baby father, but he is also submitting. He is a good Black man. He loves Black women. He protects Black women. But he weaponizes the fact that a Black woman isn't married, or if she's a single mother, or how many bodies. He's a liar and he's a fraud. And here's the okie doke that Black men try to pull. They weaponize marriage. They try to dangle it in front of you like a carrot. They try to devalue you if you're not married, and then they turn around and have the lowest marriage rate. Then they turn around, they say, oh, if you ain't married, you ain't shit. But they have the lowest marriage rate. You can't make this stuff up. You simply cannot. The hypocrisy doesn't elude me. It just does not. You are not a married man, sir. You're not in the position. The dust is flying out of your mouth. Don't speak, sir. Don't speak. And what I wanted to say to something that Miss Cannon was saying, it's interesting that Black men are talking about what Black women should be doing. Here's the thing. The studies, what the psychological studies, what they say about Black men with respect to their sexuality, because Black men, we've talked about this before, because you have no social or economic power, you seek power, the acquisition of it, through your penis, through your conquest. This is the only way in which Black men, so essentially you are bucks. Essentially you are still slaves on the plantation. Essentially, this is how you're performing socially, right? You don't have any political, social, or economic carte blanche or power, and by being hyper promiscuous, you feel that you can acquire a sense of power, or you can have a piece of the pie. It doesn't work that way. You only descend further into degeneracy, absenteeism, criminality, emotional problems, high rates of depression, the highest rates of suicide. Remember, you guys were talking about that. So make it make sense. Do you value marriage or do you value promiscuity? Because the studies don't bear out. If you value marriage the way that you're saying you do, your marriage rates would be higher. They would be higher because remember, Black men want to say that they are the most, everybody wants the Black man. They are the most desired. So that means you could pick white, you could pick Hispanic, you could pick Asian, you could pick a dog or a cat. Everybody wants you. But the studies don't bear it out, sir. Do you understand? You're getting married at the lowest clip and divorced at the highest. You understand? It doesn't even make sense that you're getting divorced more than you're getting married. I can't make this up. So stop trying to seek power. I understand slavery broke you. I get it. Black women were there too. And we have been able to transcend. Get on that level. Transcend your plight. No more buckery. Enough buckery. Either you value marriage and that is the route you go and the marriage rates will increase, or you don't, and absentee increases and your presence in the jail system increases as it is currently, or domestic violence increases as it is currently. Pick a lane. Pick one.
Wanda, can I say something?
Sure. Let me just say this, because it only takes one. Like Anna said something, not me, right? Like I responded to your comment, but it only takes one thing and then you turn on me. Like you turn on me real quick. Now you ain't never gonna support me. Now you want to expose all my secrets. It's fine. Go ahead and do that. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, you already wanted to do that because it wouldn't take just one person saying something that would turn you against me completely. But this is what I'm saying. I don't care. At this point, do what you do, right? Like, that's what you need to do. Go home, go on and do that. Truth. I was making a point that you come in here and you check me, Truth. You check me, but you sat complicit on a panel when people are talking crazy and saying the worst things about me, right? So don't check me. It's okay. If you listen, you can sit in here, you can have whatever discussion you want to have about what the ladies are saying, but don't check me when you don't check other people. That's all my point. Okay. And if you can't take that point without saying, oh, I want to expose you now, Daryl, expose. If that's what you want to do, Daryl, do it. You don't have to threaten me. You can go forward, do what you got to do. Like, I don't take, see, when I do something, when you show me that that's the person that you are, I'm going to believe you. I'm going to believe you. And now I know how to, like, I know that this is what you do and this is what you're going to do. It's fine. I'm not going to silence myself for anyone. And therefore, and I don't have anything to do with what other people think about you. Okay. I don't have anything to do with that. That's not my place to silence people. Just like you said on the panel, when people discuss me and talk crazy about me, you sit there. You sit there as well. So don't get mad at me for sitting here. All right, y'all. I'm sorry. I every once in a while I gotta read the troll, like the comments and stuff. And here's okay, Haran. I'm sorry, Haran wanted to respond.
Yeah, I just want to share a few things. Number one, I noticed in a lot of these spaces, especially when you're a man, if you're not immediately on the train of being absolutely adversarial with women and not taking an opportunity to really see both sides of the situation, you're dubbed as pandering. Now, let me make one thing clear to everyone, man and woman on this panel or in the chat. I'm my own person. What I do is that I see the data, I analyze it, I deduce, I make a decision. I stand by the decision. In my life, I've made a number of decisions that if I could go back and I could change, yeah, I would. Now, I didn't get a chance to actually finish my story. Maybe I will at a later date. But I got into a shouting match with someone, and I should have ignored the person.
Freezy. My name
And
Freezy, bro.
here it is. The point of the matter is we're not getting into who you are, brother. You know what I mean? The point of the matter is that I don't take sides. I'm on the side of pragmatism. If we're really going to discuss accountability, if we're really going to discuss leadership, then I'm going to stand on the side that ensures that I'm a more productive and more essential leader. The men that I associate with, we make sure that we keep our results up. We keep score. We discuss and we negotiate with our results. Okay, we don't whine for understanding. We don't sit here and ask for some leeway, some carte blanche, and so on and so forth. We show up with results. We sit down, we negotiate. If we can't come to an agreement, we get up and we leave. It's really just that simple. So again, personally, I'd like to personally apologize for my outburst earlier. I was really out of character. I can be out of it sometimes when I'm talking with men who don't understand. But anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for apologizing because Freezy, but I mean Freezy,
Thank you,
I don't think he received it well, but Freezy,
Man, that man
I
ain't apologized to me,
Freezy
man.
is
Go
a
ahead.
regular panel member on my show, and I really do like to hear the man's perspective, because without the man's perspective, we have no content. And to Ashley's point, we don't know the issues that they think are going on with, even if we disagree, right? We still need to understand what men think the issue is, right? I mean, we can disagree, we can talk about it all we want, but that's not going to change their perception of what's going on in the community. Not always, right? Sometimes it do, sometimes it don't. We hope that it do, right? We're here trying to give context to hopefully make sure men make informed decisions, that y'all don't go around walking around in the world thinking that welfare took y'all out the home completely. Like, I don't want y'all thinking that, and thinking that women are replacing you with like Annalicia said, with poverty level income. It doesn't help you. It's a supplement. It doesn't help you really sustain alone. Like, you still need to work and or do other things in order to take care of yourself. Like, it's not enough to replace a human being. Like, it's just not enough. So let's just move on, because I think Annalicia, I don't know if you answered that.
Annalicia made a point. She made a great point.
Yeah.
And but a lot of things were said about men being hypersexual, right?
Yeah.
Black men are hypersexual. You know what? I'm gonna
Y'all
go out on a
be.
limb.
That's culture. That's y'all culture.
Listen,
It's not.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and agree with y'all. If y'all pay attention, I've been agreeing with y'all all night long. I've been agreeing with y'all all night long.
You do agree. You just have some, black men
But the thing about it
mentality.
is,
That's
nobody.
all.
But this the thing, no. This the thing. Hold on. Let me hold on. Wait.
But Freezy, congratulations, you got married.
Yes,
let's
I
talk
did.
about that though, Freezy. That's amazing. Why,
I appreciate
like
that.
y'all drop some jewels for free. Like, a black man got married, y'all. Drop some damn jewels, okay? Maybe we're gonna increase the percentage by 27%.
Can I give my cash out? Can I give my cash out for
yes,
wedding
you
gift?
get it. Freezy, if I get any cash apps, I'm gonna send it to you and your wife, okay? So y'all cash app me, okay?
Cash out to
Wana 12. If y'all want to send Freezy some money, y'all $ Wana 12. Y'all cash at me, and I'm gonna make sure Freezy he gets his coins tonight, because that's amazing. That's amazing. Freezy.
I appreciate that, Tawana. I really do.
Yeah,
but
you kind of glazed over that.
This.
He was like, "I got married too." I'm like, "When? Tuesday?" Wait, what?
We hadn't talked. We hadn't talked yet, but I was gonna let you know.
I know you proposed and everything, but I didn't know you got married. But y'all congratulate Freezy. Yeah,
it's still some good black men out here. It's but
there's a lot of good black men. First of all,
right.
I don't
look at Miss Hill. Look at Miss Hill over there.
Listen, I don't like.
I know I got a great.
No, I was just laughing because of what the criteria was that you used. Like, oh, I got married. It's still some good black men. Okay,
that's a great quality.
That there are
we
good
can't
black
win
men,
for losing.
But that was the criteria.
A good quality. You will agree that's a good quality to have, a man that wants to get married.
Especially
come on,
that's a start.
Ain't getting married.
We agree that is a start.
Yes.
Okay, that's a start.
Yeah, it depends on what their idea of marriage is.
But I want to say this. I want to speak to. I want to speak to Annalicia's point.
Okay.
Black. I'm like I said earlier. I'm going to go out on a limb and agree that.
Esau, can you come back? Because I don't think we got to hear you. Come back, Esau, if you can. If not, somebody else wants to join, please send me an IG, because at the end of I can't. I don't want to drop the link in the chat. So if you can send me an IG message, I'll send you the link. But go ahead, Freaky.
Well, I want to. It wasn't just Annalicia. I think Miss Hill. And what's your name? Miss Jovo? That's your name, ma'am? Okay, I'm sorry. I want to pronounce
Miss Jovo, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to pronounce your name wrong, but I agree. Hypersexuality is in the black community in general, right? Me and Annalicia had a back and forth where she still didn't answer my question all the way, but I'm gonna give Annalicia a pass.
No, I'll answer it. Ask it. Ask the question.
I addressed who was at the forefront of thirst traps, Instagram, social media.
Because this is the reason that black
Hold
men
on,
are
wait,
failures.
because I know you want to get in there.
Are failures. Like,
wait, no, I got your answer last week, but I want the ladies.
Like let's get back on track. She said.
I want the ladies' opinion though, because we talk about. Listen, we talk about black men being irresponsible, being hypersexual, right?
But why are you comparing black men to black women? What are other groups of men doing?
But you gotta see. Listen, when you guys talk, I don't interrupt. Let me get my point out. The Nicki Minaj's, the Cardi B's.
Oh my God, they came after. They came after the Rough Riders.
Just chill. Listen.
The Locks.
Listen.
After
Hold on.
Who are the biggest purchasers of pornography and prostitution?
You gotta let me finish though. You got it.
But hoes and tricks, they came after. That's the effect of the
just let me finish.
It's intellectually dishonest.
That's the thing. She going to talk.
I started my point. I was trying to get my point out.
I know, but she going to talk. You gotta let her say what she's saying, and then go ahead.
No, because you know what? I got to let Eso talk because I like the way
that's my boy. That's my boy.
Freezy.
The point I'm trying to make is
no, don't make the point because it's dishonest.
Don't make the point.
It's disingenuous and it's factually, objectively incorrect. If you're going to talk about Nicki Minaj, you need to talk about the men who set the precedent.
I'm not just talking about Nicki Minaj. You're not letting me finish. I'm not just talking about Nicki Minaj. Damn Nicki Minaj. I'm not talking.
What point are we addressing?
The point I'm trying to make is
what point are we talking about? The welfare.
I think Miss Hill said earlier that black men need to be responsible and teach the younger black men how to value.
I said that you need to teach both the men and the women.
Okay,
that's what I said. Don't leave out the girls. Yeah, I said teach the girls and the boys.
What I'm trying to get to is there's so much onus on black men's irresponsibility, right?
You are the leaders.
I said teach the girls and the boys.
Let me, please.
You're the leaders.
Please.
Please. Why are you ignoring the fact that I said teach the girls and the boys?
Okay, so it's so much emphasis on y'all irresponsible.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, but let's hear his point. Let's hear his point, Annalisa.
Just listen to what I'm saying. I agree with you when you said that men are the leaders. I never disagree with you. Can we just get that out? Freezy agree with every woman.
Freezy, say your point.
So the point I'm trying to make is that I'm also a firm believer that the best people to hold younger women accountable, right, are older women. So when we look at this as a society, as a black society, black community, right, the biggest contributors, the biggest profiteers of thirst traps, OnlyFans, Instagram, BS, they're black women.
Who they selling it to?
It doesn't matter. Listen to what I'm saying, Miss Hill. Miss Hill, what I'm telling you is what you're doing, Miss Hill. What you're doing, Miss Hill, is what I hear all the time. You're passing the buck. Listen, Miss Hill. Mrs. Hill, listen, just let me finish, please. Please, just let me finish. What I'm saying. Just let me finish. Listen, the point. I'm almost done. Just give me like 20 more seconds.
Freezy, you gotta understand when you
please just give me 20 more seconds. 20 more seconds.
Freezy.
The point I'm
trying. Okay. Cannon wants you to respond to her actual point, though. So this is what I'm going to do, Cannon.
It wasn't just about Cannon.
I'll let you respond so you can speak to what he said that was wrong. Let's let Freezy finish his point. Go ahead.
The point I'm trying to make is when black men say, "Hey, teach young black girls to close their legs. Wait till you get married to have sex." Right? When we say that, matter of fact, I'm gonna put it like this. When black women say black men need to be more responsible. Black men are the leaders of the community, right? You say black men always throw it off on the black woman, right? You always say that. You always say you're trying to escape responsibility. You're always throwing it off on the black woman. But when I say black women are the biggest contributors to thirst traps, OnlyFans.
Prove it.
Prove it. Oh my God. See, You know,
that's not.
listen,
Is that a stat? Prove it.
listen,
Prove it. Because you
listen.
said that's conjecture. Do you know what that's conjecture? That means assumption. You have no evidence. We've all graduated high school. I provide a stat.
And what's more,
You know what? You know what? I can't. No,
Wait a minute,
listen,
hold on.
listen.
No, I'm
I
just
can't
trying
even
to
talk. You
understand
know
how
what?
he's
No,
simply
I just want to
saying
say this. I
that
want to
while
say
we
this.
teach girl,
This
hold on,
is no, hold on, wait. This
Freezy,
is
wait.
the toxic. This is what I'm talking about.
We don't take your opinion
This
with no
is what I'm
facts. It's
talking
toxic.
about.
We
And
let
you
him
got,
get his point out.
you know what?
Now,
You,
now
Eso, you right,
what
Eso.
actually
You right,
happened.
Eso.
Because because you said to teach young girls to keep their legs closed, which is something that we do, and which is also something that I have no problem with, and I never expressed to have a problem
You
with.
say we do?
I said that while we're doing that, we also have to teach our boys to be more sexually responsible. I never said it was an either or dichotomy. And you somehow got triggered, and we end up talking about OnlyFans. For what? Why are you so triggered by me?
I'm not just talking about
why not we
OnlyFans.
also teach our boys to be sexually responsible?
I'm not
in
talking.
addition to
Oh my
teaching our
God.
girls. I didn't say no, don't teach the girls that. They don't need to know that. Let's just focus on the boy. I didn't say that. I said while we're teaching the girls that, which I don't have a problem with, it's not going to work well if we're not also teaching the boys a similar thing, which is the problem we're experiencing right now while shit is not adding up. And you got triggered and we started talking about OnlyFans.
Okay, so
why are you that opposed to also
okay, hold on, wait. So what's the stats? What's the stats of black? Hold on. No, since you want stats, since y'all want stats, what's the stats of black divorce?
What's the
Who
stats?
is filing for these divorces?
That's how loud you can get when you.
But what is
Wait, who is filing for these divorces?
Are you having a short circuit right now? Because you just yelling out names that have nothing to do with
Because you want stats. Y'all want to deal with stats now.
Let Miss JoJo respond.
I don't know. You're just saying.
Now y'all don't want to deal with stats, right?
One minute,
Okay.
Freezy. Let Miss JoJo respond to that.
We didn't start with stats. I think what
No, she asked me for stats. Your girl down here asked me for stats.
Assessment on majority of black women with no evidence.
Originally, Freezy, what we were
No
talking
evidence,
about was,
and it's painted all over social media, ass and titties, black ass and
Those women
titties.
just say that. If
Yeah, are you serious?
Say that, bro.
Are you?
Everybody
Man,
OnlyFans
come on,
women.
man.
Can we let Freezy? Hello.
I'm gonna let him get it out.
Let Miss JoJo respond.
He can't even talk like this.
OnlyFans members, what's
And
going
then
on?
Ashley, y'all. Let me let JoJo and then Ashley. Go ahead.
I just want to briefly say, I was not, and I don't think Cannon was either. I was not saying pin all the responsibility back on the black man. What I was saying was, if we're going to be teaching daughters, in addition to teaching the daughters, we need to teach the sons. That's all I was saying. The responsibility for sexual responsibility in our community goes with everybody who's having sex. It's just that society and the way that we're constructed has told us to have one conversation with girls that's probably a little bit more lengthier than the conversation that we have with the boys. We all need to be having a conversation with sexual responsibility. We all need to be having this conversation with unwanted pregnancies. We all need to be having conversations about HIV, STDs, because they ain't going nowhere. You know, just because they make pills and stuff for it don't mean that it went away magically. We all need to be having the conversation. Women in addition to men. That's what we're saying.
You know what?
So
I like Miss JoJo. I like you.
That's real.
I
like you, Miss JoJo.
I
like you.
I don't know. I'm not saying to be likable. I'm just telling you what we were trying to say in the beginning. I think we just
no. Everybody wasn't saying that. Annalisa don't say that.
We need to hear each other.
Let me let Ashley speak. I know you have something to say as well, Ashley. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it short. There are a lot of points that I want to
It was a lot, right?
Yeah. I think the breakdown in communication between Freezy and Cannon came with, what happened with the fact that, we sometimes spend so much time ready to refute versus like understanding.
That's true.
And I think that a lot of times when Black men point out things about Black women and vice versa, all we hear is that part. Like, just because one person's accountable doesn't absolve the other person for accountability. And so Cannon was not saying that we shouldn't be teaching girls to protect their bodies and cherish their bodies. Me personally, I'm very traditional. The ladies know this. I'm all about, abstinence. I chose abstinence myself for up until I was 33 years old. And I encourage women to love their bodies enough to be particular about who they lay down with. I think Cannon would agree. She has a daughter, and I think Cannon would also agree that women, yes, we control who we lay down with. But what she's saying is society, we gotta get outside.
They wasn't saying that earlier though.
No, but see, you weren't. I don't think you were trying to hear it, because what Cannon is saying is you can't teach the girls that and then teach the boys something completely different.
That's true.
Like men are always trying to like the guy in the chat. I want to hear from these men's husbands. They're always trying to value us by whether or not we're married. But what we don't talk about, and this is one of the reasons why I want to start my channel, what we don't talk about is that there are women who did follow these guidelines that the grandmamas told us: keep your legs closed, wait till you get married, all these things, who followed the traditional blueprint, the way of life, a traditional lifestyle, and they are still unmarried. And why is that? Because we are teaching girls one thing and we're teaching boys something else. We're teaching boys, okay, yeah, sow your wild oats, get this girl, you the man, you a Mac, whatever it is.
Notch on your belt.
And they get ready to get married. But then you got women like me who are like, wait a minute, I don't want you because you already got a kid, or you've been with too many women, or you don't understand that I'm not sleeping with you by date 3. Like, right. You don't understand that because you used to women who are not doing that. So it's like, I think Cannon was not saying, oh, don't teach the girls. Cannon saying, she specifically said, teach the girls, but you have to counter it so that the boys are compatible. Because Black men are always talking about, and this is a whole other topic, but y'all always talking about traditional women. Oh, these Black women, they're not traditional. There is nothing traditional about the average Black man. When you have men who are telling women that they shouldn't be going out after 5 unless they're willing to have sex, or they should be giving it up by date 3, that, and you're telling them that, but you're also saying they're not traditional. You're not traditional. And I know for a fact, as a more traditional woman, that a lot of Black men are not compatible with traditional women. Okay. So what Cannon was saying was not, oh, don't tell the girls. I mean, the girls ain't got nothing to do with this. It's all the boys. It's the girls who, what she's saying is you have to teach them so that we're compatible to each other. And right now we're not. We're not compatible. So and we do. I like fat stats too, but that last stat about divorce, you kind of threw that out there. That ain't even have nothing to do with what we're talking about. We can't talk about that. It's not just black.
Yeah,
women.
Because that's important. But let Issa, because I did invite him back up. He waited patiently, and G, I see you in the back. I do see you in the back, G, and I will let you come up. I want to give everybody an opportunity to give their side. Go ahead, Issa. I know we spoke about a lot, but I know you had some points that you wanted to make, and we can respond. Maybe the ladies can respond to you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I feel like, okay, so the original question, were we on welfare or were we on Black men don't like
whichever
women?
Point you want to speak to at this point. We talked about just being Black men hating Black women, welfare. Yeah. But we haven't even got to the other 2 questions. I'm gonna have to invite the ladies back because I got 2 more questions that I really want to.
I'm gonna have to come back for part 2.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come back. For the part 2,
I want to say about
the part 2, I'm gonna let the men. I'm gonna take the challenge of letting the men take over the panel, and really, Freezy, I'll let you kind of run that one because I want the men to be able to just talk freely about their side and position, and that'll be good. But go ahead, Issa.
Yeah. So I feel like, okay, I'm the type that I like analogies, right? And so with the analogy I'm going to use is we have, women who are able to make decisions for themselves, right? Everybody can make their own decisions. And so if you have, you leave your door unlocked, right? And everybody, you know, may tell you you shouldn't do that. You should lock your doors, right? Would it make more sense that we have doors without locks or with them, where you can use them if you want? So the thing what we're telling women is just lock your door. You have that capacity to let people in if you want. And if you let someone in, there is no telling what they may do once they're inside. But that first barrier you have is a locked door to not allow those who just want to come in to be able to come in. And so if you are the one who is having that house or controlling that house, and that body is a temple, right? Is your house or whatever, right? You can allow whoever you want in, but you have to take accountability on who you let in. And you have to know.
Because listen, Black women, listen. They not gonna control themselves, so y'all gotta control.
Thank you. You gotta just walk into every kind of house. What does this even? What does
That's
this
true, though. That's true.
They are not going to. They're going to sleep with whoever they want to sleep with. They gonna be out here in these streets, and you gotta control yourself because they.
No, it's not really that though.
No, Freezy. It is what it is. Y'all are.
But I do have to get ready to hop off.
Yes.
So
yes, you want to get final thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just give my final thoughts.
Yes,
you know, and then I'll just hop off. But
because look, they'll be on here for 4 hours.
Yeah,
they go in. So go ahead, Cannon. Because I want to
heard the same thing you just heard, Tawana, you know, that they're basically just not going to be responsible at all. Is what I say about the problem with looking at sex as a commodity and looking at sexual experiences as something that's given and taken, as opposed to some equal exchange of an experience, which is what I think leads to dissatisfied people later on in marriages and things, not being able to be sexually compatible and having all these issues, is because men spend so much time looking at sex as something that they get from a woman instead of something that they experience with a woman. And then they are purposely teaching women, or want women to be purposely taught, that sex is something we give to a man as opposed to something that we enjoy or experience. And that's an even exchange that we experience together, and then get mad when sex gets used as a commodity, like how Freezy wanted to bring up OnlyFans and all of that other stuff. And they're the ones promoting that sex is a commodity instead of an experience. But fine, whatever. But yeah, so basically, maybe if we started to get more on the same page, about the way that we're socializing girls and boys, maybe once they get to be adults, they can be more compatible in a household together, as opposed to having these totally opposing ways that they've been living their life up to that point, and then trying to come together and make it make sense is so much harder. Because I mean, I think you know how long it takes to create a habit. And if you've been spending freaking 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20 years doing certain shit, it's probably not going to be so easy to just all of a sudden stop doing it once that happens. So my whole point is, maybe we should start to align more with the outcomes we're saying that we want for boys and girls, the things that we're teaching them, and then maybe we can see more of these unions that we claim that we want to see so much, as opposed to just keep thinking we're going to put women into situations where they have to just take anything and accept anything because they need financial assistance or whatever y'all keep trying to promote. That because when they needed us for money, we could do anything and we didn't have to worry about them leaving us. But yeah, so I just wanted to say all of that. And
can I say this before you leave? The ladies' room was on the panel. Ashley, Mrs. JoJo, Mrs. Hill, Mrs. Understanding, and they have been amazing. Y'all love them. They've been dropping gems. That's part of my thing. When y'all say stuff, they've been dropping gems. So go on the Ladies Room podcast right now. Y'all go follow them. We got 68 people in the chat. 68 people better like my post right now, actually. And then y'all go follow the podcast. They air every Tuesday. And so if you like them and subscribe and hit that notification bell, then you will be notified when they go live. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Cannon.
Shout out to the ladies' room.
Yes,
thank you.
Shout out to y'all. Thank you so much. Y'all got to come back.
Yes,
this is great.
We'll be back.
Yeah, but thank you.
Hey, ladies' room. I wasn't that bad, was I?
Yes.
Good night, y'all. No, you wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Thank
Everybody
y'all.
who want to stay on is welcome to stay. I'm going to keep the conversation going, and you all can leave whenever you're free to leave. Go, Miss JoJo.
I want to say this as well. It's important that we have these conversations, but we also remember the importance of us challenging our thoughts and these attitudes and beliefs that have been indoctrinated in us. We have to challenge these things first in order to see real behavior change. And that's what I think that, and I know the men feel like we might be pushing back, but we're just asking you to challenge the way that you were taught about sexual behavior. Because this old way, I mean, I grew up in the house with 2 older women, one over 100 and one now in her 80s. And I got that whole list, okay, on keep your legs closed. Don't carry before you marry. Don't wear this, don't say that. Address yourself this way, speak this tone. A lot of my mannerisms do come from my grandmother. But I also had a brother.
I could tell.
Yes, I also had a brother. And my brother's only job growing up was don't disrespect your sister and make sure the grass is cut. He got to go when he wanted. He had multiple women. Ask me which one of us was a teenage mom before we got married. Or a teenage parent, rather, before we got married. I can tell you that it wasn't me. Because me and my brother have this conversation all the time, and shout out to him. He's married now, 2 kids, great person. And it was in that moment, I was like, somebody need to have the other conversation with my brother. And so me and him had a lot of conversations about what are you doing with these women? Right. What is your behavior? Right. Because you're telling me what you want from them, but you're not taking responsibility for how you're behaving. You don't want any more kids before you get married? Zip up your pants. Learn how to control certain impulses. Learn communication. Learn self-control. These are skills. They're actually skill sets. I know. Teach them in therapy every day. This idea that, again, this is the 201 thing that Black women have to learn. We have to be so maintained and so self-controlled and so submissive and all these other different things. And then the only thing that our men are saying is, yeah, you need to teach this to your daughters too. No, because we've been doing that for centuries. And that has not been able to stop, the increasing numbers of Black teenagers becoming parents before the age of like 16. Okay. This has not stopped single Black moms, this has not stopped any of that. So we gotta change. Something has to change. And it's not gonna just be, Black women need to pick better or Black women need to teach their daughters. At some point,
that's a start.
But the better is still given the leeway to cheat. High value men exercise better is a cheater.
I want to address that too. I want to address that with Esau.
Esau, when I hear you, I hear my grandma, and I have the utmost respect for that woman because some of these traditional things did work for me. However, it is 2022. And if we really going to, look at what our future is going to look like, we got to add something to this traditional conversation, which comes to what are we teaching our young Black men about maintaining self-control? Because if we really want to see this welfare, I guess, abolished and this theory of, women are kicking Black men out for, to get child support and access to government aid, if we really gonna have the whole conversation, we have to, ask you all, our brothers, to challenge the way that you think about sex. And this whole, I had this conversation with somebody online last week. This whole idea that y'all have these animal instincts and you can't be controlled and I'm like this by nature. You were taught that. You were taught that. And it just, that cycle was reinforced over centuries and decades. You were taught that. So my thing is,
I want Annalicia to go next because she's
we challenge Black women's thinking. Black women have been challenged since we got off boat. Okay,
Black
y'all gotta be challenged. You gotta, and I'm not saying that you haven't had your challenges, brother. I have, but just like Candace said, we were right there beside you.
Stop comparing yourselves to Black women. Like, stop it.
We all Black.
Right. That's for Black women.
We not white. We
let
all
them
Black.
say, oh, but men do.
Okay. Let me let Annalicia, because I guess I'm about to go in on. I know it's about to be some problems. So go, Annalicia, before you get off. Thank you so much, Annalicia, for joining. I want you to give us your final thoughts and and just add to the
Annalicia, my
conversation.
dog. That's my dog.
No, that's not your. That's my dog. She just tolerates you.
Everybody
Hey,
a dog.
Freezy.
Anna
Hey,
just
Freezy, man.
tolerates.
I wanna give
Go
you
ahead.
props, bro. You did your thing, huh?
1 minute. 1 minute. Let me let Annalicia go. G. What's your name? I'm sorry. You just got a G. What's
Salute.
your name? Snoop.
Now I told Freezy salute.
Oh, salute.
I had to give
What
my
is
man
your
his
name?
props for handling it. I had to give my man his props.
What's
He
your
handled
name?
that thing. My name Reggie.
Okay, Rich. Okay. If you could just remain silent for 1 minute, let me let Anna.
Reggie, you from Atlanta?
Freezy, I'm telling him to be quiet.
Nah. I'm from near Atlanta though.
Annalicia, go.
I'm so sorry. This was a great panel, barring some, some turbulence here and there, but it's always love, it's always growth, it's always that's all I really care about in the grand scheme of things. If you can take one thing from this and apply it to your life or your worldviews, and I absolutely agree with what you said. It's just challenge yourself, challenge your ideals, challenge your perceptions of things, challenge the information that you've been given. It's about relearning and unlearning things. That's what evolution's about. You either adapt or you die. That's how the world works. But I don't think we're as diametrically opposed as we are led to believe we are. I think that Black women, I know Black men feel like, you know what, you guys are too hard on us. This feels like hate. This feels like anger. Listen, we have to test your leadership. You don't just get to lead because you're Black and male. It doesn't work that way. You have to prove yourself as leaders and prove yourself as men, especially if for the last millennia, you've been leading us straight into the pits of hell. You've been leading us off of a cliff. So we've been following blindly, I would say. And it's only now really that Black women are realizing, wait a minute, maybe we're not headed in the right direction, and maybe we need to have some autonomy and take some initiative, because we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing as a people, as a collective, as a community. The children are not protected, the women are not protected. So I think women now are finally realizing, you know what, we really only have ourselves to rely upon. And actually, I would say that this that was actually after slavery that Black women realized that. But you see it more now because there's so much pushback, and Black men you guys just shirk accountability. You don't want to be responsible. It's exactly like she said. You want to tell women to keep their legs closed. You want to tell women to marry before they carry. But black boys who are going to become Black men, you're by default, you're absolving them of their responsibilities as young boys, as adolescents, as men, because those are our natural counterparts. That's who we're going to interact with in the world. And if their worldview is I don't value you, the only thing that matters to me is what I can get from you, and what is between your legs, that is not conducive to marriage, to family, to true values, ethics, and morality. It's just not. It's degenerate, it's immoral, it's hypersexual, it's promiscuous, and it's the reason we're going to lead in absenteeism, point blank period. So do Black men hate Black women? Like, just do better. Be better men. Do better. Get
Do you
more
think Black men hate Black
educated.
women, Annalicia?
Oh my God. I answered that question. That was like the first answer that I gave, Freezy. You guys are
I didn't hear
all
you.
I think that yes. I think that Black men hate themselves. I think that Black men have a slave pathology. I think that
all
Black
that
men
laughing and all that stuff is it's like
grow up.
No,
Stop
let us
yourself
talk.
and grow up,
Let's
sir.
let us
like
talk.
if
I
you
wanna,
have a
No, stop
response,
yourself
you
and grow
can
up.
respond. Other than that, like I don't tolerate that. I just don't. It's ridiculous. Like we're not in. I'm not 10 years old. That's how my son responds to me. Like ha ha ha. Like
They're
we're
petulant
grown.
children. They're petulant children, but they want to lead us, right? You see?
Let,
Yeah,
let,
thank you for telling on yours. Thank you for proving my point while
may,
I'm
may
on the
I ask a
iPad.
question?
Thank you.
keep it
No,
like
you
that,
ain't not, because
Tawana. I
I'm not
like that.
finished.
May I
Let
ask
Okay.
a
me
question?
finish.
You like that one? Okay.
Let me finish.
Let her.
Thank you,
Can I
sir.
let Annalicia finish, and then whomever that was laughing, you can tell me why that was so funny. Go ahead, Annalicia.
It's funny because it's true. So my opinion on the question being posed, whether or not Black men hate Black women, I submit that, or it's my position, my belief that Black men hate themselves, and by default, because women are an extension of men, they don't value women either. They don't value themselves. They don't value women. They don't value children. They don't value the community. And Black men only prove it every time they come on these panels and shirk accountability. You look at the data, and it supports exactly that. You guys are stuck on the plantation. You're still bucks. You're still subdued. You're still subjugated. You're still psychologically oppressed. It's like you just want to be victims.
Hey,
So you be
Annalisa.
victims, and Black women will continue to evolve and continue to adapt, and we'll
Annalisa,
continue to love ourselves and love each other, and that's it.
I want to subscribe this to you, Annalisa. What you think about this?
I would like to let the panelists come up and respond freely though, because Anna has to
go
go.
ahead. I'm sorry.
Anna has to go, so she can't go back and forth. Anna,
I have to go too.
As always. Who's that, Haran?
Yeah.
Have a good night, Annalisa.
Okay, Haran. I want Annalisa. Thank you so much.
Good night, Freezy. Good night, beautiful women. Good night, everybody.
Hey, good night, Annalisa.
And Haran, I want you to go ahead and give your final thoughts too before you leave off the panel. Go ahead, Haran.
Okay, yeah. Once again, it was a great panel. Congratulations once again to you, Juana, and everyone else on the panel. Number one, as I always say to people, you're responsible for the temperature in the room. Period. You want to change the temperature, change yourself. Results first at all times. I have the results. I've done the work. I have the resume. I can show it to whomsoever. If they want to sit down and have a sidebar and see it, then we can have an adult discussion. But I've done the work. I've been down the dark paths. I know what I'm talking about. I've made the mistakes. I've owned it, and I've earned where I am. And that's about pretty much it. I look forward to jumping on another panel sometime in the future. As always, you know what I mean? Juana, thank you so much for having me up.
Thank you. And you got to come back when I talk to the men, okay, next week. And just
Absolutely.
ask them the same questions, and you guys get to refute all of the arguments that happened for today.
Can I say something to Haran before we leave?
Yeah, Haran, go ahead. Yeah, you can say something. He wants to talk to you.
Okay, Haran, listen. Earlier we did get off on, I just want to say both of us are passionate men on these subject matters. I think I kind of got derailed when you kind of questioned. Somebody got I hear echo.
I'm gonna mute him. I muted him. Go ahead. Okay.
We got derailed when you kind of questioned my IQ level and called me slow. I don't take that well from anybody. So, but I do want to say this. I want to apologize for raising my tone with you out of frustration. And if I insulted you in any type of way, that's not my intent. If you know anything about Freezy on these panels, I'm not here to stir up discord. I'm trying to come together with you, my brother. And I did say you were pandering earlier, and that's how I felt at the time. But that was unfair as well, because I can't say you're pandering because you're giving your own accounts and your own feelings and your own viewpoint on how you feel. So I apologize about that. And you can rest assured that you will never have that experience out of me again. I want to say that before you leave.
I want to say something right now.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna have a real candid response to this. First of all, Freezy, I don't know you. Congratulations on your marriage. I hope it works out for you. I have nothing against you. Did me saying what I said, was that a bit overboard? Okay, yes, I will agree to that. I did insult you because I felt that you were, you know what I mean, basically coming at me in a very adversarial tone. And when it comes to men, I don't really take that well. When it comes to men, speaking to men. Now, I accept your apology. Hopefully you will accept mine. Now, I just want to say a few things. Last couple of days, I witnessed a couple of streams on here between this one, a couple other channels. I don't have to mention names. Everyone needs, you know what I mean, knows what I'm discussing. And I just saw just a lot of unnecessary back and forths, unnecessary energy, and the people involved, in my opinion, everyone involved, in my opinion, could be just be a real powerful force for change in our community if we stop getting into these petty squabbles, into these things that are unproductive, that are have absolutely nothing to do with the mission. The point of the matter is that we are down bad right now as a community, as a collective. What might sound to you as pandering, that's not really pandering. I don't have time to sit here and discuss the problems that I have with black women. Yeah, I have issues with black women, as with anyone. But I don't have time to discuss that right now because I got to speak to brothers because at the end of the day, I got to make sure that we have the numbers to move forward. We'll get to our issues, you know what I mean, at a later date. Yes, I do believe that, you know what I mean, it's a twofold situation. Yes, I do believe that black women shouldn't be choosing, you know what I mean, a lot of dusty dudes in the community. But guess what? If they had a lot more, you know what I mean, better choices to choose from, then they wouldn't have that kind of, you know, problem. You see how the situation kind of works in tandem, and everybody works together. You get better options, better choices, better outcomes.
That's
Again,
real.
that also pertains to a lot of the squabbles that I just saw with a lot of these people on here with these real, potentially really solid YouTube channels. Y'all need to really get your eyes back on the ball, man. I don't know where you're going with this. You know what I mean? You have some solid you have some solid potential. I'm not telling a lot of you how to run your channels, but I think that a lot of you do have the potential and given the right opportunity and given the right energy. And when you all learn to accept each other and your differences and understand that everyone can contribute to the situation and is important and is powerful, then we can really move forward. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Haran. And I just want to mention that Annalicia said this was an amazing panel. These men, she said, Freezy and Haran, they give her hope. They can work through differences like our men. We love to see it. Good night. Nothing but love always. And for all
Appreciate
those
you, Annalise.
people who go in on Anna and her, she just wants to see that black men can do things without violence, without all of the stereotypical things that we hear all the time. And this was just a perfect example. So thank you, Haran. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you for coming on the panel. I hope you can come back next week and be a part of the men's panel, so we can have
No
a
problem.
lengthy discussion from the men's side. So
I look
yes,
forward
thank
to
you
it.
so much. And let G go ahead, G. I want you to go ahead and respond and give us you have 5 minutes really to just talk about whatever point you need to talk about. And then I have to move on. Okay, go ahead, G.
Well, the people I wanted to respond to, they already left, so the wind kind of got knocked out my sails
Well,
a little
that's
bit.
okay. You can speak to
But
their points, but if
yeah,
you
but
want,
I
Say it
just want to
anyway.
say I appreciate Freezy, man. You held it down for the brothers up here. I appreciate you, brother. But as far as the accountability thing, I think everybody need to be held accountable, not just men. I agree that men are the leaders and we need to be more accountable. But I also think women need to address accountability in their part too. So
I
yeah, that's
agree with
all I think.
you. I agree with you, and I don't think anybody implied that it was just on men. I do think we acknowledge that men are the leaders and that we expect men to take the leadership role in addressing some of the core issues in our community. For instance, the violence. And someone, you have to turn down your YouTube because I can hear an echo. Okay. The violence in the community, the protection for Black women, marrying Black women, like some of those issues and things, we just acknowledge that Black men need to take the lead on. So, what do you have to say to that?
Yeah, I understand that and I agree with that. And I agree with all of that. But what I'm saying is, what I was rebutting is, I heard a lot of putting off the blame on black men when it came to black women being held accountable. As far as the keeping their legs closed before marriage and stuff like that, stuff that Freezy was addressing, they were blaming a lot of that on the actions of black men. When you have a lot of loose black women out here too. I mean, let's keep it on.
Just like y'all say Pookie and Ray Ray, y'all want to speak to the subset of black women that's supposedly giving everybody some and don't have no standards of reference.
I want to
understand that, but the majority of black women have kids.
But majority of black men do. Okay, 80% of y'all have kids. See, now don't let me go on
51% of us don't have kids.
Oh, that is not true.
You guys like we just pulled the stat up. This is ridiculous. We just pulled the statistic up from the CDC. Like, are y'all logical?
Let me.
That was the old
stat. Majority of us don't have kids.
Let me mute because you're a lie. Okay. Let me stop you right there.
How am I a lie? That's the fact.
Oh, where did you find that?
Prove it. Just prove it.
Right. I have yes for
we literally pulled the stat up during the
get off my panel with that damn lie. When I just pulled up the census and told you that 60% of y'all have kids, and by 40, almost 80% of y'all have children. So get off my damn panel lying. Now see, that's about to make me upset.
Can I say something though?
He about to make me mad now.
Where is that stat? Can somebody?
And then he kept unmuting when I was telling him what I just pulled
BlackDemographics.com.
You need to go rewind, and you need to go find the chart. You can actually look up the census 2021, and it will tell you exactly what I'm saying. That over 60% of you all have children by the age of 30. And before that, guess what? You just ain't claiming them. So stop it. Okay.
We can't even have an honest conversation because it's going to be filled with lies. It's ridiculous. How do we get to the root if y'all gonna lie before we get to it?
Seriously.
Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, Jermaine, because I think someone else came on. Hold on. Jermaine, I think Mike came on before you, but I'll let you go ahead, Jermaine, and then Mike, I'll let you go next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, just out of curiosity, right? I didn't catch the entirety of what was being said, but most of what I heard is like the nail being drove into black men, right? And
it was a woman-only panel, so you got to understand that men don't.
Do you all say that when you all go over to Kevin Samuel's show and the live
absolutely not
show and mediocre review show? Do you all say that then?
Can I speak though? I wasn't.
That's just so not real.
It's not an argument. Like
No, sir. It's not 60% of those black men. You need to read it. It's 60% of black men are fathers. I know how to interpret. See, y'all misinterpret. Y'all don't know how to analyze statistics. Yeah. I know how to analyze.
They said around 62%.
At the age of 30, by the age of 30, or between 30 and 39.
30 and 39, yeah.
Lord, ominous. You're wrong, Lord, ominous. Okay, it's 62% of all black men.
It literally says of men. It does not say of men.
You need to do the research on your own. I'm not pulling it up again. Go back and do the research on your own before you comment. I know how to. I'm not going to put out a fake statistic like Kevin Samuels and all them other people do. I'm not going to inflate and conflate numbers. No. 62% of
but all black men. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Because they're not hearing that. Jermaine or whatever guy on the panel. Can you please link the source that says that only 51% of black men have children? I have asked this question to men.
It's on BlackDemographics.com.
And I have found nothing to corroborate that. I have found everything to say that is a lie. And I actually linked my source. I shared it with Tawana. I've shared it on Facebook. Men continue to act like it's not there when it's clearly there. It clearly says the age at which men become fathers.
You can put it in the chat for all of them if you want.
I'm trying to make a point. I'm not arguing who.
You can put it in the chat, Ashley.
I'm not arguing how many percentage of black men, because in order for black men to have kids, there have to be a black woman present. So
what?
I'm just saying,
Okay.
like,
It don't have to be a black woman. It could be a white woman.
It could be any woman.
It could be Hispanic. It could be white. It could be Asian. It could be every woman.
Can we speak on accountability?
What you say? You said it's
But
has to
how
be a
can
black
you
woman.
speak on
Because
accountability
every time I open my mouth to speak, it's like I'm being attacked. It's attacked for. Like, I'm not here taking statistics. I said nothing about that statistics.
Okay, thank you, Jermaine.
Okay, like y'all hot in here. Like, chill.
Yeah, because you already came in talking like you got like.
I didn't even utter a straight sentence. I didn't even give a paragraph. It's just.
Go ahead and say your point.
What lie? That wasn't me, miss. What lie are you talking about? I said nothing about pregnancy. Can I
let him talk? Just let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm speaking, and that's the thing. I'm speaking of accountability. It takes two. Like, men are not dating themselves, right? And 90% of the reflection that men actually carry out comes from the female, right? Because y'all same females that sit down and said there's not enough fathers in the household, right? So if there's no father in the household,
can you define reflection? Can you define reflection?
From the age of 1 to 7 on up, who are the men learning from? If there's no black men in the household, right, to teach men to be men, where they getting their can I just finish? Where are they getting their
I was gonna answer it.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna sit back and listen. Go ahead, because I can't speak. Go ahead.
You asked a question. I mean, you're kind of coming with the same talking points that the manosphere comes with, and we're coming with y'all with facts, and y'all continue to come with us with these lies that you're regurgitating, and this is where y'all losing us, because we cannot respect this. How can we respect men who are not coming to us with the truth? Like, I mean, but you asked a question. You asked, who are these women learning from? The boys learning from. They're learning from women. Okay, so now you're going to go on and blame women for why men, grown men, do the things that they do. Go ahead. We already
because therapy doesn't exist. It's impossible for
there's a difference between actually listening and comprehending. There's a difference. Accountability works on both sides.
If you could just speak to your point, because I know that these women comprehend very well. They're like very educated women. They comprehend very well.
So why is it that a person cannot speak before they actually be spoken?
Ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Bro, trust me, bro. You do better. Just go ahead and just listen. You do better than making your point, bro. Trust me.
My thing is, right? Everything that y'all require from men, right? Y'all saying men are the leaders, right? How can a man lead because he's a man to lead to begin with when he doesn't have leadership skills? And where are these men getting actual information from to lead? Who's teaching them to be leaders if their so-called fathers are not in the household and they're being raised by a single woman?
No one. That's the problem, Jermaine. We know that. Like, that's why we're here. That's why we're having these discussions.
So who are they? Who are they being brought up by?
So they're being brought up by single moms. We already know that.
So tell me how you all gonna fix the fact that there's absentee fathers who don't raise their sons, and therefore they're creating these men in the community who are destroying the community. How are you gonna fix that?
Men need to stop individualizing themselves and acting because if it's not at their doorstep, it doesn't matter to them. Back in the day, we had certain clubs, right? Like we had, could be a big brother, or we have these clubs that actually mold young men and teach them to be men, right? But today's society, in this society, we pretty much what? We let a lot of things slide. You can't even speak to some of the young men because it may cost you your life, right? You can't even speak to certain men because most of their moms won't allow you to speak to them, right? And I'm speaking through experience and things that I have seen, right? And most of the time, a lot of men lash out because they're showing the emotion of the parent they're in the household with, basically, right? It's the truth. Yeah, are there some messed up men out there that don't do what they're supposed to do? Yes, right? But that's where the accountability comes into play. Like King said earlier, there's too many pointing their fingers, right? Everybody keeps running around the circle, but nobody's coming in the center to actually work together to actually balance out these situations. But we talk good.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree. Thank you, Mrs. Jovo. Go ahead.
I guess, first of all, Jermaine, an apology to you for cutting you off, but I just want to speak to what you just said. I think the entire show, what I've been talking about, is men and women challenging their thoughts, attitudes, and beliefs. We got to challenge the way we think, first of all, to change behavior. Okay. Now, once we do that, understand this. And you talking to somebody who, for more or less based on the facts that are out there, I came from a village of family members. I came from a broken home. But I learned early on, in order for me to be successful as a woman, as a wife, as a mom, as a person in society, period, I have to take accountability and responsibility for my own personal healing. It's not a Black man's job to heal Mrs. Jovo, nor is it another Black woman's job to heal Mrs. Jovo. I have to first see the benefits of healing on my own. And even before that, realize that some healing needs to happen. But see, in our culture, in our community, we have a really, really bad habit of thinking that the only way to evoke change in our community is to either, just like you said, blame, or we do what I like what the manosphere is trying to do, which has been proven not to be effective. We shame, okay? We shame each other. We talk about how Black culture is trash and how this is trash and that is trash. And just like you said, nobody is coming to a solution. But what I keep saying is the solution is the change starts with you. It starts individually with you. It starts individually with you. We have to start coming to a point. We have to start coming to a point and telling people that, or challenging rather. Let me just say that. Challenging people to look at the benefits of changing their behavior. We can't keep shaming each other for what we're doing.
Let me let Mike respond because he laughing and what's going on, Mike? What you got to say?
Miss Joe, I agree with you said. I agree with you said. But I don't think the manosphere is just all bad. Because a lot of times they teaching us what to look out for a woman and what to not look out for a woman. Okay? I believe we do have a lot of problems in our communities. But we don't own our communities. We was bought to them communities. You know what I'm saying? These are white people houses that Black people was bought to. Okay? So we don't own these communities. They say Black communities. There's no Black communities when they gentrify and everything. Okay? When they redlined us. When they drove highways through our communities. Okay? So it's like, we need this reparations thing going down. If you want to see us do better, we need this reparations thing. And it's a reason why we're not getting it. It's a reason why they don't want to give it to us. Because they don't want us to compete with them. And once we start competing with them, there goes the problem.
Okay, Mike, but who's stopping you from competing now? And besides you,
baby, I'm at work right now.
Mike, stop. You're begging the white man for something. He's not going to give it to you. He has proven that. We've been asking for reparations for way too long. So stop asking him.
What kind?
Stop. Well, who is stopping
listen, Juana.
Mike,
it is an act of war.
Mike,
I am in Minneapolis right now.
Mike, who is stopping you all from competing right now? And don't tell me the imaginary white man. And don't tell me the redlining, because that is bull. You guys can still compete. Black men can still compete right now, just like every other race of man has been doing. And slavery is 402 years now. So when it's been gone, when are we going to start competing?
Khan is over there building a city in Africa. Okay?
Correct me if I'm right.
Jay-Z have put the Barclays Center right in there in the middle of a Black community. Okay? Tyler Perry just built the studio. Okay? So we're doing it at a micro scale. Okay? We're not the Amish. We need permits to build. We need tools to build. We need bricks and boards and stuff to build.
And money.
That's right. That's right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't black men produce more than actual black women as far as in the financial sector goes?
Why are you comparing yourselves to black women? Jermaine, I got a problem with that.
Going down the wrong road.
No, I said compete. Jermaine, I said compete. And I meant with other men.
Jermaine, they got us there.
Can I finish though? Like I'm thinking and stuff, and y'all keep jumping. Like, okay,
Jermaine, I said compete, and I meant with other men.
Compete with whom?
Other men.
If the game
mute. Wait 1 minute, Jermaine. I said compete with other men. Stop competing with women. That is absolutely absurd. Listen, we compete with other women. We are competing with other races of women. Look at our stats.
Okay, so let's compete. Okay.
Stop it, Jermaine.
So let's compete with other men, right? Okay, so let's speak on competing with other men, right?
Okay, can you let me finish? Because I'm trying to make a point. I am telling you right now that if you keep on comparing yourselves to black women, you will get nowhere. We are already both subjugated. What do you want to do? Subjugate us even more? It makes no sense. Instead, you want to fight us and not compete with who you need to be competing with, which is the white man who, as Mike just explained, is redlining you, stopping you from owning in your community, marrying your women, all of these things that you guys are saying is happening, but you're sitting there complaining to us.
Tawana,
what are we going to do? Either you're going to compete or you're going to be complicit in white supremacy, and that's the end of it. I don't want to hear anything else.
How do you come to the biggest consumers are who?
What?
The biggest consumers in America are who?
Black people.
The black man and the black woman, right?
Right.
Okay, so Queen made valid points earlier, right? It starts with you as an individual, right? So at the end of the day, if it starts with the individual, we have to check each other first. I'm not fighting with the black woman. I'm not
y'all black men, because y'all can't even get along without killing each other. Check y'all first. Don't check us.
When you check the black man, right?
The black man.
When you check the black man, when you check you're checking arrogance, you're checking dudes that's willing to kill. You speak up, we're killing each other, correct?
Yeah, y'all are.
Change. How do we make change as a black community? It starts with who?
I don't know all the answers. How am I supposed to know? I'm a woman. Black men, you can come up with the solutions. Just
in case you haven't figured it out and you haven't seen it, men follows the women. Right? You keep saying black. No. Yes, bro.
So we are leaders. So we are.
Come on, bro. God damn, bro.
Okay, can I let everybody else speak? Because I'm sorry. I can't. I don't follow what you're saying right now. Let Reese go ahead, Reese. Hi, the Bill Podcast. How are you?
Pretty solid. I didn't want to stay up here too long. I just wanted to speak to the.
Okay.
Hold on, Osmosis.
Let me let
this man just set me back 3 months when he just did.
let me let him speak.
All that progress I made.
Be up long, and then I won't reach from Philly to go.
I'm trying to be in the chat tonight, but you know, Freezy, we were on the stream earlier and we talked about the compete thing. It was a pretty good conversation. And Jermaine, kind of the point that Juan is making is, I gave the example on, you know, I started multiple businesses, and when I started those businesses, I couldn't get credit, and I couldn't get bank loans, et cetera, et cetera. And recently, on my new business, I decided to go a different route and hire a company to help me establish business credit, and it cost me about $3,000 to get that company to do that. And then I took that information and gave it to other black men I know that have businesses and let them know, like, hey, I already paid this fee. I'm going to tell y'all exactly what they're telling me. But there was pushback that I got from other men basically telling me not to hire this company because it was a quote unquote white company and get it out the mud and figure it out yourself type stuff. So when she's saying like compete, that's a lot of the reasons why we don't get where we're going. Like I said, it took me maybe 6 years to try to figure out how to do it myself, and I still couldn't do it, and I had to pay to get the knowledge. So trying to evolve economically, and like I said, I hear everything that you're saying, and people have been telling me this all the time about they won't give us loans. This company has helped me establish, $500,000 worth of business credit for me to progress my business. So I'm just saying, this thing, it had nothing to do with the black women. It just had me to go find the knowledge and then take that knowledge and not be selfish about it and give it to other people. Like,
you did some self work, brother. That's what
I
you
had to
did.
do the self work, and there is an issue from black men. Like, I've asked other black men that where I want to get, I asked them to like give me the knowledge, and they basically gave me I had to get out the mud. You got to get out the mud too. Figure it out. Like, that's been a thing I've had to do in almost any business I've been trying to get to that wasn't family oriented, like the get it out the mud thing. So that's what she's saying. Like, we can't keep sitting in this pocket and talking about black women or women in general to lead us. Like, you got to go figure it out or go reach out to somebody that's hopefully going to give you the knowledge and do it. So that's all I wanted to say on that point about economically and getting in your bag yourself and not just staying in because I agree, like, we can't stay in the slavery thing. And I said that wasn't me not being able to get that credit, wasn't a white man holding me back. And I have dealt with the race issues with white people in business before. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but I'm saying that wasn't a white man holding me back. That was me just not having the knowledge and having to source different ways to find it. And Frizzy, remember, I gave it in the chat that we had with the other men. I posted the service that I got, and I told multiple men, like, y'all can reach out to me, and people did. So that's kind of what it takes. But to be up here and just arguing with women about why we can't do it is just not the move, because we can. And that's what I'm saying. Freezy, you were there and we all witnessed. It was a great conversation. A bunch of men, just a different conversation, completely different than what's happening right now. So I just wanted to speak to that point.
I want to really back off of what he said.
The beta bill, I would like, because I definitely in the future have a show about finances and helping black men to establish wealth and bring resources into the community. So I would love for you to come back and talk in more depth.
Yeah, for sure.
Even if you have your resource, you can bring that person on. I would love for this conversation. And black men, like, there is no imaginary white man stopping you from doing nothing anymore. No. The Black Wall Street is in the past. Stop it. Like, really, there is power. You all have power. And to me, the women who coddle you and tell you that you can't do it because the white man gonna stop you are the women you need to run from. Because I am like literally telling you that you have the power to get up and do these things that this man is telling you that you can do. And you all want to listen to what the white man ain't gonna let you do. No. That is like, it's gone. It's over. Like, stop it. I understand that we're still going through stuff. I'm not saying we're not subjugated. I'm not saying that there is not going to be challenge. I'm not saying racism is not an issue, but we have been overcoming that for over 400 years. We will continue to, but we're not going to keep on in 2022 making excuses about why black men can't own stuff, because y'all can't.
I want to levy back off of what both of y'all just said. Listen, I'm a very big proponent of historical facts. I think every black person should read certain books. The autobiography. We can start with the autobiography of Malcolm X. That's a great read. We should know our history, but at the same time,
now let me get started on some Malcolm X. I'm sorry, y'all.
I do not. I'm just
that supposed to have been militant. These problematic leaders.
Let's not get derailed. Come listen, Juwan.
Okay. I'm not gonna ruin his image. I love me some Malcolm X. Don't get me.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're about to say,
act like he was not. He was militant when he said he was, and he really did not start no damn war or do nothing. We still in the same situation that we was in. Like,
the reason what I'm saying, we can get we can talk about why I do like Malcolm X's story, but that's a whole nother.
Yeah, we can talk about that later.
Okay,
I got some stuff to say about that too.
I'm sorry, the person that's speaking on teaching Jermaine financial literacy.
Hold on, wait. The point I was trying to make.
You can come back, Jermaine, when we talking about financial literacy, because that is literally going to be a topic. I'm going to talk about financial literacy and how black men. Black women, how we can say
somebody got their YouTube playing.
But let me let Reese, because Freezy.
Wait. This is what I want to say. I want to say this right here.
Okay, I want Reese quick second. Talk though. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, listen. I advocate every black person should know their history, but I don't advocate to use it as a crutch. Let Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about the white man. The white man is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Shit, let me tell you something. If I was white, I'd keep my foot on black people's neck too. It's about power. It's about power. So once black people as a whole understand the nature of power and how necessary it is and how it works.
Well, power is not given to you; it's taken.
You prove my you're speaking to my.
So if you're not going to take the power, then you're just going to operate under the power structure that we're under.
You're speaking to my point. You're speaking to my point. So if you're looking for anything to change on its own, or for Joe Biden to change stuff for us, or any one of these presidents to change, you're going to be waiting forever. For Christ's sakes, Joe Biden just spent millions of dollars for crack pipes to give to the black community. This is ludicrous.
Yeah, he did. And so let Reese from Philly talk though, because I really want to get his perspective. Hi, Reese. This is my brother from another mother. He come on all the channels, make sure he drops some jewels. You gonna keep it PG today, Reese, or you gonna say something? I'm gonna have to.
No, I'm gonna chill today. Okay. But
all right, go ahead.
I'm talking about whether black men hate black women or not, right? And the answer is no.
You can speak to any point. We talked about a lot of different things. Yeah, so if you have another point that you want to bring up, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me all right? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can you not see us? We can hear you. You can't see us.
Yes, we can hear you.
There's a delay in my screen, but anyway.
Okay. Yes, we can hear
y'all
you.
Talking about do black men hate black women, and the answer is no. And don't let these manosphere niggas fool you, or these dudes with all this bravado on the street. The behavior you're witnessing may be translated as hatred, right? But you're overlooking certain things. These same dudes that overuse the B word and treat women, viciously in public, especially when they're in crowds, right? If you notice, they're the ones trying to get the most ass from you. You see what I'm saying? There's no way that you want to get ass from someone you hate. It does not make human sense. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of fraudulent shit going on. You gotta understand, men are slick. They're real slick, just like women are. They picked up so many, I hate to say female traits because they're not female traits.
We
it's
like the
bullshit.
Ones with swag and the charming men, and we like the ones that's gonna leave us high and dry. You're right, Reese. And that's why I say the simp is the best man that was created. I don't understand why women disrespect the simp. He's the only man. No, y'all need to stop disrespecting the simp, because the simp man, the beta man, so you will, is the man that I think is the best man for us. Go ahead, Reese from Philly.
Watch this, y'all. Look, so sometimes you could be in the barbershop. We'll be in the barbershop, be 9, 10, 12 people in there, 12 men in there, and everybody's going in, bitch this, that, bitch that, and they talk about women in the barbershop. But as soon as a girl with a nice body walks past the window, you see 10 people raise up out their chair in the middle of a haircut. Everybody sitting down waiting gets up. And that's not hatred. And you do it right after you just said the word. Huh?
Yeah. That's lust, not love. That's infatuation. That's sexual attraction.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. It is lust. You're 100% right. But if they're showing you affection like that, there's no possible way that they hate you. If they hated you, they would divest.
That's not true at all. Men show affection to women that they literally kill after they give birth. Look at how Raj Black happened. He literally killed 2 of the women. They weren't black. 2 women that he loved and protected, married, all this other stuff. Love, infatuation, sex, lust. That doesn't negate hate. I don't.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I don't think he planned on killing them when he met them. Something went left somewhere. You know what I mean? I'm saying men don't initially hate black women. You hear them complain about all the shit sisters do. I do it too. But they don't hate you. You know what I mean? Now listen.
We complain.
200 women, over 200 women last year in Philadelphia were shot or killed. That's never happened in history before. The numbers have never even been nowhere close to that. Something is going on. You could translate that as hatred, but I don't believe so. I think there's niggas out here that are so just batshit crazy and over emotional. You know what I'm saying? From growing up without a father. You know what I'm saying? To punch him in his chest when he's supposed to. Now this motion carries them into their 30s. Even them younger men that are 30 and 40 act this way. This isn't restricted to teenagers like it was back in the day. Back in the day, you saw people shouting on the phone. It was somebody that was 15 years old. I see men in their 40s and 50s doing this shit. Emotional as hell. You see what I'm saying? It's not coming from a place of hate. They don't know how to deal with the stuff that's coming in their head. You see what I'm saying? Their management system is fucked up. And their behavior is coming out translated as hate. The black men do not hate black women. Look how hard they beg for ass. They'll walk up behind the block. Yo, mom, just trying to say.
It's not love. Sex is not love.
It's not an indication that they love us.
Yeah.
You know,
look how often they make songs about sleeping with women.
We used to get raped.
All right, I will give you another example then. Look, so I know the most vicious brain race that ever walked the earth, right? So
Reese,
I ain't hear you.
Give me one moment. You know we got raped on the plantation, correct? We were a preference. They wanted us over their own wives on the plantation. So that just having sex with women does not say, oh, I love you and I want you. No. So that don't mean that. That don't prove anything for us. That's not like.
Well, look, I'm gonna give you one story, right? I think there's some
other thing besides them impregnating us.
Right, on a mass scale.
All right, listen.
On a mass scale, what are black men doing to show love on a mass scale? Not one story that you're gonna like on.
Sister, I'm not gonna argue with you on that. Our behavior does not display love. Our actions do not.
Trying to say.
Yes, you're right.
You want to
okay, you're right.
Display is actually some kind of something else that's not hate when it's literally hateful action.
Do you think it's an inappropriate? Reese, do you think it's an inappropriate? Do you think it's a lack of or some type of inappropriate emotional response due to the trauma that all black people have experienced? I ain't gonna just say black men, but just all black people, because black people, we minimize our trauma. We do. We minimize it every day of the week. If that were not true, I wouldn't even have a job. I deal with it 45 hours out of the week. So I want to address what he said about emotional regulation. Yeah. Because it makes sense. Because again, going back to my original point, and this is when Cannon was still on the line. We're not teaching emotional regulation and emotional intelligence in our kids, period. So then, therefore, think about the connection here now. We ain't teaching emotional regulation. So what makes us think that, look at where we're failing with teaching self-control as it relates to sexual responsibility. So boys are not getting, and it goes back to what me and Cannon were talking about, these same lessons that women are being taught about, managing certain emotions, managing what's between their legs, managing that. Boys need to hear that too.
Let me tell you this, right? Look.
80% of my clientele right now that I'm counseling, they are not black women. They are black men. And I have to say this, they have the desire to want to do the work. But building emotional regulation skills and emotional intelligence will counter a lot of Reese from Philly, what he just said. I just wanted to say that.
Ms. Jobo, watch this, Shorty. Watch this, Shorty. You mentioned the trauma, right? Okay. So
yes,
a lot of us use trauma as an excuse for A, B, and C. Okay. So something happened to us 500 years ago, but it didn't happen to us. You see what I'm saying? So I wipe my ass with that. But something happened to us.
Do you understand that the lack of teaching? Do you understand that the lack of teaching and the absence of information can also be a traumatic experience? Because we're setting kids
you hit
up.
That right on the nail. Yeah. You hit that right on the nail.
That's what I was leading to.
There's a big package of shit that goes along with that, right? Slavery was not the last strike that we took. Something happened to us last fucking year.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you on that.
And here's another thing. You got to remember. Black people have a bigger spiritual window than everyone else. That's what I said on Jen's show. Like, we receive divine information quicker and better than everyone else, and we receive bullshit also the same way, quicker and better than everyone else, because that window is bigger. You understand what I'm saying?
I will say black women. I don't think that black men do.
I couldn't hear you.
I would say that's Black women mostly. But
Black women?
Yeah, I do.
Let me ask Ms. Jovo.
Listen. Black women have the biggest spiritual window on the earth.
I don't
Probably
believe
next.
Black men.
Huh?
I do believe it's Black women.
Reese,
it's true, man. Because you go to a funeral, you see all the sisters crying, and you see the niggas trying to be tough and holding in and all that. It's a fact.
Reese, let me ask Ms. Jovo a question. Ms. Jovo,
go ahead.
You working? You say you work in this field, right? With okay. So you're the perfect person to ask. Dealing with premarital pregnancy with Black men, Black women, who do you think? What gender do you think, as far as being detrimental, does it affect the most? What gender do you think you see in your offices and these type of atmospheres? Does it affect the most?
So I need some kind of context behind that. When you say affect the most or detrimental, what exactly are you? Asking me? Does premarital sex, does it have more of a negative effect on women than men? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, after baby is conceived, right?
Mm-hmm.
After the woman gets the female gets pregnant, because we know it takes two to tango, right?
It does.
So, but you being in this field, and I'm not trying to prove a point, I'm just asking out of curiosity. It's far, because we're talking about emotional issues and all this type of stuff. Who do you think, from your experience, who does it affect the most pertaining to pregnancy in general within the Black community?
Are you saying when a baby is born out of wedlock? Is that what you're saying? Or are you just saying pregnancy period?
I'm talking about from conception, but even before the baby is born. After the baby is born, before the baby is born.
It's the women, man.
I want to ask Ms. Jovo.
What is the effect?
I'm trying to get an idea. Okay, so you're just saying premarital, when a child is conceived due to premarital sex. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because it takes a Black man and a Black woman, Black boy and a Black girl to do this. So we're not saying the woman is alone, but who does it affect the most in your experience, line of work, your experience? Who does it affect the most?
The women.
No, I want her to answer. I want her to answer because I don't want people to.
Is it a physical effect, imprisonment? What is your idea of effect?
Listen. I want Miss Jovo to answer this because she's in the field.
I think that the effects, and I don't keep score. Let me just say that the effects,
just from your experience, what you see.
I see is with it both on men and women. And I'm gonna tell you why. Well, I see you nodding your head, but I'm speaking from my experience as a therapist. You might have a different experience as it comes along with this. So I'm not saying that what I'm about to say is law. Let me just say that. That's not what I'm saying. But as my experience as someone who's been in mental health for about 16 years now, what I've seen for the women, you have this woman who is unmarried. I've had all types of situations. Woman's unmarried, and then maybe guy gets locked up, or worse, he gets killed, or worse, he dies of some kind of illness or sickness. Now you have a woman who is not legally attached to anything this man could leave for her to take care of this child. You have that scenario. You have where the relationship doesn't work out, and no one is teaching them how to co-parent when the relationship does not work out. When they come see me, it's, hey, let's talk about co-parenting. And the distraction is, and the deflecting comes from them wanting to talk about that they're blaming each other for what happened in the relationship, but nobody's having a conversation about co-parenting. Because when you parent a child, it ain't got jack squat to do with what mom and dad want or desire. It has everything to do with what's best for that child. Then you have scenarios where, because I've worked in the criminal justice system, you have these guys who are going into the system and out of the system and into the system. So now you have inconsistency with the father being in the home. Okay. Then you have, on the flip side, I've seen it with women being incarcerated. So we can have several conversations about the effect.
What I was asking about was on the mental side, we got postpartum is big, right?
Okay, now I see where you're going. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I interject and add to that?
Who does it?
Can I add to that through experience?
Hold on, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer.
1 minute, Jermaine. Let me let Freezy finish.
When it comes to postpartum emotional changes and all that kind of stuff, I don't know how to word this stuff because I'm not in the in that field, because I might be wording it wrong, but I'm pretty sure everybody gets the gist of what I'm asking. Who does this affect the most as far as going forward emotionally after a baby is conceived?
After the baby is born or after the baby is conceived?
Well, but even before the baby is born, while she's carrying, or whatnot.
Because now we have to look at how moms take. Now we have to look at how mom's taking care of herself. We have to look at because one thing that I want to talk about, and it's probably totally off topic, is when we go to these clinics and we see a few of the Black fathers present for these appointments. Okay. And we need to see more of that presence. Like when I was doing that type of counseling with women who were pregnant, my whole thing was, where's dad? Tell dad he's welcome here. Come on, bring on dad. That was my thing. So I don't think, I think sometimes society and what we see
after the baby was born, then after the baby
is born, Queen Nita and Wanda Chica, that comment just flashed across the screen, and Queen Nita, thank you for your comment. The children. We need to pay attention to the fact that these kids, honestly, they didn't ask to be here. They didn't ask to be here. I had a discussion. They didn't ask to be here. I had a discussion with the guy online last week about how we always want to talk about, well, who is it on? Is it on the Black woman, the Black man? Who's affected more? The children are affected more. I agree with Queen Nita. They are affected more because when parents can't. Go ahead, Freezy. What were you going to say?
What I'm saying is, after the child is born, we know the kids are affected the most. I agree with Queen
absolutely.
Nita. But after the child is born, as far as the parents are concerned, which parent is affected the most? Mentally and emotionally.
Let me let Jermaine.
The caretaker, whoever the main caretaker is.
I have two sons. Right?
Okay, go ahead.
It affects both parents. Men are tied to the woman. So whatever she goes to, it trickles down to him. When she was pregnant, all her emotions and so on and so forth carried over to me. I share that with her. I didn't feel her pain when she was pushing the kid out, but that carried over to me emotionally. So now the child is born. As my first child happened, I didn't know what it took to be a father, right? She already had certain experiences that she went through, so she were prepared in some sense of it, right? I'm a fatherless man, so here I am, new father, going through so on and so forth with my child and so on. It and it affected her because she was going through postpartum. And I was affected by that.
Did you go through postpartum?
I don't know how to describe it, but I went.
Okay, all right.
I want to answer that question.
Listen,
right.
women, right?
Thank you,
women.
Thank you.
I mean, we give birth. We are the primary caregivers, even when our husband is in the home.
I don't see how that was a hard question.
We are the ones who solely, yes, men, I understand y'all have emotional needs and things that you all go through as well. But physically, women are affected more. I don't understand. Like, that's
what I'm thinking too.
I want to answer it, yo. I want to answer that.
Go ahead, Reese.
Listen to me real good. Men are the givers of life. But, right, in order for life to develop, it has to sit in the woman. Listen to me. In order for life to develop, it has to sit in the woman.
Reese, I see what you're saying.
When this embryo develops, it is still one being. You understand? The child hasn't been ejected yet, so it's one being, even though there's 2 hearts, 4 lungs. You understand what I'm saying? So they're connected. They have a connection with the child that we can't even dream about. We'll spend the rest of eternity trying to figure it out, and we'll never understand because we'll never get an opportunity to do it. Now, don't get mad at the men are the givers of life comment, because I've been hearing that shit for half a century, and it's bullshit. There's something inside of my sack right now, and it's alive, and it never dies. One day it becomes a human being. I give it to someone. An egg is a house. That's a place where life lives. The life is given to it. The man is the giver of life. The reason why they built the temples thousands of years ago for women is because of the connection that they have. Life does not happen without them. And when that child comes out that womb,
I'll let you talk long enough. I don't agree with you. Women are the givers of life. Period. Point blank. I don't know what you're talking about. Women.
Hey, my sperm has a backbone.
What are you talking about?
My sperm has a backbone and a heartbeat. It never died.
Okay, well, go ahead and try to procreate.
Yeah, my point.
I didn't say. Hold up, y'all. Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. I didn't say.
Okay, mute.
Well, the point. Listen,
go somewhere and go in a science lab and procreate without a woman. I don't know what you're talking about. You need us. What are you talking about?
The point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make, Tawana, you hit it on the head. Tawana, you hit it.
Podcast. What you say?
You hit it right on the head, Tawana.
Yes,
the women, the young girls are more affected after the baby is born mentally and emotionally, right? Going forward, knowing this, it's very
That's your point, Freezy. They need to.
I got a question. Freezy, do you have kids?
That doesn't absolve men of their responsibility.
Wait. Freezy, do you have kids?
Can I just say this? Can I just say this? Can I just say this?
To close their legs. That is his whole
Can I just say this?
point.
Can I just say this?
Because men still have sex.
You know
that's not even realistic.
Let me just say this. I expect that Freezy to go in that direction. Let me just say that.
It's laughable.
Like I said, 45 hours of my week.
Hey, I care about my young black woman.
Hold on, Freezy. 45 hours of my
if
week.
you don't address the women, the men.
It is 45 hours of my week is dedicated to people coming up or people sharing their life experiences and circumstances and scenarios where
no, Miss Jovo.
No, I know, right? Come back, please.
Pre-contemplation stage of change where they don't understand that okay, there's a problem with what I'm doing. Okay, or they're in contemplation. They see that there's a problem with what I'm doing individually, and I don't know, Miss Jovo. I don't know where to address it. I don't know where to start. So I just say that I expected Freezy to go there again.
Yes.
For like the fifth
That's
time
why you didn't
tonight.
want to answer my question.
Wait, hold on. I'm answering your question, but the fifth time tonight, we have to challenge first our own thoughts and attitudes and beliefs and these systems that we have been taught about sexual behavior. Black men are some of the greatest creatures on earth. I know facts and stuff we said tonight or say otherwise, but I'm married to a black man. I have a father who raised me. Hold on, Mr. Mike. Hold on. I'm making a point. I have a father who he was that guy, in and out of jail, battled with addiction, but my father raised me for 2 years out of my life. I know the greatness of black men. I've got several uncles, cousins. I look at my own brother. I know the greatness of black men. I know you guys are capable of leadership because I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. So if we know this about you, okay, addressing what Freezy just said about the going back to the sexual responsibility, because I think he's trying to win that debate. And I salute you for trying to go there, brother. But let me just tell you, if y'all are all of that, which you are, you have the capability to be the change that you want to see in the black woman, meaning that you have the capability to practice that penis discipline that you guys talk about. You have the capability to do that without telling us what we need to do. Because we've been hearing that since the first woman was created. We've been hearing that for a very long time. And that has not changed the circumstances of teenage pregnancy yet. You show me a community. And I come from a small middle Georgia community. I ain't talking about Atlanta. I'm talking about Georgia with a J. Dirt roads and country. We were taught that is embedded in us. I might have a tattoo on me that say that. Marry before you carry. Okay? Keep your legs closed. Show me a community where teenage pregnancy or unwanted pregnancies or single moms, the rates have dropped because of these traditional ideologies that y'all keep spewing to women. Show me the community and I'll shut up, because I haven't seen it yet. The 16 years I've been counseling, I have told black men the same thing.
Yeah.
Develop a sense of responsibility. I tell my clients all the time, you are the common denominator to all your human interactions. You're the common denominator. So when we look at the denominator and the other number, what number you got control over? The denominator. So let's talk about what you need to do different.
Yeah, you know, Freezy, listen.
That's all I'm saying.
If black men don't take accountability for who they're sleeping with, who they're impregnating, you're just gonna keep on creating this culture of single mothers, and you're really essentially telling the mother that she is the only person responsible in those scenarios. And I disagree with that message. It's not good for our community. It's not good for our culture. It's not good just for us to move forward and be better. If our mentality is that it's only on the woman, then why would a man even care to think about the types of choices he's making with the women he decides to lay with? Why would that even be something that he needs to even consider if all you're going to do is blame as a community of men? If all you're going to do is blame the woman, penalize the woman, shame her, ostracize her, and then praise the man on the other end because he's sleeping with all these women, and it's
I'm telling you,
what is going to change?
You know what they Tawana, you know what they used to do?
I turned around to talk to you, Tawana.
You know what they used to do? You know what they used to do in my little community in Georgia? If you got pregnant in middle school or high school, let's say you got, you know, Devontae and then you got Keisha, and they get together and Keisha end up getting pregnant. Guess who going to alternative school or have to drop out? Keisha. Guess who get the bad looks in public? Keisha. Who addressing Devontae? Devontae getting daps. Devontae getting the different types of looks, and that's the ideology that I'm talking about.
I can tell you. I can tell you exactly why. I can tell you exactly why that is, though.
He was
it's indoctrinated. It's a learned behavior. We being taught that. That's all I'm saying.
Let me say this, you guys, because I do want to wrap up, and I do want everybody to give their final thoughts. And
I want to leave first.
I want to invite the Beta Bill
podcast. Yeah.
I want to invite you back next week. I want Reese to come back. I want Jermaine to come back. I want you guys to come back and really talk about the men issues. And hopefully it's a progressive conversation. But I do want y'all to get into, why Black women have this idea that Black men hate us, right? Because we all consistently talked about how we have some perception of it. Whether we believed it or not is different, because some people, even though y'all show us in several different ways, we refuse to believe that y'all hate us. We still be like, no, because it's two of them that I know down the street. That's just so good. But then we dying every 5.5 hours at the hands of Black men. Like, it's weird that we really still do have this hope and faith, which means that y'all still got a little bit of room to change the culture and reform our society. But Black men, we want y'all. This is a patriarchal society. We want y'all to step it up and do those things. But I know you had some smoke for me, Freezy. So listen, I'm gonna let everybody kind of give their farewells and say, everything that they want to say. I want to give all the gentlemen, Mike, the Beta Bill podcast, Reese, Jermaine, I want to give you guys the opportunity to say what y'all have to say. And actually, I'll start off with you guys, Mike, because I know you've been trying to jump in there for a little bit. So go ahead, Mike. If you say something controversial, I'm gonna let the women go at you. Go at you now. Don't now. But go ahead. I'm gonna let. Go ahead.
I love Black women. I am a man who protected my seed. Okay, I'm damn near 50. Okay.
How many kids you got? No, I'm just playing. I ain't gonna answer.
I'm damn near 50. All right. So I had an ex-wife. Well, she's not my ex-wife yet, but I married a woman who had kids. You know what I'm saying? I worked every day. I did what I was supposed to do. All right. Do I hate her? No, I don't hate her. All right. She cheated on me. I forgive her. She's still in my pockets. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? Just because one black woman did me wrong, I'm not going to paint that broad brush. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. I know too many sweet black women. So I love you. I cherish you. And I'm out.
Thank you, Mike. That was great. We appreciate that.
Okay.
He was like, "Look, I've been dead wrong, and I still love black women." Okay, all right, the Beta Bell podcast.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the community aspect. Somebody mentioned it earlier, and I think y'all talked about it earlier in the stream about starting from or I think it was Freezy was the one that was saying about the micro coming from the micro. I didn't get the lessons about community from YouTube or any of the manosphere spaces and that. I got that from my own father and my own mother and my grandmothers. And mainly, I got that lesson from when my sisters were in relationships and they came on two different sides of the spectrum. One was trying to basically marry what you describe as a Pookie or Ray Ray. And the other one was trying to, was with someone that's very successful. And, my mom, and I listened to the conversation he had with the one that's successful. And she basically told him, hey, you've been with my daughter for a long time. You need to kind of shit or get off the pot. You got to have to marry her because she's giving you all this dedication and you're not progressing anything forward. Like if you pass away tomorrow, she gets nothing out of this commitment she's given to you. So that's from that economic standpoint. And on the Poopki and Ray Ray side, my father sat me and my brother's side and basically said, hey, your sister's, this is the guy she wants to be with. He's going to come over here and we're all going to talk to him because basically I think they were wanting to get married, but I think she got pregnant. She was pregnant before they did the wedding. And basically, we sat him down and he just addressed him and said, hey, you don't have a job. I don't care that you're having my daughter's baby. Like you need to get your shit together or you not marrying my daughter. And that just is what it's going to be. And, like I said, I'm defining, he's a Pookie and Ray Ray, but he ended up getting two jobs, working his ass off, and they're solid now. They got 3 more kids. They got a great marriage. So I think, the community
she
thing.
got your daddy and you there
exactly.
to help her vet these old weirdos. Because women, we cannot vet men clearly. We fall for all y'all manipulation tactics. So why they keep asking us to vet men when we clearly are soft on men and love y'all too much to think critically about the crazy stuff y'all do. So here's the thing. I appreciate that story. So like they need to know how important it is that they stay in the household and watch their babies.
For community purposes. Yeah. You still got to have the community and you still got to have somebody, like you said, vetting. Like my sisters were dating on two different extremes, but they still, the same message was still, my parents had to get involved and kind of guide them to be like, this ain't the situation. My dad didn't say you can't marry him to her, but he told him, you not marry my daughter, and that just is what it's going to be. So yeah, I mean, on a micro level, we do got to take accountability in our own homes to lead in a better way. And then we can start talking about generalities. But I don't think it's productive to just sit here and bark about someone else's life, and decisions they're making. If you're not making the right choice in your home, it's going to be an L regardless. So that's all I had to say on that subject. But I appreciate you. I definitely tap in with you, Juana. I'll see. What day were you talking about?
I usually go live on Sundays, every Sunday.
Oh yeah, Sundays I'm free.
But I'll talk to you offline because we can I'll talk to you about some stuff because I want to do some other stuff with you. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Sunday, thanks for having in. Thank you so much. All right, Reese from Philly. Come on,
look,
Reese.
Man.
Come through, Reese. You about to say something? I know you're gonna say something off the
Mathematically, I believe that the men have to take a bigger role in cleaning up all this shit, even though everybody's gonna have a part to play in this. I think the men should have a bigger role for mathematic reasons. How people feel do not matter to me. You know what I'm saying? Women outnumber us by a great number. We're the smaller group and we're the ones who choose. You see what I'm saying? So all you hear around the manosphere is that women need to make better choices, blah, 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 blah. But it's too many of y'all. We're the ones choosing, so we're the only ones that can clean this up. You see what I'm saying? You make the ultimate decision of who's going to come into the world, but the initial attack, search is us. It comes from us. We're looking for you. You see what I'm saying? So we're the ones that have to change everything. If it was the other way around, it would be y'all, but it's not. Now, the comment I made earlier, I wasn't trying to get all the dragons to tear me to pieces. My theory.
You calling dragons?
I call all. Listen. The reason why I call female YouTubers dragons is because I've watched them eviscerate one man after the other, and niggas call themselves lions and bears. I figured the only animal that can devour a pack of lions is a fictional dragon. So
that's why I wear my red lipstick, so I can.
Y'all dragons. So look, the reason why I have the theory of the man being a giver of life is simply because it's not a shot at women at all. It's simply because we have a living organism inside of us. You see what I'm saying? And when coupling takes place, that organism never dies. One day it becomes a human being, right? So you get to carry life for 9 months, but I carry it 24 hours a day. And I'm the first one. The process begins with me.
Deformed things after you get a certain age. Don't nobody want to have no babies with nobody that's got them deformed. Don't act like this sperm is healthy after a certain age.
No. I'm not disputing that.
Okay, I just want to be clear that he ain't trying to say.
I understand everything you're saying, King, because the female body is structured to actually eliminate the sperm. If they go study that, they will get that. They'll get that understanding about it. I understand. Yes, a female body is structured to kill the sperm before it even make to the egg. The sperm fight to get to the egg. So he's correct. Go ahead, King.
But the process begins with the man, right? So if you pour water into a cup, right? The cup is just a container. The action begins when you grab the water. That's the first thing. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I love women. I worship.
We need y'all. Y'all need us. I get you.
Yo, I worship black women, and I'm mixed. You understand what I'm saying? So, and yo, I will be there for your man panel. And listen, I'm not trying to tell nobody how to run this channel, but I really suggest you do a level up show where you bring in the brothers. You done had entrepreneurs on here, stars, and all kinds of shit. Bring some of them guys in, and they give advice to men on how to level up this way, fitness.
Did you just
know what I'm saying?
I was doing that. Was you missing? I said I'm having a panel with men who are going to talk to other men. I'm actually organizing the panel right now. I have some entrepreneurs, I have some businessmen, I have all these different men who will come on the show. So that's going to happen for sure. It's gonna take a lot of planning. I want to make sure it's productive for you guys.
Y'all go easy on my boy Reese. Y'all know he be smoking that good stuff.
I love Reese. Reese know that he know it's nothing but love. So yeah.
I can't miss that one, y'all. I gotta go stir my vegetables up.
All right. Thank you so much, Reese. Thank you.
All right.
The only reason I let Reese talk is because I respect my elders. Because Reese, I would be like, Reese, stop. No, I know I love Reese. I love Reese. Go ahead, Jermaine. I want to hear what you got to say.
I want to address Chan first. Chan, first of all, don't assume by listening or looking at a person. I do own my own business. I make above 6 figures. Okay? Financially, I'm stable, have advisors, and so on and so forth. Just want to throw that out there.
And you have a few businesses that are great.
So
and
I have a couple podcasts too.
Jermaine is a good
I've written a book. So I feel like in our community, the issue is, right, we're pointing the finger. So therefore, when 2 people are hurt, everybody want to, bring their hurt on the forefront. So nobody's actually listening to what's being said when both people are speaking. So there's a clash, right? I feel like in order for us to address what we need to address, like Queen said, go to self first. But if you lack the understanding to start to address those emotions and hurt within yourself, you turn to your elders that do have something to actually give you that you can filter out and implement towards you to develop and become better, right? I do not in no way, shape, or form hate my Aboriginal woman. You guys are the most voluptuous, beautiful, like your scent and aroma just does it all over. Just the twitch, the walk, the way you talk, so on and so forth. I don't hate you guys. But are there things that you guys need to address the same way we need to address? Yes. Right? And earlier when I said men follow the woman, Women are the controllers of sex, right? Men goes where the woman goes. I'm not talking about in society. Men are the builders of society, period. And it is what it is. Point blank, period. And that's what I have to say. And we gotta cut the bullshit because we're good talkers.
Yeah. Well,
period.
I love it. Thank you so much for that.
Salute, brother.
Understanding. You know, the Lady Podcast was on for those of you guys who didn't know. And go check them out. Go follow them. I'm gonna take it like personal if my people don't go follow them. Like y'all go follow them now. Go subscribe.
Sorry, on YouTube? On YouTube?
Thank you guys so much. They are on YouTube and they also have a Facebook group that is really good.
I'm coming over
there. This is Understanding. Go ahead.
This has been quite eventful, guys. Oh my gosh, I could not have even dreamt this kind of interaction up. But just because it's my bedtime, it's time for me to go to sleep. I think the most important thing would be for, especially after all these men came disputing facts that we had already put up on the screen, I think it would be best just get an objective standpoint, because a lot of these things that were being said and what was being promoted were a lot of things from herd and subjective mindsets. The whole, women control sex and, we have to be the ones that pick. Women like to have sex too. I don't know who lied to y'all, but we are not stopping y'all from having sex. Women actually throw themselves at men as well. I don't know if that's news, but we do be throwing the cat, so it's not always the men pushing at it. But I do think just get an objective standpoint, guys, because too many people came here spouting the 50% of Black men don't have children. Like, there's no way that you could have done that research and came up with that unless you're just parroting what you've heard. So if you're going to be a leader, and
no, I said men in general. That's what I said, but.
Oh no, we're talking about the people in the chat, Freezy. But let her finish. Let her finish. It was some people in the chat who said it, multiple.
Right, it was quite a few people that.
Yeah.
And then the guy that called in and was saying, like, after we had literally posted the graph, oh well, it's still 50. At some point, you're gonna have to be objective. At some point, you're gonna have to look at the facts as they are, and then we'll go from there. But Lord, if y'all gonna keep having subjective standpoints and we can't literally use actual data, this conversation is gonna go nowhere, because somebody's gonna pull it up that one baby mama did them like that. So now we can't use any data because they baby mama trifling. It doesn't work. The same way it doesn't work for women, it doesn't work for men. So if we're gonna be objective, let's just all be objective. Let's get a common archetype down. Freezy, I don't know what you meant when you brought up Pookies, but it was strange because you brought up Pookie and then double back and was like, Pookie's not a specific archetype. So I don't know why you would bring up a Pookie if you say he's not even a specific person. So if we could just get some objective standpoints, definitions, basic statistics down, then we can have a conversation. But if we're going to keep backpedaling, it's not going to work.
Okay. Yes. So you want to go next, Ashley, or Mrs. Jovo? Either one. It's up to you.
Mrs. Jovo can go. It's fine.
Yeah, it's about that time for me to retire for the evening. I told y'all I work 45 hours a week. Therapy is exhausting, so this is quite a way.
Part of this.
Yes, this.
Hey, y'all got to come back and invade the men next week, because
sure.
they invaded y'all. Y'all got to come back and invade them.
I just want to say this. I enjoyed the show. Thank you to Juana Chica for having us on. Shout out to my castmates with the Ladies Room podcast, Tuesday nights, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday nights. Come on and watch us. I do want to say, I keep this on my desk in my little room where I do all my YouTubing and sometimes counseling. This sculpture right here, that's a baby right there. And those are people. And yeah, and it reminds me when I do respond, because I kept looking at this a lot today and I had to hold it today. It's gonna take a collective effort, you all. That's just bottom line, okay? I don't think brothers hate us. I think that black men and black women, we have been conditioned to minimize trauma. And before that, we didn't even realize that some of the things that we went through was traumatic. And we've developed several different responses to the experiences that we've had in life. And I think what we're seeing with men is responses. Okay. But see, the issue with changing responses again is you got to address all that baggage that you carry, and we all have it. You know, we all have it. That baggage is nothing but ego. It's defense mechanisms that keep us from getting to the core of who we really are on the inside. Do I think the core of Black men hate Black women? No. But I think that in order for that to be seen, and in order for men to change behavior, you have to challenge what you've been taught about women. Period. You got to challenge that. Just like you all ask us to challenge things that we've been systematically taught about the Black man. You have to do the work too and challenge what you've been taught just about our community in general. Okay. We've been taught to hate each other since one person, okay, got picked to go to the big house and the other person didn't get to go. They had to stay in the field. And then you got people putting it in their ear, why they didn't pick you, why they didn't pick us. That's been going on for so long. Okay. Or I even go further back. The ones that sold some of our ancestors to get on the boat. Okay. That whole crabbing, that whole, you know, that tactical behavior to keep each other down, it's been taught in us because we didn't challenge the attitudes and beliefs, and it's just systematically, you know, been rolling over from one generation to the next. So, you know, I really want to encourage everybody to remember my sculpture. We all in this together, and we want to be better for them. See the little brown baby right there? They had a white sculpture I could have bought on vacation, but I bought this one on purpose because this is a little brown, and they need us. They need us collectively. They need us. They need to see us get along. They need to see mom and dad take accountability. I tell my husband that all the time. You know, I love that me and my daughter, we call my husband the superhero at my house. That's what he is. He a Marvel character to us. Okay. So when certain things go down, I'm like, babe, she watching you. She watching you. And when it comes time to date, guess who she gonna pick? Guess who she gonna mimic? I had an uncle I love dearly. And guess who reminds me of him? My husband. My husband. Mm-hmm. I this whole picking men. I can remember at age 6 just looking at my uncle working, taking care of my aunt, taking care of his kids, you know, taking us fishing and playing sports with us. And that's the first guy I fell in love with. If you want to talk about love, that infatuation of this is what a man is supposed to be. So we got to be the change we want to see.
Ms.
So
Jovo,
thank you all again.
Can I ask you a question before you leave?
Absolutely.
Miss Jovo, you better not leave.
One question.
I'm not leaving. Okay, I won't leave. I'll stay here.
You, as a man, right, that see these traumas in other men. I'm 37, so the younger generation that I'm seeing eye to eye with. As a man, what is my first step on approaching them to teach them these things and to view the Black woman in a different light?
I think you go with kind of like what I do when I mentor. Okay, I gotta dangle a carrot, and so I hear a lot of men, and I see a lot of men's comments. You know, I love to see brothers talk about business and wealth and building. I love to see that. That's your opening right there, Jermaine. When you start having that conversation, then you ease in there. Okay, I see your mind is capable of this, brother. Let's talk about this area. And then that's where you go. You know, it's a process. It's a process. It is.
Jovo, you better not leave. Jermaine, let me ask you something, bro.
Wait, welcome, Chicago Real Love.
Hey, Real Love, Kim folks. How you doing?
I see you came from the west side. You came from the dirty west side.
And I ain't coming in 38 high. Shout out to Freezy. Hey, Freezy, I take mine off, bro.
What's up, King?
Mine off real quick.
Hello, relax.
Shout out to Ash. I see you made it back safe, Ash.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Salute to you.
Finally.
Hey, congratulations too, Willa. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
No, congratulations.
Very man on the panel. What?
Right. And listen, and we're gonna get into that in a second, Freezy. But listen, Jermaine, let me ask you something. The question that you asked, why wouldn't you ask that of the men that's on the panel?
Why wouldn't I ask that to the men?
Yep.
Because I didn't hear the men actually stated anything
Damn, you took that. I was gonna ask that, Rilla. Damn.
I know, but I'm curious though. Because Jovo, that's the homie scromy chicken baloney. Right? You never gonna get me to say nothing negative, and none of the women, all the beautiful women on the panel.
Reason why I asked her.
Except for Shawana.
The reason why I asked her that, because earlier within the show, she indicated that she sits down and speak to men.
But this is what I'm saying, bro. What you see in this space right now, and I know the women, and I'm very familiar with the women on this panel. But what I know also is that you have brothers building right now, right? And so you're asking a question poignantly towards men and what we need to be doing. And I'm just curious why you didn't go to Freezy and say, yo, Freezy, what you think about this? What do you think? Why was your first choice to say, hey, Jovo? And Jovo, you know, fam, listen. Hold on, Jermaine, real quick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I'm just saying for Jovo, because you know I need you. I don't need you to leave that group. You hear me? I need you in there, right?
I got you. I'm not leaving.
Okay. So I'm curious because again, I know it's a lot of all this back and forth with men and women against listen, me and Freezy just did what we said we was gonna do when we said we was gonna do it. So all this conversation around men, like niggas need to get their shit together, period, point blank, in a sense. My point is, why was your question directed towards Jovo instead of towards Freezy?
I just told you.
Okay, let me hear it.
Based on what she stated about actually sitting down speaking to men, right? And the statement she just made in her closing argument was the reason why that question was asked.
Okay.
If you want to keep it funky and real, I came on here, right? Yeah. Freezy never stated anything that actually entices my mental to ask that question to him.
So what did you get from her answer that you can use in your real life, or what did you get that you would apply when you speaking to other young men?
She indicated that you dangle a carrot, right? And she broke down the scenario with that actual carrot. You hit them in a niche that they want to have the conversation about, basically. You're making a face, you're asking a question, I'm giving you basic and concise answers. You may not like them, that may be...
It has nothing to do with whether... I'm sorry.
You may not like them, but it is what it is, King.
Let me let Ashley finish up, and then I'll let you guys kind of...
I understand why I never enticed his mental. I get it now. I understand.
Listen, Ashley...
Cut it out. Stop.
Let me let Ashley...
But if you really want to change and talk about...
Let me let Ashley give her final thoughts, and then y'all can have y'all mansplaining session.
No.
We're sapiosexuals.
Wait.
Let me let the men lead over this.
Hold on. No, y'all know I got big coochie energy, so y'all can shut me down any minute.
Go ahead.
I'm vagina monologue all day, so shut me down ASAP.
Go ahead, Ashley. I just want to hear your final thoughts.
Well, I just wanted to say I did enjoy the conversation. I hope that we can continue to have these conversations, but I really urge us to just listen a little better, hear each other out, be more respectful to each other. I think the accountability discussion is dead. Every time I hear it, I think of kids. Like I think of second graders going at each other, talking about, well, he did it first, or she did it. It's childish. At the end of the day, we are all responsible for ourselves. I am happy with the choices that I've made in my life. I don't have no certain types of drama. I ain't got no kids that am having to raise alone. And because of the choices that I made for myself, and that's not to toot my own horn, it's just to say, if accountability starts with self, and I don't understand grown folks who are talking about who's more accountable. I don't know if that's even productive, like at this point. So, but I did want to say, in the ladies' room, we do talk a lot about, so many different things, and we bring a lot of pushback to the Black manosphere. I wanted to say, I think Black men have some very valid concerns and complaints and frustrations with Black women Absolutely. I think the problems lie in the blaming, the lack of accountability, the grouping of us all into this category, the misinformation. I think it needs to stop. You know, like we just experienced it here on this show. I mean, I don't know how much data I can show you. It's right there in your face. There's nothing to argue about. Like, I just wish that, we could have more honest conversations and more sincere conversations. I know really don't like that part. He hates when I talk about Black man sphere. But
I'm scrambling.
Why he come back so quick? Why he come back to the camera so quick?
Don't nobody care
Because
what
I'm
West Side
listening.
say.
I'm listening to Ash, and I'm running to find my ring so I don't get in trouble. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, because you.
I've been
look,
running
I know she
around.
really got a short time.
I told Tawana, I've been running around saying my wife all week. So listen, y'all better relax. And Ash, I think you should know by now, whether we agree or disagree. I hope you're not going nowhere. I enjoy our conversations. And more so than you being a sister from the crib, I really do appreciate your perspective. Whether I agree with it or not is inconsequential. It's the opportunity to have the conversation so that we can move it forward. That's why I'm always asking, like, listen, Mrs. Understanding, she's in the group. Jovo is still in the group. And so y'all know, like, I ain't changed. I'm still on the dude's head. I don't really have much to say to the women. And so when I come to y'all's page, I'm really expecting something different from when I'm over on the other platform. So
no, we ain't talking about no other platform.
I know. I ain't saying
talking about no other platform. Listen, y'all.
Can I talk about Uncle Remus then? Can I talk about Uncle Remus?
You can talk about Harold.
I want to speak.
Wait, hold on.
That's not fair, Rilla. Y'all.
Wait, hold on.
You can talk about Harold's. If you ain't talking about Harold's, you can get on
no, I thought you said something else.
Harold's chicken.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
Okay, West Side. That's why I don't talk to people from the West Side.
Don't even hate like that.
I don't talk to. I usually Rilla is lucky because I don't really like mess with West Side people like that.
Yeah, because we
y'all ain't had my grandma chicken. Y'all ain't had my grandma chicken.
No, Jovo. This is no, Jovo. Don't get in this. This is
bigger than your grandma, Jovo. This is bigger than your grandma.
This is Chicago. This ain't got nothing to do with
Chicago. Fight. It's Uncle Remus versus Harold's, and everybody knows and everybody knows that Southside people choose Harold's, and West Side people choose Uncle Remus, and they are the ops.
That's a fact.
They are the ops.
And we are
Shawana,
and we are right.
And Shawana is mad because I keep kicking her out of Southside. That's why
I'm gonna have to come up and settle the score. Then I'm gonna have to do a taste testing. How about that?
Yeah, see which one is treating the other.
And when you come, you gotta tell me because I already know what you're gonna pick, but I just got to hear it. I got to hear it in real time. Well, thank you, ladies.
Well, let me finish. I just wanted to say I love
Ashley. Don't you go nowhere.
I know that I have a lot of not so nice things to say about Black men at times, or specifically Black manosphere. But I love Black men. I respect Black men. I just want us all to be better, men and women. We all need to do better in our community. And I like having these conversations. I just hope that we can continue to be a little bit more receptive to each other. And and the lady, I gotta do a little plug, Tawana, okay? The Ladies Room podcast, check us out every Tuesday. You get more of your girl, Mrs. Jovo. She's our therapist on the panel. We got Mrs. Understanding. We got
That's
our girl
dope, though.
Cannon.
That's real dope.
Thank you. So it's called the Ladies Room, but fellas are welcome. We want y'all. We want to hear what y'all got to say.
Yes.
And come on over Tuesday.
Oh, y'all might have Freezy coming over there.
But hey, understand this: we coming with the therapeutic skills and we coming with the stats. That's what we do.
Thank you, Miss Jovo. Don't come talking about black women took
that's
out
what we
our
do.
household or nothing like that. Come
That's
on,
what we
y'all.
do.
Come on.
And you ain't got to be married to be qualified to speak. Okay, you just come as they say in the black church, come as you are, but be prepared to get a word.
Got you. So here's the thing, and this is why I was hoping Ash.
Let me let Rilla talk. Go ahead, Rilla.
No. And I hate that.
Go ahead,
I feel like
Rilla.
I'm bullying the panel, and I'm not trying to do
No.
that.
We were giving. I'm giving everybody their final thoughts because we were about to wrap up. So it's
Okay. Yeah, it is
no
late.
time. Yep.
No. And I understand I did pull in late, and this is why I was hoping Ash wouldn't leave and Jovo wouldn't leave. And then definitely I know Mrs. Understanding is staying here. But here's the thing, though. And I had a conversation with my peers earlier, like, yo, fam, as much as y'all tired, I'm tired too. And there's a bunch of brothers that's tired. And I'm telling you, from the time that I pulled up, from the time that I called in to the other network that first time, and I think it was definitely a time where I disagreed with Shawana. And the times that I do agree, but the times that I did agree with her, I said, like, yo, so and so, you off. Shawana was right, blah, 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 whatever, whoop-de-woo, right? And I think that time might have been in February, right? And from February to now, which is 1 year, yo, fam, we talking about the same shit.
Yeah.
Real spill. And nobody, but this is what I'm saying, though. Please hear my heart on this. Everybody is like, oh, you saying this against me? I gotta go defend. And I'm sitting up here like, yo, no. I try and be as objective as I possibly can. Yo, my time in the Thunderdome, which is that other platform Facebook group, I have said, yo, gentlemen, you can go back, look through my posts. I have challenged the men consistently. But the moment where I come into understanding of, dang, some brothers have a legitimate point of contention. Ladies, y'all got shit y'all need to work on. That's real. You know what keeps happening? Well, Kevin Samuels and I don't give a fuck about Kevin Samuels. I ain't watched. Hey, listen, I ain't trying to be funny. Like, fam was on with Lee earlier, and I bigged him up because I heard the last part of what he's saying. I do believe him. Man, I believe in, like, now it's like 80% of what dude's saying, right? I rock with 80% of what dude's saying. But for the most part, there is a disconnect between the black man and the black woman, and we ain't finna get shit done. Keep pointing fingers at each other. In my real life, shit is Gucci. I married the love of my life. You dig? Most of what these goofy niggas is talking about, I don't have that same problem. But when I talk to my homeboys in real life, my homeboys that they went, they was a slut monkey, then they tried to make an honest woman of her, and they had kids, and they got married to her, and then the shit didn't work out, so now they divorced, and they back out here after 40 trying to figure shit out. That shit hard for them. They not making that. Ladies, what y'all hear men talking about, niggas ain't pulling that shit out their ass. So we can have that conversation about, yeah, men, y'all need to be the leaders. And Ladies, y'all got to understand, Tawana, you're a woman of power. So if a nigga roll up on you and tell you relinquish your power, you finna roll over and die? No, nigga, I worked for this. I went through school. I paid the cost to be the boss. Nigga, pay like you weigh. Get your weight up. Right? So the conversation has to move at some point. And this is what I'm saying. My ladies from the Ladies Room podcast, I'll pull up at some point, but what I'm saying is, at some point, we gotta come, because I don't do the whole shit. What they be saying? Yeah, y'all, we don't need y'all. If y'all wasn't there, we would survive without y'all, but without us, you would die. I don't subscribe to that. And I also know the first time the concept of Shawana, I'm gonna keep saying Shawana.
Come on my panel. And
I know, but you love me anyway. But you love me anyway. Look. But the first time we ever heard high value men don't cheat, they exercise options was where? The First time you ever heard that said. And then Joker started running with it. I ain't subscribed to that. I keep getting on the platform saying I'm beta male simp, vagina monologue, big coochie energy, a sucker for love, nigga, this, that, and the third, whoopty whoop. And I would never exercise.
Shout out to the simps. Shout out to the simps.
Yes, big shout out to the simps and the neutrons and the L7s and the squares. And shout out to the pimps.
Big ups to the simps. Listen, thank you so much, Real Love, for that. I do appreciate having a man's perspective, and I want to bring some balance because obviously we know that women have things that we need to do differently as well. And so my channel is specifically dedicated to women setting standards, expectations, and boundaries for themselves, and using real life examples of men who do things to boundary set, right? So now they know what types of men they shouldn't pay attention to. And I'm a big promoter of the simp because I think simps, in theory, like if Russell Wilson represents a simp, then I'm all for the simps. Okay, the simps that's where they at. Okay, because like that man is not no simp in my eyes. But if that's who they calling a simp, then y'all need to run to him. But this is what I'm saying. We all have issues. We all have challenges.
Let me get my last word in too, man.
But yes, I definitely will, Freezy. But Rilla, we can't get to the issue. We can't get to the solutions until we agree to what the issues are. And then we have to reform whatever those issues are and create some sort of new culture in order to normalize that. We have to
be an agreement. Shawana.
I don't want to agree. I just want us to normalize.
You said until we get to an agreement of what the issues are.
Yeah.
What I'm telling you is it won't be an agreement because what you ladies think the issue is not what the men think the issue is. And I'm telling you,
well, some men do believe that.
Argue facts.
No, listen. Y'all could do that all day. Listen, let me tell you something. Tawana, you know me from the time I came on the platform. I'm not one of them oofy goofy ass niggas that's on some old like, oh, I gotta be cute and in with this in crowd. I'm telling y'all what I see.
I know
in real life, fam.
Right.
In real life, what the brothers are saying, and Freezy been in this space too.
Yeah, but you know, Rilla, can I tell you what I see?
Hey, do y'all have platforms?
Can I also tell you what I see?
Not me, no.
Rilla is on
platform.
No, I ain't. No, Shawana.
1 minute.
I don't have no platform.
Rilla is on.
No.
Rilla is on a show, but you can find that show. Okay. Freezy. You can follow Freezy. Freezy's on this show every Sunday. But Freezy, is there something else that you're on that you can tell Jermaine about?
No. I'm primarily on this show. I'm a permanent panelist on this show, and I haven't talked to Tawana yet, but I was going to chop it up with her. But I'm thinking about starting my own content. But
of course,
but it's gonna be kind of different though. Gonna be kind of different though.
Well, you got my blessing, of course.
Freezy, is you gonna be doing pull-ups?
Freezy, let me
physical fitness, all kind of shit.
Oh, Freezy, of course. I mean, I support you for whatever you want to do. But Freezy, give us your final thoughts before we wrap this thing up, Freeze.
Well, I appreciate. Shout out to the ladies' room, man. Y'all came and gave that fire. Ladies' room, I will be subscribing. Just to let y'all know.
Thank you.
And I might just pull up on y'all. But according to the topic of the show, no. Black men do not hate black women. Okay? Now, as far as clearing up what misunderstanding was saying earlier, as far as Pookie and Ray Ray's, I was saying that they're really the stereotype for Pookie and Ray Ray. The normal stereotype is gold teeth, dreads, box Chevy, whatever, blah blah blah. But I will subscribe to you that I know some principals of middle schools, high schools that qualify for the Pookie and Ray Ray status. Trust me.
You brought up Pookie, Freezy. Nobody brought up Pookie, but
you don't believe in Pookie.
Y'all said
no.
You literally brought up Pookie. Nobody said the word until you said the black woman be always with Pookie.
But I brought it up. But listen,
women don't believe
you brought up Pookie. So tell me what you mean by Pookie.
Women don't believe in Pookie. We know that
No, I believe in the concept of Pookie and Ray Ray. I'm gonna tell you exactly. Pookie and Ray Ray is simple. A man that does not take care of his responsibilities, period. Whether it's children, his own life financially, just period. He's a sorry ass dude. And that can be in the form of he doesn't have to look like a man with gold teeth and dreads. That's what I'm trying to say. So basically what I'm saying is I don't subscribe to black men following black women. I actually agree with everyone on the panel except for Jermaine. Black men are the leaders in the community. Okay? Black men should get their shit together. Just like Chicago Rilla, I'm one of those men in my community mentoring young black boys, leading the way, leading the charge, telling them to keep their DICK in their pants, making them understand the consequences of early childbirth. Me and Miss Jovo just had a back and forth earlier about the detriment with young black women as far as postpartum. But Jermaine, you actually made a point. Young black men do suffer consequences as well emotionally. It might not be postpartum most of the time, but they do suffer consequences. So I will subscribe this. While I'm telling the young black men to level up, showing them how to level up, because I do believe that the black men in the black community serve as fathers. It takes a village to raise a child. So being that responsible fathers such as myself, even though I don't have kids, subliminally, right? What I'm saying is, as I'm telling these young boys, the fathers, responsible men in the community, the reason why I know that the black men love black women, because when we tell the black women simultaneously, hey, listen, you're valuable. Marry before you carry. Let me tell you something. When you meet a young man, the way you I want to say the way you cut down these failures in black men, the way you eliminate these bad choices, right? The way you eliminate it is test this man, see if he's willing to marry you. And if it's, to me, it's simple. If he's not willing to marry you, next. If he doesn't want to put a ring on it, next.
Okay. Look,
next.
I'm okay with that, actually.
So when black men say these things, it's not that they hate black women or trying to take the onus off of black men. No, as black men are doing the work, like me, like Chicago Rilla, we're also telling young black women, listen, most of we cannot reach all the young black boys. It's impossible for us to reach all of them. But for you to eliminate your chances of running into these bad seeds, if he's not willing to marry you, don't fuck with him. And I want to close with that.
Wait, can I? I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I do want to wrap up because look, it's about to be nearing 5 hours. Next week, Rilla, we're going to have a panel with all the men, and I want you to come back, Rilla.
And I need a personal invite, Miss Lady Ma'am, so I can come back then.
That's what this is, a personal invite.
You ain't gonna get no Garrett's from me then, Shawana.
So listen, I appreciate the men. Hello, I just want to challenge you to show love in a more global way. Okay, because yes, we see these individual instances of love, and I'm not gonna give y'all credit for loving us when we're dying every 5.5 hours, when our communities are violent, when we are the poorest and the weakest community of people, when we have all these issues in our community, single motherhood, absentee fathers, when we have a ton of issues. I am not going to say that Black men are openly showing love for Black women. I'm not going to do it, not on this panel. But I love and appreciate the women who gave y'all a little bit of hope. But there is clear instances that I want to make sure that we are addressing, and that is a issue. These challenges, I see a trend or a peak in them before I give y'all any credit for loving Black women. And once y'all start marrying us, that will even change. Now you Rilla and Freezy, thank you. But when y'all start marrying us, then maybe I'll see y'all in a different light. And I appreciate y'all for coming on.
Can I get a consensus on this part?
yes, Rilla.
Okay.
I'll let you give it a consensus. What's that?
According to the CDC,
there's more Black men.
All fathers surveyed. Who is the most active with their children?
Black men.
Wait, nigga, I didn't.
In a self-reported survey where the men reported that themselves were the most.
I can't validate that.
Exactly. They reported that themselves.
I can't validate
that. Nothing tangible.
What?
I can't validate.
Chicago really is right.
No. And this is
I understand, though.
wait, hold on.
Here's the thing. Okay, Rilla, I'm doing my final thoughts. Listen,
y'all can't use the statistics when it's favorable.
But I'm doing my final thoughts. I didn't interrupt you. I don't care what you got to say. Y'all do not globally show us love. Period.
Hey, I wanna. Hey, Freezy, next.
I don't care.
Wait, no.
Stop. Listen.
That's fair.
I do not care if y'all the most active fathers. Y'all
you don't care.
The women.
Per y'all own word. Nobody can prove that but y'all. Stop, y'all.
CDC.
I'm giving my final thoughts. I don't care about that. I'm giving my final thoughts. I don't agree with you. I don't care what the CDC said. I don't agree with you. Until I see real efforts in Black women getting married and a decrease in single motherhood, I am not going to say that I see Black men loving Black women. I'm not.
You don't agree with me. You agree with Raven. Can you bring me back next week?
Yes. I want you to come back.
Please.
I can't wait till you come back.
You already know. And I'm bringing you Garrett.
Yes,
hold on.
Yes, Jermaine.
I just wanted to say to Freezy, next week when I come back on the panel, I'm going to expound on why Black men follow the woman.
Thank you.
I'll break it down step by step. You may not agree, but I'm gonna break it down step by step.
Thank you.
I ain't gonna never agree with that.
You can't do that.
You don't have to. That's why I spend like 100,000 in the strip club throwing it to women, though. Right?
Thank you so much, you guys. And guess what? I appreciate y'all. And even though y'all disagree with me, I love y'all anyway. And thank you, Gems and Jewels. Thank you to my subscribers. I appreciate y'all. Comment afterward. Like it, subscribe if you have not already, and I will see y'all next Sunday. Thank you. You gonna give me some of that popcorn. All right, y'all. Take care.